from Missouri. I thought they got good value with him in the third round, and looking to see what they do here as they continue to fill out this roster.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we are back once again. Draft Diligence Day 3 now. SF Sports is back on the wing. So a lot of big things coming. But first of all, we're gonna keep things true to the A and talk about these picks. But I'm joined by my co-host with the most, the Dynamo, Des Stevenson. And I know, as I say, I've shouted your name out everywhere I could because you called those picks. So I'll let you talk a little bit about that to start off because, I mean, come on. Avion Terrell and Zachariah Branch, brother. You got to love that.
Well, I mean, I had spoke about it a few times in the show about how the dream pick would be Avion Terrell. And I'm going to make it clear it's got nothing to do with the fact that AJ Terrell was his brother. We've been constantly talking for probably 2-3 years that we needed literally a cornerback 1B that AJ could rely on, and we've never really had that. Like Mike Hughes, reliable, good cornerback, but he's not that 1B. He's a cornerback 2, and then. So it's been spoke about quite a bit. What I would say is that I don't think see if Avion Terrell wasn't AJ's brother, none of the Falcons fans would probably have knew about him, simply down to the fact that it was regarded so highly. It was effectively going to be a first round pick that none of us have watched. None of us really. I mean, we've all watched some of his tape, but none of us have literally looked at it as in a case of if we draft him, because I think Daniel Jeremiah had his 21st overall player, and he goes 48th. And I'll tell you one thing, whatever, if you've got a heart of stone, watching AJ and Avion hug after the pick, it would bring a tear to a glass eye. It was phenomenal. It was great to watch. But I would say not only it's nothing to do with the fact that we've got AJ Terrell's brother. It's the fact that Avion Terrell is an exceptional cornerback.
And sorry to jump in on that, Des, but I've got some news regarding the Falcons pick. We've traded down. 122 has gone to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Brilliant.
We're down now at 134.
So I'm assuming we'll get maybe a 5th or a 6th round pick, something like that.
Maybe so. I'm just looking to see if I can check the new order, see what we've accrued for that. But we've gone down 12 places with the Raiders there.
I mean, I've got to say, if we couldn't have timed this any better. We've literally just come on. We've been on 3 minutes and they've already traded. So
yep, we did warn you there'd be a lot to come tonight. We've picked up 208 in round 6. 208 overall. We're in at 215 as well, so we now have 2 6th round picks. Talking about the 7th, we've got 231. Yeah, we got 1 extra 6th, Des.
And if I'm Ian Cunningham, I'm trying to move back again. Try and get some more. Try and get some more picks. We've spoke a lot, Will, about how although the top superstars, the elite wasn't very deep this year. Effectively, the draft overall is quite competent right into the 5th, 6th round. So, I'm delighted with that, mate. Ian Cunningham did say he was unhappy that we only had 5 picks. What I would say is that you're seeing the different dynamic. You're seeing the different dynamic of a new general manager, because I guarantee you, and I messaged you and said last night before the Avion Terrell pick, if that was Terry Fontenot, I guarantee you Terry Fontenot would have lost his nerve, and he would have drafted up to take Avion Terrell. Whereas Ian Cunningham, it's a case of if he's there, he's there. I'm not. I think the way he looks at it is this franchise won't be dictated by one player. You know what I mean? It'll be
Yeah.
it'll be dictated by everything that's done. So yeah, I'm delighted we've drafted back. We also discussed
I like it a lot.
obviously. Yeah, sorry, mate. On you go.
No, I'm just saying I like it a lot, just in terms of, as we say, there's a lot of value down into rounds 5 and 6. But with that being said, a few of the names that kind of, like we said in night 1, we can tear up the mocks, but that's some of the names that we've been talking about starting to fly off now. Daryl Jackson to the Jets, Caleb Proctor to the Cardinals. Just looking down this list a little bit, we've got Devin Moore to the Cowboys, Elijah Surratt to the Ravens, Travis Burke, that big tackle who I was high on out of Memphis, is now a Charger, and denied Dennis Sutton to the Packers as well. So some of those names that we were high on coming out of day 2, they're starting to fly off the board now, mate.
And again, it's down to the fact that I honestly think this is to get extra picks for the trenches. You know what I mean? Effectively,
Yeah.
We've discussed this a lot in the show, and my opinion's always been, where does it go wrong? Is it the draft pick or is it the coaching? And for me, it's always been the coaching, because any of these players, I mean, these guys that are getting drafted in the NFL are the top 1% of the top 1%. These guys are the elite of the elite. And everywhere they've went, they've been coached well. They've developed, and again, it comes down to the fact that it's on the coaches. So you might not be picking it high for the trenches, but it's a case of Bill Callahan and Nate Ollie. There's some players for you. Let's develop them. As Ian Cunningham says, draft, develop, and keep. You know what I mean? Retain.
Yeah.
So,
and as you mentioned last night, one guy that I'm particularly high on, Des, is that big friendly giant, Xavier Harris. All 6'9", 350 of him. He's still out there on the board if you're still thinking of a true nose. And a tip of the cap to the Celtic brother. Happy draft day. We hope you were happy with the picks last night too, Floyd. As I say, we're going to be here right until, at least, if not till the death, we'll be here until the Falcons make their last pick. Hopefully by then there's no more shenanigans, but you just never know.
As I say, mate, I'll discuss the picks last night, because we've got a wee bit of time to wait now. So because effectively we come on, we had worked out it was going to be about 6:15. I literally left work and drove home, threw something in my face to effectively take away the hunger pangs, and was straight on here. So, but again, we just thought that they were going to be picking. But what I would say is that if anybody questions these picks, then I don't know what to say. What I would say is that if you actually look at it, the amount of times I done mock drafts and Avian Terrell went in the first round. The amount of times that I'd done a mock draft and Zachariah Branch went in the second round. You know what I mean? So for me, forget the fact that we didn't have a first round pick. We effectively we a second round pick. We got a first round player, and our third round pick, we got a second round player. From my perspective. So if that's not a win-win, I don't know what I can say to keep you happy.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Des. Check your messenger real quick. While you do that, I'm going to shout out our good brother. I'm not sure if he went to the right room, the wrong room, but shout out to OG Truth. So as I say, you may see a lot of people popping in, popping out. It is the big open party for all family concerned there. So as I say, you're going to have a lot of ATL Sports royalty popping in and out throughout the night. Not gonna give you any spoiler alerts, because you know on draft weekend we hate spoilers. So just keep it here, keep it Celtic, keep your eyes peeled, and we'll see what's happening. But yeah, as we say, we're trading down. We're starting to think about value now, because I feel like we got our guys, as Des says, around 1 caliber talent in round 2. And what really surprised me was the length of the fall for Zachariah Branch, because we were talking about him for 48, not necessarily for 79. So you want to talk about value, then I can't really push it more home than that. Shout out to our brother Cowboy E there. Good to see you, Manuel. As I say, you got the link, brother. So if you want to join us, feel free. We can get into it in any way you want, because there's plenty of good talk tonight. There's another Falcons visit off the board now. They traded up, and the Las Vegas Raiders have taken Mike Washington Jr.
Yeah.
That's
a good pick. That's a good pick.
Yeah.
You talk while I sort this out on my side, mate.
Not a problem. So I feel like for that, you've got the speed and dynamics of an Ashton Jeanty, and then you're putting Mike Washington right in behind him, and we know that he's more of a well, as I say, my pro comp would probably be pretty close to Tyler Algier. He's maybe not as powerful, but he runs in a very similar way. He's a bit more of a bruising back. So yeah, that's a sound pickup for the Raiders. He plays a very West Coast style of run. He'll get his head down and he'll smash somebody. So yeah, sound pick for the Raiders there.
Hold on, mate. I'm just dealing with this.
Yeah, no issue at all. But yeah, as I say, this is where the kind of put up and shut up moments, especially when you're looking at these NFC South picks. The Tampa Bay have selected Keontae Scott, the DB out of Miami as well. So someone else we're going to have to contend with. And then we've got the Saints coming up pretty soon, just before us. Panthers too. So I'm keeping a hot eye, especially after last night, on what's going to be happening in the South. Because I think we're in for some wars this year, and it's going to be fun.
I mean, what I would say. So that's it on, mate. If you want to share that, it's just. And again, guys, I apologise. It's not as fluent and flowing great as normal, but effectively, this is the watch party. As I say, we're going to be here until the Atlanta Falcons pick their last pick. So, I mean, I'm hoping that we're here like all night and we've got another 6 picks, because Ian Cunningham's just constantly trading back, because, as we say, the depth is there and there is still a lot of needs. So, from my point of view, get as Ian Cunningham says, get as many players, and you're always going to get a player that's not going to hit. It's just not going to work. But if you you would rather have 10. You know what I mean? You'd rather have 10 picks than 5 picks. You know what I mean? So
couldn't agree with you more. And as I say, I'll always shout out my horn, so I'm going to throw up the hook'em again. Malik Muhammad is now a Chicago Bear, defensive back.
6 foot, weight 182, 40-yard dash is 4.42. So again, a speed demon. So
congratulations there, Malik.
Again, we've said this constantly, mate. If you're going to, I mean, listen, we understand that the intangibles in certain players maybe just not there, but like if you're at Texas, you're either a 4 or a 5-star recruit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So again, you look at the team that and the coaching staff that you're bringing these guys from. I mean, for me, I put out a tweet today saying that effectively the 40-mile chasm between the Georgia Bulldogs and the Flowery Branch is no more. Because again, we'll quickly talk about this. I think it was easy to see effectively whether it was Matt Ryan, whether it was Kevin Stefanski or Ian Cunningham, whoever decided that effectively what we want to do is let's start looking local and develop relationships with Georgia Tech and the Georgia Bulldogs. And again, you look at it.
Even Georgia State, because I know some parties were also teasing us entertaining Ted Hurst at one point, the wideout from the Panthers. So I know that we're doing a lot of obviously a lot of work in the state. We had the historic crew down at the UGA Pro Day. We also visited at Georgia Tech's Pro Day as well, as you say. So And shout out to those stingers, because I know K-Styles and Auntie Pam are Georgia Tech fans, and for the first time since Demarius Thomas, a Georgia Tech Yellow Jacket went in the first round. So all praises to Georgia Tech there.
Yeah, and again, we highlighted it in one of the shows, the fact that going to Georgia, the Atlanta literally sent a busload of, I mean, everybody went. Coaches, Matt Ryan, Kevin stuff, they were all there, and effectively, from the way I look at it is, if you've got an elite college franchise, and you look at Kirby Smart, the way he effectively, it's hard men. He wants hard men. He wants tough men. And it's literally on your doorstep. You can bring them in, and it doesn't go against your top 30 because they're local players. They're within a certain length. I'm just looking at this guy that's the Buffalo Bills, and I thought it was Falcoholic. I thought he changed teams. Do you see him?
He's a traitor to the cause, man. I don't know what's happening here.
Is that Falcoholic with Buffalo Bills? I was shocked. It's not, but Maggie, how you doing?
There you go, Maggie, First Lady of AFN in the house, and she's got a lot of good news for you. We managed to get it up just in time for her coming on, so I don't know if you saw
together. Hold on, real quick.
Yeah. So just to recap for Maggie, who's just gotten on herself, if she hasn't seen, while she's getting set up, we did trade down 12 places there to 1, 3, 4. So Ian's doing his best to kind of shore up, get some value. We got a 6th round pick, an additional 6th round pick in exchange for that.
I'm just looking to see who's available. So effectively we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks away. So you've got players like Kyle Lewis, linebacker, Pittsburgh. You've got Connor Lew, centre out of Auburn. Xavier Harris, who we spoke about when I was messaging you. 6 foot, nearly 6'8", 330 pounds. I mean, quite literally the nose tackle to end all nose tackles. 84 inches wingspan. You know what I mean? So when you look at these kind of players, you've got Sam Hetch again, who I think I got in one of my mock drafts, centre out of Kansas State. You've got Brian Parker II, centre out of Duke. If you want to double dip, you've got Keith Abney II, cornerback out of Arizona State. And then you've got Anise Cooper, guard out of Miami. So again, there's still a lot of decent prospects there with the right coaching, they could be starters.
For sure. And some interesting talk, especially when you're talking about linebacker, because that's another position group where they're starting to go off the board. I see now the Bills have just selected Caleb Elmzor, who was a player I was quite high on out of Texas Christian. So congratulations, Caleb. All the best out in Buffalo. And as I say, we're ticking down now. We're getting into the mix. Panthers pick in 3, Saints in 6, and we're up in 8.
And again, what do you think? Well, what do you think we're going for? Do you think if there's a big nose tackle sitting there, it's a case that we grab him?
I feel like we have to. My thought was, I thought it was criminal in some ways that Darrell Jackson Jr. had slipped out of day 2. So I was like, nah, if he's still there, that's where I'm going. But with him now going to New York, as we say, Xavier Harris, that dude is not just a nose tackle, he's your whole defensive line. If you've heard of the fridge, this is the kitchen, so to speak.
I mean that guy's got his own zip code. He's that. I mean, that's the size of him. You know what I mean? If you're watching in the UK, that's postcode. He's got his own postcode. You know what I mean? That guy's effectively an island. But what I would say is, see if you look at the picks, I mean, they have been quite predictable. And again, this is what I like about Ian Cunningham. you know what he needs, and he gets it. That's it. With Terry Fontenot, Terry Fontenot tried to outsmart everybody else. Terry Fontenot wanted to say, right, I mean, how many times did we discuss it that when everybody zigs, Atlanta zags, you know what I mean? Whereas Ian Cunningham, everybody's been saying, we need cornerback, we need a wide receiver, bang, sorted straight away.
Yeah.
We know that we need
Thank you, Des, because someone had to say it. We're not out here to impress anyone. We're up here to shore up our team. And that's what Ian's done. That's what Matt Ryan's done. They've took a look at positions of need. They've stayed true to the in-state pipelines and rebuilt those connections. So, I mean, I have no fault and no flaws right now, no criticism to throw past a certain point of this new staff. I am ready to go for the season to come. And as I say, still get some picks to go. So a lot may happen between now and obviously the start of camp, start of the season. But yeah, I'm here for it, and I know y'all are too. So Maggie, what do you think about the picks last night? I know you were pretty excited too, right?
You know what? I'm excited because those are Westlake alumni brothers. I am a Westlake high schooler, so of course Cam Newton, Pac-Man Jones. It's a lot of people that came out of Westlake, and I'm glad to see a lot more football stars coming out of there. But the brother and the brother connections, some people are mixed reviews about it, but he said his hamstring is just fine as far as anything. So it's like, right now we're going to be developing these players. I'm excited to see what comes from, because what I feel like it's instant mentoring from his brother. They're 7 years apart from each other.
Yeah, so, 7 years.
Yeah, so it's like, give it time, yeah. Let Ian cook right now, because he's doing a hell of a job. And if we traded back a little bit to get a couple of more pieces, we're getting hungry. We're ready to fill up that depth chart, and these depth chart players going to be beneficial, though. It won't just be where somebody goes down and someone comes in and we're still kind of weak in that area. Hopefully they're filling the needs of everything. So I'm excited. I can't wait to see what we grab. It'd be great to be some more Georgia boys, but hey, because shocked me, them Aints decided they want to grab up some folks. The Panthers beefing up, Tampa doing their thing. So if anything, it's going to be a very competitive South, hopefully.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Your boy's a historian, so I'm going to paraphrase some Sun Tzu here. Know your enemy. And I mean, at least we know who's going to be standing across from us. We know we've done our due diligence on guys like Lee Hunter too. So although I'm sad to lose him, at least now we know well how to prepare, because we've been watching these guys in some cases for 4 years over in Athens as well. So it's the NFC South's going to be fun. I think it's going to be a real fun division. But I think we can. I think we've got more than enough weapons to take it. My concern is I'm looking forward to seeing the Terrell brothers go against that new tandem in Carolina, because obviously they added Chris Brazzell to Ted McMillan. So it's like, okay, Carolina, I see what you're doing, but as I say, we've shored up the no-fly zone as well. So something's got to give, and we'll see what happens.
Well, I sent out a tweet before, literally the day before, probably yesterday, and I put up, I hope that we can get Avian Terrell. So my words were, if Avian Terrell's there at 48, there's no trade backs. And Ian Cunningham actually came out in the press and said that Matt Ryan had asked him before the draft, before the second round started, who's the players that you would not draft out of when they're sitting there. And he said that effectively Avian Terrell was the main player that they wouldn't draft away. So I and see, to be honest, even you watch, bearing in mind this is Ian Cunningham's first draft as general manager, and it looks as if he's picking, he's shopping. It looks as if he's deciding what what yogurt he's picking. It's literally, he's horizontal, he's chilled out, he's relaxing. There's no nerves about that, man. If he gets the guy, he gets the guy. If he doesn't get the guy, he doesn't get the guy. That's all that matters. And that's the kind of general manager that I want.
Yeah, shout out to Corey too. He said that Ian has been low key cooking. He's known when to hold. He's got his guys. He's been able to come back in and now obviously trade down, secure some value as well. Ian is low key, kind of knows what he wants, and obviously being a trench player himself, he knows that defense might win championships, but trenches build dynasties, as I've said before on the show. And shout out to Ghost Peppers down in the chat. Good to see you back on. And as I say, we got y'all all night long until the Falcons' final pick. So keep it here, keep it Celtic, because if anything should go wrong, or not even wrong, but if any shenanigans should ensue, just know that you guys will be the first to know.
And again, like that, it was quite strange. We literally started 3 minutes later. We traded away the what was it, 126-27?
Yeah. It was. We traded down from, we came in at 122 and traded down to 134. Let me double check that 6th round pick that we accrued real quick for y'all again. So we came in with 215, the penultimate pick, and we now also have 208 as well. So 2 6th round picks, 1 7th, and we still have our 4th there as well.
And
just
again,
a little bit later than we thought.
The Packers have just took cornerback Will Lee, the 3rd out of Texas A&M. Don't know
and I
much
see
about
Connor
him.
Lewis off the board as well.
Yeah. See, to be honest, well, if I'm looking at anybody, I'm just going to click on it, status undrafted.
Sure.
And I want to address this comment right here from once Corey saying
please do.
that he's a scammer and everything else, and we got skilled players. I mean, why not? If you got the best of the best on the board and you was able to get that Georgia boy, come on, why not?
Well, I mean, let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck, Maggie. I mean,
y'all complain about everything. Y'all want some good players. I didn't say we was gonna make a big splash or whatever, but shoot, if they're available, why not take them?
Yeah, I mean,
but you got to also look. He's going to cook in the later rounds where we will address the trenches. Let's keep it real, y'all.
Yeah, but again, it's down to. I mean, Ian Cunningham hasn't had the fact that he's going for best player available. Now, best player available, you can look at that whatever way you want. Best player available is the best player available to that franchise. It's not effectively the best player available, full stop. And I'll say it again, when you draft a potential 1st round pick in the 2nd round, and you draft a potential 2nd round pick in the 3rd round, and you do not trade up and you don't lose any picks to get their players, that is a win-win situation. If anybody watching can tell us that we didn't need a cornerback and we didn't need a yard after catch wide receiver, a speed demon, then I don't know. I don't know what team you're watching, because from my
I feel like after a point they just don't want to be happy, Des. I think we've said it before. They've accepted a certain level of mediocrity to a point. But you know we're working to kind of remedy that. And speaking of AFN Sports royalty, we did promise that the hits would keep on coming tonight. So Cowboy up, Brother E, good to see you. Emmanuel, good to see you. Atlanta Falcons pandemic in the house. Good to have you as always, brother.
Hey man, it's always a pleasure to share the stage with you guys. I was over there showing love to your other fellow family members over there, and got caught up in conversation, and I just finally had to tell them, hey, I got to go show Will some love, man.
No, it happens, man. I know they can take you off in some deep dark tangents, and we'll leave it there.
Everybody's streaming today, so it's like, you can hop around everywhere. If anything, just as long as you're showing love on all channels, people. There's so many content creators out there, so just float around. We are the ESPN right now. Like we
Yeah, exactly.
are the media people. So we got the historian coming in.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about hits.
Let's go.
Door
Let's
open
go.
because, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ryan Walker is in the house, and we're going to talk some history. How are you, brother? Thrilled to have you.
Oh, you don't think you got him on the screen?
Yeah, you gotta bring him in. There you go.
Hey,
what's going on? Thank y'all for having me on. What's up, Maggie? What's up, Pandemic? What's going on, fellas?
I like that hat, man.
Let me take this
Appreciate
picture
it.
off for a moment
Yeah.
just so we can see everybody's face. Just, before
that's
we
fair.
begin the conversation, for the two guests that jumped on, just go ahead and introduce yourself and tell everybody where to find you while we're here. We got 51 in here right now, so they can also follow your respective channels. Starting off with you, Mr. Historian. Let everybody know, what you got going over there at the Birdcage.
Man, nothing much, man. Y'all can tap in with me at the Birdcage LLC and the Magnificent Birdcage Crew on Thursdays at 8 p.m. on YouTube and on X. And like I said, we have interviews from former athletes, not just Falcon players, but athletes from all sports. And we do historical facts, as you know. I try to live up to my moniker, the historian. And I try to show love to all Falcon content creators. Definitely appreciate y'all having me in.
All right. Glad you to be here. Are you going to be hanging with us for a little bit, or I see you on the road there?
Hey, man, I'm doing it bumper to bumper like I do sometimes. I'm over here in North. I had to slide through North Philly for a minute, so about to head back to the crib now.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Pandemic, go ahead and tell everybody about you and where everybody can find you. What's going on with you?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Appreciate y'all having me on once again. Ryan being a little modest over there. They don't call him a historian for nothing. He said nothing much about his platform. Nothing much. Yeah, they don't call him a historian for nothing. But yeah, man, y'all know what it is, man. This is Atlanta Falcons Pandemic Cowboy. Putting out that content, man. I'm trying to get my followers up. Y'all know how you do. I mean, as long as I keep hanging out with Miss Maggie and her crew, I get them up there in no time. But yeah, man, I just put out content, man. I'm a fellow Falcon content creator, been a fan since 1978. Always sharing knowledge, man, of where, of my time as a fan. I address past, present, and future content. So yeah, just hit me up on YouTube, all the platforms really. At Atlanta Falcons Pandemic.
Spring outfit's so good. My family.
Okay,
Shout out to the boys.
And I don't mean to take over y'all, but let me ask both of you, how do you feel about the new picks as well as us trading back?
Then complete the look with 15%.
I like to let my elders go first to show respect. So, Pandemic, go ahead, sir.
I see what he did there. I was it didn't go quite as like I wanted to go, but I'm satisfied with the picks. I just wasn't satisfied. Didn't go like I wanted to go, but I'm not a general manager either. So, but after last night, after looking into both of these players, I had to look at what they actually bring to the team, or what skill set they actually bring to the team, right? And how it helps the Falcons be better, right? First and foremost, Xavier Terrell. Well, both of these picks really were right up at the Falcons' alley, right up there Atlanta's culture. This is what the fans they wanted. Both of them. When you talk to the fanfare, most of them spoke of Avion Terrell. Most of them spoke of Zachariah Branch. So this is a masterful move on Ian Cunningham's part, satisfying both sides, satisfying the team need, satisfying what the fan wanted. So a lot of fans out here smiling about it. And, then you got the Georgia player. So another one. But yeah, I mean, what Avion brings to the table, man, I don't think this is going to be one of those long, drawn out, hope he develops type of move for Avion. I think he may come in and be day one. I mean, that's just my honest assessment of it. Because we've seen like the last 3 or 4 years where our CB2 spot has given up a lot of games, a lot of yards, big plays. So that position had to be addressed at some point. As far as Zachariah Branch, very skillful player. The only thing that I can knock him for, and I mean the only thing, is his size. And I'm more partial to receivers that are 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", right around that 200 range. But the thing about Zachariah, what he brings to the table is his yards after catch. He's not an easy guy to get to the ground. he's more like a scat back. You can use him in just about any scheme direction you taking playing in the game. So like I said, the only thing I can knock is really his size. But I think he's going to be an asset for us on offense, and it definitely changes the scheme of the offense too. Bringing in a guy like him, he's definitely going to help Drake London out as far as drawing attention. He knows how to get open. So, and I mean, and he's going to actually help out Tua and Michael Penix. So I mean, he brings a lot to the table.
Just like guys, Atlanta's on the clock at the moment. So Baltimore's just took tight end Matthew Hibner.
Okay.
So
what do y'all think? What y'all think? What's the next pick?
Well,
DT.
so
what y'all think?
I'm wanting. I'll just tell you now. Xavier Harris, defensive tackle out of Mississippi. He's a true nose. He's 6'8", 330 pounds.
Yeah.
He's got a wingspan of 83 3/4 inch. He's a big boy. So if we're looking for a nose, that's the player I want us to look at. But again, it could be anywhere. That's us. We've had a run on the tight ends. So I mean, like you just don't know. But from my point of view, the draft has went quite predictably. Cornerback, wide receiver. We all know we need a nose tackle to stop the run because of the stats last year. And if he's sitting there, as I say, he's 6'8". Xavier Harris, defensive tackle out of Mississippi. He's a senior as well. So from my point of view, that's a no-brainer for me. But again, pick is in, guys. So again, we'll find out in the next minute or so who they've took.
Xavier Harris is one of the best defensive tackles in the country. See, he pretty much gave you a little bit of the breakdown. He didn't give you the whole breakdown. When you talk about Xavier has the most batted passes down at the defensive line position this year. Yeah. And you've had a lot of great defensive tackles in pretty much, but the one thing that you can't substitute is batted passes. That right there will definitely be something. And the other thing that he does very well, he collapses the pocket. He definitely is great in the run game. And no one talks about the speed for a big man. He runs under a 5'5" at 6'8", around 345. Wow. He runs a 5'4" at 6'8". So when you look at the size of that is literally a Larry Allen type of player that's moving like that. And if you know who Larry Allen is, he was offensive lineman, but he can move like that. But we're on the clock. I like us to go deep tackle.
I'm gonna bring him up too. Let me take this down, then we're gonna bring up his stats once we get the player. So let's do it.
That is a huge guy. No mistake. But he can move like so much better than a guy that size should be able to move. And apologies, family. I'm struggling because the yard do be yarding. But as I say, if you fall tonight, just get back on
it's Roberto Carlos.
Roberto Carlos.
There we go. Falcons have selected 1-3-4. Kendall Daniels, linebacker from Oklahoma.
There we go, guys. Kendall Daniels, linebacker. We know that. So 7.5 sacks career, 31.5 tackles for loss, 5 interceptions in career. Played first 4 seasons at Oklahoma State. So 6'5", 242 pounds. Yeah. So again, I was hoping for a nose tackle, but we know we can't rely on Troy Anderson at linebacker. You know what I mean? Yeah. We obviously lost that player. I can't remember his name that retired and went to the Aints. So so we needed linebacker, but it's not. To me, it's not a player I know a lot about. I've not mocked him in any of my drafts, so I've not really had a look at him. So let me have a wee look, see what I can see. So again, 6'5", 242 pounds. Yep. 61.69 production, athleticism 62.43. I'll tell you what the actual NFL draft tracker says. A safety turned linebacker with outstanding length and athleticism, but lagging behind in instincts fundamentals. Daniel is a step slow to diagnose and flow ahead of the blocking scheme. He lacks a take on physicality to leverage his gap. His quickness makes him a menace in the gaps, and he has good pursuit speed, but he must improve his tackling technique. He's proficient in zone and man coverage, and he can be used to blitz or spy the quarterback. Daniel's traits and potential could raise his profile, but he currently projects as a sub-package linebacker with special team value. So effectively, everything discussed there, where his weaknesses is, that's coaching, that's coachable. So again, he's got the size, he's got the speed. So for a linebacker, that's what you're looking for.
I like him as a QB spy. 6'5" is a good lengthy spy to have in there, or sort of as you say, we would call it a dog here in Scotland, where you have a hybrid OLB safety. Kind of in that role, I feel like he could excel. So it's going to be interesting to see how we use him. But yeah, I'm happy with that. And shout out to young Mike over on the Mad Mike and Friends channel, because I know he's a diehard Sooners fan. So although we may be family on Sundays, we are enemies on Saturdays. But that's one Oklahoma Sooner. I'll give you that one.
Well, the best part about it is you're talking about a Brett Venerables player. I love the fact that you guys get those numbers, but this is the thing that nobody's talking about. Anything Brett Venerables touches defensively has longevity in the NFL. Grady Jarrett is one of his products, by the way. AJ Terrell is one of his products, by the way, for Falcon fans, if you don't know. Brett Venerables was the defensive coordinator for a period of time at Clemson, but before then he was at Oklahoma. Now that he's the head coach at that program, anything defensively out of Oklahoma, I will never question, especially if he's leading it at all. He's got a couple of Hall of Famers under his belt too, so we'll just leave it. I'll just leave that there for the fans to decipher however you may.
Right. Yeah, I like this kid, man. He's very good in open space when it comes to tackling. Coverage. You know, we talk about how well Troy Anderson is in coverage, right? This guy here, I think, can be better. It probably is better. I know he's a better tackler. But I'm looking at his highlights right here now, man, and they even had this guy lined up like he's a cornerback. So I mean, even at his size, so he must cover the field very well. I'm going to do some more research on this guy. Right now, I'm just looking at his highlights, and
I'm doing it as well, man.
You know, so basically, I'm seeing that. Of course, he's a hybrid, and we like hybrid guys. So safety, linebacker. I think it's we're going to get a lot of these type of players because we're going to be running different type of schemes in place. We're not going to be set on just pistol and all that kind of stuff. And defensively, we kept Brick for a reason. So I can't wait to see year 2, 3 of the previous rooks, as well as all the new additions to there, and then JJ. His charges are, looking like they're being dropped and everything. So, man, can y'all imagine? Of course, y'all, we're talking about the Aints beefing up with the Georgia boys, but the Falcons also, it's going to be a competition out there. What y'all think about our rivals out here also picking up some Georgia boys and etc. The players they picked as well. It's like everybody's having a good draft right now.
To be honest, I think everybody got tired of hearing that the NFC South was a weak division. Yeah. And when you look at the Saints have always had a thing for Georgia players, going back to Charles Grant, John Stinchcomb, and those type of guys. But if we really gonna be honest about the whole thing, I think the team that's gonna be the most dangerous out of the division is either gonna be Tampa or Carolina. And the reason I say that, think about this. They already have a tall receiver in Tampa right now that pretty much replaced Mike Evans. And now you add Ted Hurst to the mix. That there is going to be tough. And the one thing I hate, and I know people going to get mad, Terrell boys struggle with tall receivers. Both of them do. You can look at the footage and you see that. Ted Hurst is a stomp down South Georgia boy. Started at Valdosta State before he went to Georgia Southern.
Mhm.
He's going to be, and I mark my words when I tell y'all this. He is a poor man Sterling Sharp. Go back and look at that footage on that. He's like that. So he's going to be the toughest to stop. I think Carolina's going to be second, but realistically, I think Tampa's going to be the hardest to stop because they have the best odds of getting back to the playoffs if we can. If we don't stop, that's just my opinion. What y'all think?
Buccaneers, they drafted pretty doggone well. I mean, they got Trotter. They picked up one of my draft favorites, Ruben Bain, and I mean, good gracious alive, but what's his name? Jake Matthews. I mean, before every game, he better eat his Wheaties because Bain is going to give him all he can handle. You know, and I hate to say it, but we probably need to go ahead and address his position. I mean, he is getting pretty old and long in the wind, so we might need to go ahead and address his position, not just because of Bain, but just for the future anyway. But I think like Ryan said, Tampa's going to be that team defensively. I think we're going to have some competition. I'm not going to say we're going to be bad against because we're going to go back into the division. We're going to take this division offensive wise. We're going to do some things that a lot of people are not going to think we won't be able to accomplish. But Tampa, I think he's going to be that competition. I think it won't be that three-way tie like it was this season. It definitely won't be that.
Speaking of our South rivals, Saints pick is
yeah.
I'm just so wide receiver. That's a good pick. Wide receiver Bryce Lance out in North Dakota State.
Yeah.
So again, 6 foot, just under 6'4", 204 pounds, a flowing athlete, ground gainer. Christian Watson is his similar player. So I remember we discussed him in one of the mocks, and I said that I had an issue with taking a player named Lance out of North Dakota State because the last Lance that came out of North Dakota State didn't work out too well. But yeah, again, large wide receiver. When he turns on the burners, he's got speed. So yeah, that's a good pick. I will say that I think a lot of people are going to be shocked by the NFC South next year. It seems to be that the general managers are working out what they need and they're getting the right players in. So it's going to be fascinating to see what happens next year.
Yeah.
Apologies, Des. Apologies, guys. It seems to be running a little bit smoother now, and I just want to make sure that I'm up to date. So I have Bryce Lance from ND State going to the New Orleans Saints. Is that right?
Yeah, that's a steal for the Saints. That's a steal.
Yeah, absolutely. I like a lot of what Bryce Lance brings to the table.
You got two receivers going to New Orleans that's above 6 feet tall, and they both are great route runners. And you talk about those guys attack the football with their hands. Nobody catches, and they're tough.
Yeah. Hey, but they weren't too sold on that first receiver though.
But here's the thing about Tyson, though.
They were not. They didn't. Matter of fact, I got the sound bite of how one of them crashed out literally when Jordy Tyson's name was called. And Will just play that. Just play that for just a second. Just play that. Just play a little bit of that if you can.
I don't have it to hand, but if you've got it,
and you know what's funny about that?
It's in
the Jordan the Saints pick when they were pissed about Tyson coming to New Orleans.
Yeah,
I got it right there. Oh, go ahead.
I can't play it. I got it right here, but I can't play it. It's in the
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
You're sharing something? Let me see.
No, I'm not sharing it. It's in where it says present.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right there.
That was an asinine selection. You got hundreds of receivers in this draft. You go get an injured wide receiver.
I didn't know y'all
he don't have broken bones. It's soft tissue. That is his problem. And we have dealt with injury players. You always bringing in these players with old half-leg ass players, man. Look at this. Look at this, man. When you had Caleb down sitting right there. Caleb Downs gonna turn into a goddamn Hall of Famer. And man, I'm telling you, I'm on his ass this entire season. Now, I apologize. I'm gonna go back to being professional.
I'm gonna go back to being professional.
But you know, the sad part about it, they just like that fan base is just ignorant as hell because y'all don't realize the fact that Drake London was injury prone at USC. Yes. You don't realize the fact that Hines Ward, who should be a Hall of Famer right now, Georgia Bulldog, by the way, that was one of his products. And if you look at his numbers, he still produced even being hurt. He played through injury. Who wouldn't want a football player that can play through injury? Y'all sitting here talking about soft tissue. Okay. Just remember this. It's the players that's like this right here. They hear that. They're going to say, okay, I hear what you're saying. We'll see if we'll see you cheering for me one day. And that's pretty much what it's going to be. I just don't want him falling out against us. I hope he do fall flat on his face there, but just not against,
I was trying to like give him the insights like, hey, man, wide receivers where y'all need to go. You got somewhat of a stable quarterback. Because Tyler Shuck is a decent quarterback. You just need to get this guy some weapons. And I'm talking about when that wide receiver's name got called, man, I'm talking about he literally just crashed out. I couldn't do nothing but clip it and shared it with you guys, man. I thought it was funny myself.
But again, that's my boy. We may have our problems, but we'll never be as dysfunctional as they are down in the swamp. I'll throw that out there.
I mean, I'm with you on that.
Yeah. The one thing I'm saying is they ain't done anything to protect Tyler Shuck. Have they brought in any players to protect him? Because effectively, from my point of view, I just think they seem to be going for the nice picks. They don't seem to be going for the right picks. Yeah. To be honest, I'll say it again. We shouldn't be worried about anybody in the NFC South. When you effectively look at our defensive backs, we've got AJ Terrell, we've got Avian Terrell, we've got Mike Hughes, who potentially, after bringing in Avian Terrell, I think there's 4.5 million of cap saving if we let him go. But he's still here. We've got Billy Bowman Jr., we've got Jesse Bates the third, we've got Xavier Watts. I mean, that is, I know we were talking about big-bodied wide receivers, but if you're a quarterback in the NFC South or any team that you're playing, that Atlanta's playing against, and you see the players in defensive backs sitting there in the back of the field, are you want to air it out? You know what I mean? So effectively, we should be in a position where we were in 2016. And I go back to that simply down to the fact that it's probably that and maybe a wee bit of 2017. It was the only time where it didn't matter what the other team done. Yeah. We literally steamrolled over them with our offense. Our offense just walked right over the top of them.
Yeah. And shout out Ghost Peppers because he is kind of, I did kind of throw it out to the chat to see if anyone could clue me up. As I mentioned earlier, in Scotland, we would call that the dog position. Apparently, over at Oklahoma, they call that the cheetah position. Your safety linebacker hybrid. So throwing him in as someone who can obviously contribute towards defending the pass as well. He's got nice long arms, given that 6'5" length as well. So I think it's going to be fun to see this defense work this year. Ideally, as I say, I still want that nose at some point to kind of shore things up in terms of the front seven, but. There's a lot of picks to go, and I don't feel like we're done trading. I feel like he's got some shenanigans left to throw into the next.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
I think they're saying that Troy Anderson is still going to be here. Now, we activated Troy Anderson for one reason, to enable us to move on from him. That's not saying we're going to keep him. We had to get him off IR, because we keep him on IR, that means we'll have to hold on to him for 2026. So they activate him for that reason alone. Now you got to remember, now this is a new regime, so whatever players that we lose from the old regime is all in the plan. And get it. We might not make no noise in 2026, but I see the vision for 2027. Now he's not done with this draft and he's not done with this free agency, but 2027 we're going to have double-digit picks. We're
And-
going to
and
have
I-
double-digit picks by a long shot.
Yeah, and
And
100
we see
million
teams-
draft cap as well, draft space.
Yeah.
150 million.
Yeah, and the way we
Yeah,
see
but
it,
with that being
teams,
said, Bijan or Drake or both, and then also for a fact AJ Terrell's going to stay. So that's going to eat way into that 150 mil, I think.
But again,
That's players you need to retain, in my opinion, all three if you can.
But again, well, that's why Ian Cunningham's saying about draft, develop and retain. Effectively, he knows he's going to have a handful of superstars. He's going to have to pay big money. Your Bijans, your Drake Londons. You know what I mean? Effectively, if Tua comes in this year and goes off in one, and literally is a top 5, top 8 quarterback, then you're at a position where at the end of this year you're having to decide, and you're going to, if you don't pay him the big contract, somebody else is going to come in and give him the big contract. So,
exactly.
So we might be caught in that situation where at the end of the year we might be in a Viking situation where we decide, are we going to keep the Sam Darnold, or are we going to go to JJ McCarthy? So effectively, Ian Cunningham knows this. That's why he's trying to keep as much cap space for next year as possible, and why he's trying to get as many draft picks in this draft as possible, so that he can bring in as many cheap players that are going to have an impact. So what I would say is the thing that I like about Ian Cunningham is he doesn't overthink it. We needed a cornerback, we got it. We needed a speed demon wide receiver, we got it. We needed a linebacker, we got him. So,
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a real quick question? And it's kind of off topic, but speaking of Ian cooking, we got rid of Algier. Looks like Algier got Kirko, basically, where they drafted a player with signing him. So does that make him another 2 player again? How do y'all feel about that? Some people was like, a lot of people was kind of in their feelings mixed about him leaving Atlanta, but what do y'all think about that?
It depends. Here's the thing. First off, it depends on how that battle in training camp goes, because just because you're drafted does not mean you're going to get that spot, because we've seen many first-round picks sit down and actually have to ride the bench for a few years because you got to start in front of them. Prime example, Hall of Famer Tony Dorsett. He sat behind Preston Pearson for a while before he got his start. Now, in this situation, we weren't going to pay him the money. That's just what it was. We were not going to pay him the money because I wanted Tyler to be here, but Tyler went and got his money and got his future set up, which is smart on his end, on the business side, because let's be real. On the business side of things, Tyler Algier was not going to get a big-time contract from a lot of teams. And Arizona was the only team that was going to give him that financial security. So now that he secured that, now he just has to outperform the rookie, because he's got one thing that rookie doesn't have: experience. And that is huge.
I mean, from my point of view, the way I look at it is that, listen, I love Tyler Algier. He'll always be in my heart, but effectively, if he decided that he was going to go there because he wanted to be RB1, then effectively, I think he's still going to be RB1. You know what I mean? Jeremiah Love is a good RB, but again, he's not got the experience. You know what I mean? Effectively, at 12.25, I mean, he's literally making $6 million a year. Atlanta, as we said, Atlanta's not going to pay him that when they've got Bijan sitting there, and they're going to have to, at some point in the next year or two, decide what they're going to do with Bijan.
Well, I'm going to be a little bit contentious, Des, to be quite honest with you, and I know some people might not agree here, but Algier's coming from a situation where he's been backing up Bijan Robinson. Now, just taking the last sort of 3 big top 10 running back picks, you're also talking about Ashton Jeanty and now Jeremiah Love. And I may be wrong, and if I am, then I will revisit this and say that I'm wrong, but I don't feel like Ashton Jeanty or Jeremiah Love in 3-4 years' time is going to be the player that Bijan Robinson is right now. So I feel like Algier is now in more of a position to contend for that starting spot at least. And as we say, I mean, love's love and business is business. So I don't blame him for going and getting that money. but yeah, as Ryan says, it's going to come down to who beats who out in training camp.
Yeah.
And that's going to be it, because Arizona's an interesting franchise to say the least.
Just a wee thing on the draft in Georgia Bulldog, Kobe Young. I think that was right. Kobe Young, wide receiver from Georgia,
went to the Bengals.
Went to the Bengals.
Yeah.
That's a couple of great picks for the Dolphins and San Francisco 49ers just before, though. Kyle Lewis, linebacker out of Pittsburgh to the Dolphins, and then Ephesians Prysock, 6'4" boundary corner out of Washington to San Fran. So a couple of good picks there. Another couple of names that we were talking about a little earlier on in the show, Des, as kind of potential guys to watch to fly off early.
Yeah. And on Tyler Algier, I think that's we even with the loss of Tyler Algier, we still have as a whole the best running back core in the league. I'm really anxious to see how Brian Robinson come into this thing and how he's going to pan out, because I'm not going to say he's a better third down back than Robinson, but he can be used on any down, as opposed to how we were using them. We used them on primarily third down, short yardage, red zone. Brian Robinson can do it on of course, that was on Zach Robinson too, but at the same time, Brian Robinson is a very tough running back. And another thing, none of our running backs are facing any injuries that's going to hamper them right now, knock on wood, that's going to hamper them coming into the preseason. We are by far the healthiest running back core, most durable running back core in the league right now. Even Tyler Algier and Brian Robinson, they got Connor, he's out. Seattle Seahawks, they're running back, he's hurt. So I mean, we got by far the best running back core, I think.
But again, remember as well that
I'm gonna give you.
Sorry, mate. On you go.
Oh no, I was just saying, Pandemic. I give you a running back, and I'm gonna be honest with you, and he's better, and he's really better than what we got in the room. The question is if he gets an opportunity. He's gonna be on the show May 7th, by the way. Virginia Union's own Mr. Curtis Allen, who won the Harlan Hill Award this year, first African American player from an HBCU to win that award. He broke all of Danny Woodhead's records, who played for the New England Patriots. And he had over 2,409 yards this year with over 35 touchdowns on the ground by himself. Now, they won the championship and they got talent, but you got to remember he backed up a kid by the name of Jada Byers who ran for over 2,000 yards. Shout out to Coach Diego Ryan, by the way. He might be watching. And Curtis Allen is pretty much an Edge James type of runner. He chose, he literally could have went anywhere in the country, but he said, man, I'd rather go somewhere that I can be developed. And I see what running backs are doing here at Virginia Union. That is a guy that you can get as an undrafted free agent or a lower round pick. And he is a dog. He does it all. If you don't know about him, look up his footage.
Yeah, I think he'll fall down. I think he'll fall into, which will probably benefit us if he does go undrafted. And if he has the vision to get him, because he can actually, just like what's his name? Who we just drafted.
Pandemic. I give you this.
Come on.
Steve, put it this way: Steve Weiss spotlighted him. Let's put it that way. Steve Weiss spotlighted him, and NFL teams have all been talking to him and whatnot because of the fact that he didn't run the best 40 time. That was what really kind of hurt him. A lot of people don't look at that, and it's like, to me, I tell people all the time, I say, y'all want to go off the 40. I think it's BS because Jerry Rice was on 4.7 in his 40, and he never got caught from behind.
He was the slowest receiver ever in
Think about it. And nobody can ever catch him.
And look, and what's funny is if you ever go watch his footage, you ever seen him play,
but guess what?
He will actually pull away from cornerbacks with trying to catch him. So, like he said, at 40 time, man.
And Curtis Allen is the same type.
Thank you for just 99 cents. 99 cents? That's
Curtis Allen is the same type of player, bro.
You're kind of breaking up just a little bit. Breaking up just a little. You're probably going through a dead spot.
Yeah.
I mean, what again? The other thing as well that people are forgetting is at preseason last year, we watched Nathan Carter, and the speed and the change of direction that he showed was phenomenal.
Yeah.
So again, we've got a quick, speedy running back in the building.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I mean, again, I'll go back to what Ian Cunningham says: draft, develop, and retain. So this is the kind of players. I mean, I'll be honest here. If we go running back, I'll be shocked.
Yeah.
Because you look at somebody like Nathan Carter, who, in the times that he was given the ball, he showed speed and he showed adaptability. He looked decent. Now it's pre-season, but again, that's the kind of players that we want to develop.
Yeah.
A running back tree. We need to be in a position, and I'll say this again: we need to be in a position where we have to. We can't constantly have Bijan on the field every down. We need to start. There's going to come a time where he's going to be getting a wee bit older. We just can't constantly.
Older and tired. Like you're gonna run them. You're gonna run them. You know that position is short.
Yeah. We just, and that's the thing that I liked about with the Zachariah Branch draft. If you actually look at him, he's. I think I heard somebody say he's a glorified running back. He looks like. See, if you didn't tell somebody that it was a wide receiver, he effectively looks like the way they sometimes run Bijan with a short field pass. Let Bijan do the run. That's the way that Georgia was using Zachariah Branch. Now, Ian Cunningham said something in his presser that they had looked at the USC tape.
Yeah.
And when you go to the USC tape, you see a more effectively a standard wide receiver. They use him more as a wide receiver. So again, somebody Will mentioned earlier, the adaptability that Kevin Stefanski wants in his offense is there. And again, that's the thing that excites me, the fact that they're bringing in. You look at our last pick as well. He's been linebacker. He's been safety. He's been a hybrid. I think Ghost Pepper put up that he'd been edge as well. You know what I mean? So effectively, that's what they want. But again, we've done this before. Pandemic, we've done this before. We've brought in hybrid players, but we've not developed them, or we've played them in the wrong style. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Well, that's where the experience of this staff is going to come in and help. Right, we're not going to allow players to come in like Raheem Morris and don't take an honest hard look at them. Like, we didn't get a chance to see what Joshua Simon could do. We didn't get a chance to see what Nick Nash could do. We didn't get a chance to see what Nathan Carter could do in preseason. And this coaching staff that we have now, these guys are going to take a hard look at what we have as far as talent on the field, who can benefit the Falcons going forward into the future, and actually utilize them. I think every player on this team is going to have a part, whether it be special teams, whether it be in the offense, defense, whatever. They're going to play a part. It's not if they dress out, they're going to play. And Raheem Morris did not do this team any justice by coaching the way he did, but it shows his lack of experience in management too. And I mean, him going over to San Fran is going to surround him with talent. He's still going to succeed, but he's in a position where he's comfortable. Head coach position was not where his forte was. He didn't surround himself with people that could actually help him like Kevin Stefanski has. And like I said, this staff here is actually going to use this, use their experience and get these players that we didn't get a chance to look at. We're going to get a hard, honest look at them. And that's the reason why we re-signed Joshua Simon. That's the reason why we re-signed Nathan Carter. They're a benefit, and we didn't get a chance to see that.
I agree. That's a great point, Emmanuel. And I feel like to that point as well, I mentioned to Des a couple of times, I read one reason that we potentially took Zachariah Branch is his effectiveness as a returner as well. I suggested because how quick he is and how shifty, I said maybe throw Nathan Carter there and let him return a few kicks, a few punts. Let's play with some things while we've got the option to do so as well. So, and yeah, as I say, and as you mentioned as well, Joshua Simon, completely unknown quantity, and definitely one that we explored obviously when we were all playing the trade game. Will we? Won't we? With Kyle Pitts. So yeah, it's fun to see. I feel like in a lot of positions we're stacked for sort of depth and rotation. But to kind of drop one thing that is sort of bugging me, the one standout nose tackle for me is the guy we've mentioned a few times, Xavier Harris. We don't have a 5th round pick. I very much doubt he's going to be there by the time you get halfway through 6. So I'm going to have to quickly have a pop in and have a look at these D tackles again right quick for you guys.
I mean, so effectively, what you tend to find with these players is if they start falling, they just keep falling. So effectively, I'm just going to do a wee check and see. So again, he's still there. So, but again, as I've said before, it's about developing these players. These players now that we're going to take, this is where if it's the O line, this is where a coach like Bill Callahan comes in. Pandemic, I said when Bill Callahan was brought in as the O-line coach, my words were he was not brought in to develop our O-line.
Right.
He's not going to develop Jake Matthews, Chris Lindstrom. That time has come and gone. He's been brought in to develop these players that we're probably going to take in the 6th round and the 7th round. And again, you get the benefit in the D line. You get Nate Ollie. Nate Ollie again can show what he can do with average players. And again, it's the one thing and the biggest issue I had with Raheem Morris.
Absolutely.
I always said that the way he coached, we needed a coach that could make a good player great, a great player exceptional, and an exceptional player elite. He didn't do that. And I'm hoping, and to be honest, what I said to Will earlier before we come on the show, I think the best thing that happened last night was something very simple. The best thing that happened last night was Kevin Stefanski sending AJ Terrell a tweet a few picks before to say, if your brother's there, we're taking him. Now that shows that Kevin Stefanski understands the room.
You know what? Can I add to that, Des? I'm just gonna put my own experience into this situation because a lot of people kind of mixed about that pick, and like we said earlier, he said his hamstring is just fine. How they kind of follow each other, you know, Westlake alumni. I am actually a Westlake high schooler as well, but I have a twin sister. A lot of people don't know that. She's actually, shout out to my sister, Shell Bravo. She is now leading my Georgia Sports Nation channel with her House of Chop. So for the Braves. But we followed each other wherever, like every school. When we were in high school, the same type of jobs. We worked at various jobs. We actually worked at Phillips Arena before it was State Farm, when the Hawks was terrible and it was the Thrashers. We just followed, and we're still right at the hip. She's downstairs now because I'm hosting a watch party tonight. So she's over me to watch the kids and stuff. But with that, I just like, it's something about that sibling chemistry where they follow each other. And like I said earlier, this is an instant mentor for him, you know, along with all the other mentors around him. He's been watching his brother do it for so long. He understands that you have to bring it. You have to develop. And then of course it is the NFL, so it's different from college. But I just feel like let's let Ian cook. Let Kevin and the developers train, get this guy ready to go. Hopefully he is completely healthy. But he's excited. It was an emotional time for both of the boys. Since when has that happened? It doesn't happen that often, at least in the NFL. I know the NBA, they had a few things, but it's a beautiful thing. And it's like it's a story waiting to happen, to see this young man come in and be just like his brother. And then, of course, you know, with that, when Terrell decides to, you know, retire, hopefully a Falcon, then you still got his young brother right behind him
Who takes over?
takes
Yeah.
over, and
Yeah.
you're not losing a step in a skilled player. So we just got to look at it like that, as just look at the beauty of what's happening with that. I think I'm just ready to see brother to brother out there on the field, tips and things, and they're just, and they're brothers too, so they can take this off field and stay healthy and
Yeah.
condition and strength. And it's like, look, this is what you need to be doing, brother, to prepare for every season, because AJ does it. So
Right.
it's an advantage, I think
Yeah,
it's a good
yeah.
place for him.
I'm gonna give y'all.
bringing back the notion of adulthood, literally.
So I gotta be a little bit of the bad guy, which is my moniker as well. So I gotta give y'all some pushback on that, because I understand the sentimental value of it.
Of course.
Let's get it.
Let's get it. You're talking about an undersized cornerback for number one. He ain't fast like Darryl Green was. Let's get that understood. Most corners that are small like that, like a Brent Grimes or Darryl Green, you have to have an extraordinary ability at that point. Just being real.
Right.
Now, he can prove that in time, but here's the one thing that y'all keep forgetting that we got in this room. We got somebody that's a dog that was a 3-time All-American at Kansas by the name of Kobe Bryant, that got it from the mud, that did not get drafted, that is not going to give up that number 2 spot like you think is going to happen. Now, I see Avion as a nickel, but I don't think he's going to beat out Kobe.
No, he ain't gonna be drafted
number 2.
Yeah.
He's not beating out Kobe. Kobe showed that he held his own against a Hall of Famer last year in Mike Evans.
Yeah.
In his first time.
Yeah.
And then from that point on, he has grown. If you've noticed, he's gotten better every game that he has started.
Okay.
Now, that's a lot of people that's going to be in their feelings when I say that, but here's my thing. That's who's going to be your number 2 right there. I understand that, but Avion's going to be a nickel at this point, because guess what? Holman is still out right now. We know Jesse Bates is going to be out of the door eventually. We already know that, because you got Watts, you have Bowman. Those are going to be your future 2 safeties right there. Now, the nickel position is a great position to have, because guess what? If he can shut that down and Kobe can shut that number 2 spot down, that's even better. But like Maggie was saying, the other thing that you got to look at is, okay, if AJ ever is traded or if he ever retires a Falcon, then his brother can easily transition to that spot. But I don't think Kobe's giving up that spot. They'll probably trade Kobe before Kobe gives up that spot. Guarantee you that'll happen.
But that's what you want, though.
Exactly. I'm about to say that. That's what you want. You want
you want that competition in camp.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But Maggie, a lot of people don't want to hear that or whatever when it comes to competition. Because
respect to you, brother. This is why I wanted you on the show, because we were Ryan and I were having it out in the back yesterday, and I told the man, I says, part of why I want us working together is you come from a very similar ethos than I do. We are not always here to tell you what you want to hear. Sometimes we need to break down what you need to hear as well. Is he the perfect pick? Maybe so, maybe not. Only time will tell. But if you like narratives and stories, it's definitely a good one for the sentimentalists.
Well, I'm going to say something. Kevin Stefanski said a simple statement, and his statement was effectively, you can never have too many corners. You can never have enough good corners. I worked with Mike Zimmer, and I heard him say that many times. You know what I mean? Again, I'm going to ask everybody that's here just now, right? We're all college football players, right? We're all Atlanta Falcons fans, but we play for Clemson, right?
Yeah.
The Baltimore Ravens draft each one of us, right? Great. We're in the NFL. We're happy. We're going to work hard.
Yeah.
Right. So, and it's you're going to go to the nth degree to try and make it work. If the Atlanta Falcons select you and you've been a fan all your life of the Atlanta Falcons, and you then get drafted for the team that you love, that goes to another level. That's why I'm happy. That's how I love the fact that this connection with the Georgia Bulldogs and Georgia Tech, the fact that they finally, the Atlanta Falcons have finally worked out what they have in their backyard and elite prospects. You know what I mean? That's what excites me. It's fine. The light has finally come on in Flowery Branch.
Right.
And please forgive me, y'all. My I don't know what's going on with my StreamYard, so I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put you all on blast like that. So
No, you're all
Maggie,
good. So what I've
Maggie,
done too, I came back
all-
in from the back
all
and
of us
went
that use
audio
StreamYard
only.
is like this.
Like
Everybody
this is
that
why
uses
Brother
StreamYard,
Cowboy, Brother Emmanuel, and I are
it's
talking about
terrible.
getting over to
I
Riverside
don't know what
because
the upgrade is. But lately, because some people come in, they can't hear, they have to come back out. We've been experiencing a lot of those lags lately.
But
So
Maggie, just imagine how many live
people are
drafts
right.
things
You're
at
right.
the moment. So
You're right.
so effectively, there's a chance that the StreamYard is struggling
It's
with the
overloaded.
amount.
and all
Yeah.
of back
I
to
didn't
you
know
guys
that.
because of all the shows that are running. I'm glad and thrilled, and I'll tell you before my internet decides to break up on me again that you chose to spend it here with us. While it's nice and clear, I'm going to get that out there. So even if I should fall away, I'll get myself back on here as soon as I can. But all love, guys, and as I say, in for a long night. And while I've got the floor, I did have a look at D tackle for you, and I've got 3 guys here. So who's looking nice to me still? If you can't get Xavier Harris, I'm thinking either Rayshon Benny from Michigan, Bryson Eason from Tennessee, Dante Corleone from Cincinnati. So there are still a couple of not too bad prospects defensive tackle wise.
And bearing in mind as well, we've still got 3 more picks because we traded back. You know what I mean? So we still have 3 more picks. So again, if I'm Ian Cunningham, I'm making sure nobody's phoning me. I'm making sure my phone's free because I'm taking any trade I can. And again, just load up as many picks as you can get. And again, just I honestly believe that the next 3 picks, if that's all we've got, it's just going to be trench guys. Just trench guys. It's going to be D tackle. It'll be either a guard, a centre. It'll be offensive tackle. It's going to be one of them. But what I would say is, and I've seen a lot of this on X, the amount of people that said, we said we were going to strengthen the trenches and we went for a wide receiver and a cornerback. Well, we go for, again, Ian Cunningham's come out and said he's going to be best player available. He's not going to be best player available at the position that we need. He's best player available. So he's not doing anything we're not expecting him to do.
What I would say when you say best player available, Des, that's 2 different questions. Like if someone goes to me, who's the best player available, and I went, well, I would retort with what are you asking? Are you asking objectively or subjectively? Because I can tell you who the best player on the board left is, or I can tell you who the best fit for your team or my team would be. As you said earlier, Des, it's 2 completely different questions. You know what I'm saying? So,
I don't think Ian Cunningham is drafting best player available. I think he's going for fit. We passed on a few players rather that were best player available, but he's going for fit. Hence the reason why we just chose this linebacker here. I mean, you're a hybrid guy. You talking about having 2 guys that can play. I mean, he can even go play special teams if you need him to. But you talk about having a guy like Jalen Walker on the other side, that plays just as well, if not better than Jalen Walker in coverage. So I mean, I'm thinking he's going for fit and development into the future. Because I don't think he's going to say, he wants to be competitive in 2026, but 2027 is going to be Ian Cunningham's year. That's when he's going to show his masterpiece because he's going to have a lot to work with.
That's fair. And with this new linebacker, if he does play off Emmanuel, what you could also do is, I feel like a lot of people are sleeping on the fact that we got Azeez Ojulari. But his skill is as a pass rusher. But if you've got someone with that 6'5" length to get up after the pass, then you can allow Azeez to just get after the passer. So I like what you're saying. And again, it just brings us back to rotation flexibility. If we do okay with these last 3 or possibly more picks, like we should be in a good spot. I think so.
I think he's going to win that. I think Ian is going to win that undrafted free agent class. I think he's going to win. I think that's what he's waiting on too, as far as because a lot of these defensive tackles are actually going to fall into that category. A lot of the offensive linemen that are still available, they're going to fall into that category going undrafted. and we can win. We can actually win that part.
Yeah. Guys, I think it was maybe the yard because things are running a lot smoother for me now. I hope I'm coming through clear to you guys. It's a lot better than it was earlier on in the show. We're going to experience some drop-offs, as we say. We're up against every other show that's live, including the big boys, but we're going to keep grinding it out. Night's only just getting started, so we appreciate you all in the chat for sticking with us. As I say, guys on the panel, I know there's a lot of shows on, so if you want to float, you're welcome to do so, but Des and I are going to hold up things here. I know Maggie's on mute, so if she can hear me, I know she's got her watch party, which before you go, Miss Lady, we would like you to kind of shout that out to us. Just let us know where the guys can find
if
you.
I want to take a nap before this watch party, but it's like we got other picks, so it's like
you don't have to watch Massix anymore. I think we've got it to a level now where we're gonna ride or die with it. I think at this point.
Okay, if anybody can drop me the picks, I'm gonna try to get a little nap in. But as far as you got that flyer in the queue,
yeah, it's the last. It should be the last shot on Media Assist.
Okay. So basically, what I'm doing is I've partnered with Urban Pie. That is the Atlanta Falcons Nation's newest location for our watch parties. She's getting ready to try to make that our Falcons spot because right now she said there's a lot of Steelers in the area. So we need to take over. Now this particular flyer here, now they're having like a queer takeover, for tonight. And I decided, hey, you're not playing the games there, so why not have us have the games on? So now it's open to everybody. Of course, if you're okay with that community, it's open for all. It's not just, it's they'll be there partying, but it's also open for the public to come in and watch. But in the future, I will be hosting quite a bit. KB Sports, I think is the name of it. Shout out to them, that radio station. They're going to be taking over the Urban Pie for all the Dream games, and I'm trying to squeeze up in there and take over for all Georgia games too. So even if I'm not there, if you're looking to do something, it's the Urban Pie in Kirkwood. They'll be broadcasting all the games, especially doing FIFA. It's finna get big, so if y'all really looking for somewhere to go, but tonight this is the Urban Pie takeover party, hosted by myself, and then and it's gonna be a lot of people in the building tonight. If you want to come party, have some good pizza. I just had some. Their hash browns, their tater tots are amazing. Their wings are amazing, and they got some great strong drinks. Come on out and have a good time and meet me. Like I said, it's now this is a queer takeover, but if you're okay with that community, come on through. It's like, love is love. Everybody loves everybody. So we can all party.
And it is what you make it.
Well, you know how it is on SF Sports and AFNI. We've always made it clear that unless we're creating you as a character for our fantasy franchise, we don't care what colour or tone your skin is. And as it pertains to the queer community, all I would say, and I feel like I can speak for you too, Des, mate, is we don't mind personally if you want to pull on your rainbows for Pride Week, so long as you pull on your red and black on a Sunday, it's fine with us.
We do not discriminate. We do not discriminate unless you're an Aints fan or a Mets fan.
You're only ever going to get me in black and gold if it's Clyde Valley, brother. I ain't never putting on that fleur-de-lis.
If you've got that fleur-de-lis on, you can go one. You can go and do one. That's all I'm going to say. So,
and I'm going to say this because Maggie is getting into her. Of course, I've been doing event planning and hosting for the Falcons and things like that, but I'm getting into my entertainment side of things. My whole goal is to also maybe get to some media passes and things like that, so I can kind of get in there and interview people. That's what I'm working on. But of course, a lot of people don't know I am in the queer community, and it's a lot of queer women that's out there and say, hey, there's not a safe place where I can go and watch, games, especially in the WNBA. Y'all know that. So we got the new volleyball team and everything else. So I'm growing. They got a group called Black Lesbians of Atlanta, where they're major in the industry, and they're partnering with me to host a lot of queer events around the city. Just because, of course, just no offense, of course, we don't have a lot of African-American representation in the queer community in Atlanta, surprisingly, even though this is the Mecca. We don't have a lot of that, especially women and it's all women. It doesn't have to be queer women. All women in sports. That's a huge deal right now, especially with Angel Reese going to the Dream. It's getting ready to bring a lot of money to Atlanta, and then FIFA is going to slide up in this thing. We got the Super Bowl coming up in a couple of years. Atlanta is developing to be the place to be, So get on board, people. Take advantage of this. Throw your watch party.
Not to mention
Get
too,
the
Maggie,
money.
y'all
That's
got
how I look at it.
the upcoming NHL franchise expansion as well, so there may be some ice hockey coming
Yeah,
soon.
I'm hoping that if that happens, I'm thinking about being a season ticket holder, and I'm probably gonna end up doing a whole channel of just talking about Atlanta hockey.
Sounds like a plan, brother.
I mean, I got
shout
to
out
say,
to the Don. It's great to have you on. Sorry, Des.
well,
on
I'm
you
going
go.
to say, I got to say,
I told you I was gonna come on for a little bit, man. So,
Hell yeah.
what y'all think
Appreciate
about
you,
the kid
brother.
from Oklahoma?
Oh shit! I was wondering. My bad. I was wondering who that was talking. What's up, Don? Hey, look. I'm hearing a different voice. I'm like, who in the world is that? And I looked at the very bottom down there.
We got the dulcet tones of Mr. Michigan in the building.
And before he gets into it, if anybody got like a TV in the background, I think it's a little loud.
Me? Is it me?
It might be.
It
I
might
just
be
hear a
you,
lot
Des.
of.
Try knock it down a bit, bro.
I'll put that down. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. Well, go ahead, Dunn.
Yeah.
What's going on? How you doing, Dunn?
I'm good. I'm just right now just processing everything we've done so far, and I look like we're having a solid draft. I know, a lot of people. We pretty much appeased everybody in the fan base. We got somebody from Atlanta, and Terrell's little brother, and then we also got Zachariah from Georgia. So that also take care of the Georgia fan base. This kid from Oklahoma, I really liked. Because this also helps our run defense out a lot. This guy had a lot of tackles for loss behind the line of scrimmage, and this is something that the Falcons really needed with our run defense, because our run defense was really good because we didn't really have the linebackers that can actually shoot the gaps and make plays like that. So bringing him in is going to help. And all I want y'all to do, just watch the Oklahoma game against Michigan. We can do, normally we are a run team. We can run on any team, but that day we played against Oklahoma in Norman, we could do nothing, and that kid gave us hell the entire game. Like Justice Hayes could not do anything that day.
Justice Hayes was suspect as a running back anyway, so you ain't gonna do nothing with him anyway.
He's not suspect as a running back. He was actually
look.
No, we're not gonna do that because my thing is, Justin Hayes, he was actually up for the Heisman before he got hurt.
At Michigan, he was. At Bama, which was crazy, when he actually had a good line, he didn't do much. Y'all actually put him in that stratosphere. I will give you that.
Yeah, that was I thought surely if he can get it done in Michigan, he's going to smash it.
Tony Alford is one of the best running back coaches in the country right now. And Michigan line, we were young, but our line wasn't horrible. You just had a true 18-year-old freshman, Bryce Underwood. He wasn't developed yet. That we threw him out there in the fire. And looking at that spring game, Tommy Carr looked way better than Bryce. I'm not saying that Bryce should sit, but it will be a long summer for Bryce if he don't get it together. That's all I'm gonna say.
I agreed on, and that was one thing I noticed when we played y'all. I was like, their line is good, but it's green. And I feel like that was one of the ways we exploited you when we came to town for that bowl game. But I think you guys you're one of those guys who are one of those teams that's sort of on the short list where you're always around or about the playoff picture. So you're just a couple of good recruits away. But with that being said, I feel like, as I say, we are right on that short list too. All we need to do is handle Georgia, as you know, that's no secret.
That's the same thing with Texas too. Texas, the boys just got to grow up. Y'all just need another season to just work that summer, and come back in the fall. And I already have Texas written in the playoffs for this year coming up. So I don't. The floor for Michigan it'd be 11-12. Not the floor, the ceiling would be 11-12. But the floor is going to be probably just beating Ohio State. I feel like we have a good chance of beating Ohio State again this year. They lost a lot of talent in the draft.
Yeah, a lot of talent.
I still say the most dangerous thing is this, and I said this before you got in here, Don. Anything Brett Venables touches defensively, going back to his days as an assistant at Oklahoma, you had Tommy Harris that showed out for the Chicago Bears back in the day. Then when you look at him going to Clemson, you get Grady Jarrett to come up out of his system because that was one of his guys. You know, unfortunately, we had Vic Beasley, who was a flash in the pans for 1 year. Y'all can't argue that because that was just 1 year.
Yeah. I always fight back against the Vic Beasley.
We took him over Todd Gurley that year, and the Rams ran Gurley into the ground, unfortunately.
Yeah,
and we took him. I hated that we took Gurley after they literally ran him into the ground, because when you got a guy that was that talented and that explosive, you at least let that knee get right. You don't let that knee, you don't run him down like that, which they did. And we always, for some reason, and I like the fact that now Ian is not getting old guys who can't play or at the end of their rope. We're not passing out Social Security checks no more. That's just what it is.
And again, that was TD and Terry Fontenot. What I would say on the Vic Beasley, I think we went into edge hell as soon as we get rid of him in 2019. The fact that the fact that he had 8 sacks in 2019, and it took literally another 7 years before we had another edge that got 8 sacks, effectively showed that I think we were at a point then where that just wasn't enough for us. We then had to get through the pain of having bad edge play. And every year after that, I always look and say, if we had Vic Beasley given us 8 sacks every year, that would have been great. So I always fight back against the Vic Beasley hatred. You know what I mean? 2016, he was elite, and he helped get us to the Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
My concern was it a 1 year? Was it a 1 year wonder type deal?
But here's the question.
In his defense, I'm gonna be straight up honest with you. When we lost Richard Smith as our defensive coordinator, that right there was that doomed Vic, because Richard Smith knew how to use Vic Beasley. Dan Quinn did not know how to use Vic Beasley.
That's fair.
Like Richard Smith, he was, this man developed pass rushers. Look at his time in Denver. Look at the times where he was before that. Like, he knows how to develop guys and put guys in the best spot to succeed. So I'm not a huge Vic Beasley hater. Now, yes, and I get it. A lot of people wanted Todd Gurley at the time, but you got to look at where the Falcons was going into that 2015 season. We just hired Dan Quinn as our head coach. Our defense was I think dead last in the league that year. Devontae Freeman. Remember, he showed flashes under Mike Smith that season, but we just didn't use Devontae as much because Dirk Cutter don't like the run game.
Yeah.
So, Don, but this is something you forgot that you literally said it, but you just forgot it. Here's the thing. You mentioned Devontae. I get that. Now you're talking about Dan Quinn, who came from Seattle, who is a defensive guru, who had a Cliff Averill on that team that was a monster as an edge rusher. And he was one of the ones who developed them. So I can't sit back and say that he didn't, because our defense really didn't even take a significant step forward in 2016, because we were ranked 28th that year. And by the time the season ended, we were 24th. The offense carried us. Now, the next year, they were top 10. I will give them that. But if you want to talk about it, let's be honest. The reason why Vic Beasley ate on that defensive line is not because of that coach. You had Dwight Freeney on the other side demanding double teams. Even at that point in his career, Freeney was a guy that could take over a game still. So that made it easier for him to eat.
I wasn't finished.
Don't talk about that, though.
Yeah, I wasn't finished talking, though. I was going to get to that, and I was also going to get to Rashid Heyman and Babineau, too. Those guys actually helped Vic Beasley. It also helped guys like Deion Jones, the rookie at that time. Yes, and what's the other guy? Claiborne, too.
Claiborne,
so it helped those guys. But again, with Richard Smith, he that core of guys in 2015 to 2016, those were his guys. He chose those guys. Now, when he got fired after that 2016 season, what happened to our D line? She came and was gone. Babineau, I think he retired. We brought in the Tari Poe, but he was on a 1 year deal.
1 year deal.
We brought in Ruben. Ruben was on a 1 year deal, and they didn't even bring him back. When they didn't bring back Poe or Ruben, I already knew our run defense was going to be horrible. And our defense, it was top 10 as far as points allowed, but as far as yards, we gave up a lot of yards in 2017. A lot of yards.
Just
So,
to quickly swing things back, boys, to the
don't
draft
break.
before we continue. That's another couple of really, really good defensive backs off the board in the last 2 picks. Detroit go with Keith Abney, the second corner out of Arizona State. Michael Taffy from the Texas Longhorns is going to the Miami Dolphins as well, the safety there. So another couple of nice pass defenders off the board. No big talk in terms of D tackle other than DeMonte Capehart from Clemson is going to the Bucks.
Yeah, Hafley's doing a good job building that Miami defense. Taffy's another good safety I like.
I mean, so going back to history, because we've got the historian and the Don here. Where I think the biggest mistake we made, and it probably looked right at the time, but I think obviously Kyle Shanahan was always going to go at the end of 2016, and we brought in Steve Sarkisian, and effectively Steve Sarkisian, because Steve Sarkisian wasn't and didn't have the offense like Kyle Shanahan. He literally the guy get persecuted for 2 seasons, and then Dan Quinn finally let him go at the end of 2018. Now, not only do we get rid of a guy who I think if we'd have gave him another year, I think the offense would have improved. We then brought in the dinosaur Dirk Cotter. You know what I mean? And effectively, it was probably one of the worst offenses I can remember watching with the Falcons. That's where I think it went. That all went wrong with Dan Quinn, and why eventually he ended up getting fired. That one decision that he effectively couldn't take the pressure that was coming from the media. Because of the statistics of the offense for Steve Sarkisian, he then didn't back his man and allowed and fired him at the end of 2018, and then it was just all downhill from there. I also made a point in one of the shows a good few months ago that effectively I used to say it's the upside down world of the Atlanta Falcons. We effectively bring in a defensive coach, and the defense is bad. We then fire the defensive coach, and we bring in an offensive coach in Arthur Smith, and the offense was bad. We then bring in Raheem Morris, a defensive coach, and the defense was bad for a good few years. You know what I mean? Effectively, it's the upside down world of the Atlanta Falcons.
And for all the people that, as you say, this is something we've been saying in the show probably since the beginning. But to the Matt Ryan haters of the world, it's like you forget that the man never had a defense ranked above 15th, 16th in the league in his entire tenure, and still managed to pretty much get into Dan Marino-esque numbers. One Super Bowl loss, just like obviously Dan the man as well. So, I mean, what are we really talking about here? You try to tell me he's not going to get a gold blazer? Because I feel like you'd be mistaken. But that's just my take on it.
Yeah, it's like I said, man. Coaching has been an issue with the Falcons. You really can't blame too much with the draft, because I think we drafted solid players. It's just, again, coaches got to know how to develop these guys and put these guys in the best situation to succeed. Not only that, but again, part of it, like I said, I can't blame too much of the front office. The front office did have some blame. Y'all already know I don't like Rich McKay, and I definitely didn't like Thomas Dimitroff at that time. And I really think Terry tried to do a good job. He really tried. He tried it. But again, you know, when you got somebody above you, then Rich McKay is like, sometimes you can be sabotaged by your superior. So
I get you.
I think right now, man, with Matt and Ian running the show now, I think we're gonna move in the right direction. Now, do I think all these guys that we drafting this weekend are gonna make an impact to make us in the playoffs? Not so much. You know, again, coaching gonna have to take place and development as well. So these
Well,
are
one
pieces
thing
that
for
we just
sure.
got to plug on our team because, again, we knew our wide receiver core looked like coming into this draft. We still don't know the future of Drake London and defense. I think our front seven is gonna be straight. It's just the DBs. You know,
Yeah.
we didn't bring back D offer. That was a huge loss for us. A lot of people don't understand. D offer left a huge hole in our cornerback room.
Yeah.
So bringing in Terrell's brother, that helps. Not only it helps us, you know, put somebody on the outside, you know, opposed to AJ, but AJ's contract's gonna come up, and the negotiations is gonna come up next season in 27 because his contract runs to 28. So I already know by next year they're gonna try to negotiate his contract, and having his brother here, he could take a hometown deal.
You would like to think so. I feel like
I think if you got your little
he's
brother here,
embraced the
man,
culture
you
to a
go.
level as well, Don. I feel like it's not just, well, the brotherhood has a hell of a lot to do with it, yeah, but I feel like AJ knows that he's one of the guys, and I feel like we proved that with the 4 guys that we kind of marketed the uniforms through. You know where I'm going with this. We know who our dogs are. And obviously, I feel like he's embraced that culture too. So I feel like he has every reason to stay and take that team-friendly deal, as you say. So I hope he does, because 150 million, as much as it sounds phenomenal, and it is to an extent, we have some pretty big contracts to be talking about pretty soon.
Exactly. But check this out though. People don't understand the word vision has been thrown around a lot with the Falcons. And remember the Matt Ryan speech that he took when he you know was surprised that he was going to be inducted in the Ring of Honor. What it means to be an Atlanta Falcon. Look, this team, we're not picking or signing anybody or drafting anybody that don't want to be here. We want people who wants to be here. Look at the Terrell brothers. They grew up Falcons fans.
Yeah.
All right. Zachariah Branch, he transferred to Georgia from USC. And you can tell that he want to stay in the state that he went to college at. So again, it goes to show you that the vision of this team, man, we not finna just be reaching for people or throwing parking the Brinks truck outside people's houses. No, it's about, do you really love to play for this team? Do you want to wear that red and black on Sundays or Monday nights or Thursday nights or whatever the hell what day of the week we playing in the fall?
Yeah. And I feel like that's what's made our show so attractive to you guys in the States as well, is that, like, I'm just a little white boy in Scotland, but my dream would have been, if I was good enough at catching that pigskin, to have made it all the way. And if I was drafted and I got that call and heard that, like, assuming everything went the video game route, to have heard the Falcons select Will Waddle, I think I would lose it, like, to be honest. And that's just coming from me. So to have grown up in the state, right on obviously the cusp of the city, to have transferred back in obviously Branch's case, like, it speaks more to obviously Ian and Matt's ethos going into this draft cycle as well, because it's like they know who these guys are, and obviously even with the NFC South trying to stir the pot, if you will, it ain't worrying me too much. It stings, but I'm not too concerned, really.
And again, I made that point earlier on, the fact that if any of us here were effectively had a chance to go to the NFL and be in the NFL draft, if each one of us were drafted by the Cincinnati Bengals, yeah, we're going to play hard because we're wanting to be successful. But if if the team that you supported as a boy, and you then get a chance to play for that team, you just go. It just takes you to a different level. That's the way I see it. It just takes you to a different level. You're a fan. You know the fans. You're looking in the stadium. You're looking in the crowd, and you're seeing people you know. That just makes you play just a wee bit more.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to pass things over to my right hand man, quite literally by position as well. How are you feeling about it, Cowboy?
As far as coaching, as far as you talking about, as far as coaching.
Yeah, as far as how you feel about like where we've been now that we seem to finally be at a point where we know, obviously through the draft, develop, retain ethos and things of that nature, but also the picks that we're making, that we're building a culture here. And obviously I want to see how you feel about that, because I know you're all about the yourself as well, brother.
Yeah, I think there's a strategic plan coming in from Ian Cunningham, and you know, a lot of us had plans about stuff how this draft should go, right? But I think Ian is playing like that 2-year plan window.
So we
starting in 2026,
Kansas City just drafted Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska,
and then and putting all that together, and then
sorry, I'm watching the screen because these picks coming in real quick.
You got it done.
One key thing that Ian Cunningham has done.
Sorry, Emmanuel. Sorry. On you go, brother.
You all right? Oh, you good. You good. I was just saying, like, as these picks going off the screen real quick, I was just paying attention to who Kansas City just drafted.
You've got Emmett Johnson, running back out in Nebraska. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting pick right there. Because Emmett Johnson, out of a lot of these running backs, he can actually catch out of the backfield.
Yeah. He's an interesting sort of archetype. Big hands, basically all American shout-outs as well. So he's definitely a good piece to have. When you're talking running back, I feel like it wasn't one of the deeper classes that we've seen over the last little bit of time outside of the guys out in Notre Dame. But yeah, with that being said, just going back to coaching there. Sorry, Manuel, you were saying, brother.
Oh, we are good. We are good. Yeah, that's the one key thing that's got put in place for this next season is the coaching staff. And one thing for certain, you're not going to have to tell this coaching staff that our players need to be developed, right? Well, what we saw last season, even in the in minicamp, we saw a lot of coaches doing the hands-off type thing. Nobody was like really engaging with these players, correcting their mistakes, you know. And we as fans, we see what's going on, and the fact that we see it, and then the coaches don't do anything about it. You have to wonder, like, okay, are they doing something besides what they're showing us in minicamp? And that transpired onto the field, right? You saw the mistakes being made. You saw people crashing out. You saw the chemistry that was supposed to be there that wasn't there. You saw the coaching staff making decisions that's like got everybody's like baffled, right? So this coaching staff here, they're very experienced. They know what they're doing, and they're proven coaches. So it's not like somebody's coming in on their first year, you know, trying to win a coaching contract, right? So everybody here knows what they're doing. They know what it takes to develop players, because they've done it in the past. So that's what I'm looking for, seeing how they get these players, like the ones we're bringing in now, how fast they get these players developed and get them on the field. And like I was saying earlier, even the ones that we re-signed, the Joshua Simon, the Nathan Carter, the player that we re-signed, we're going to actually see what these guys have. We're going to see what how they can contribute to the future. Otherwise, man, I think this coaching staff here, I'm all in on it. I mean, it's a proven coaching staff, so I'm ready. I'm ready to see what they can do.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I had my doubts. As I say, we like to keep it a buck here. But they've convinced me I'm 95% sold now. I trust the process. I understand kind of where they're going in a lot of ways. So I feel like we're in a good position. It just depends, obviously, where we go with these next few picks. And as I say, like it's such a busy night for all of us here in the A that we appreciate everyone for tuning in, because at the moment we're standing at almost 60. And as I say, more DBs flying off the board. So a lot of people are thinking of returning, obviously, to fundamentals. They know how important the DB position is going to be for this season as well, because everybody's already stacking up on receivers as well. So yeah.
Yeah. One of the guys that I spotlighted for the player spotlight, Charles Demings out of Stephen F. Austin, just got taken by the Vikings. So when you sit back and look at it, he played the whole season with a separated shoulder this year, by the way.
Wow.
And still balled out. So, his mom actually reposted the video that I made for him or whatnot, the player spotlight. And she made sure she put that out there that, he played with a dislocated shoulder this year. And, he's a 4-3 guy, 4-4, 4-3 guy, very physical and handsy. That was a guy that I had that we could look at in the lower rounds if we didn't take a corner that early. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
That's a great
I've got to say that's a new school for me. That's a new college for me. I've never heard of that.
That's Div 2, Div 1B, I think, isn't it?
Level. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
So you got that's the FCS level.
I'm just going to say something. If you're going to, so when I grew up, the Bionic Man was called Steve Austin. So if you're going to draft somebody out a college, a lower college, you're wanting to take him from Stephen F. Austin State. So, but,
you know what? If you want to talk about another Steve Austin, Des, this profile reads stone cold. 4'4", 140, 42-inch vert and an 11-foot broad jump. This kid looks to be the truth. 6'1" as well. He looks real nice. So fantastic pick there for the Minnesota Vikings.
And historian, would he be a prospect? Do you think? Is he just literally a prospect, or do you think he could start from day one?
So for Demings, I think Demings is gonna probably end up starting off as a number 2 because he's got to learn the system, and I think they're gonna have him starting off on special teams because at the end of the day, you also got to look at the fact that he's still coming back from a shoulder injury, a separated shoulder. So they're going to try to make sure that he's 100% before they put him into the fire. But eventually he will be a starting cornerback. And I think he could possibly be a top cornerback in the country. I mean, in the NFL like he was in the college ranks. But as I said, the school, like I said, I talk about all kinds of schools from different levels. I don't just focus on the big schools. One of my main heartbeats is HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities. So I don't know how familiar you guys
too, and I feel like this is
you guys are with HBCUs or whatnot, but they've been a heartbeat for the NFL since the days that this league has started.
And historian, I'm going to ask, why did he end up going to a lower level college?
A lot of reasons, man. A lot of people have different reasons. You either got grades, you either got guys that get in trouble, or you got guys that might have some injuries early in their career, or you got guys that just get overlooked.
Playing time.
It's many of those reasons, and playing time. And that's the other thing. Some guys want playing time. They don't want to wait.
Exactly.
And
see, that's why it's so important too, not to put the smaller schools on the back pedal, because I mean, you end up with players like a Jerry Rice, players like Shannon Sharp, players like Dennis Rodman, people who went to these like extremely small schools and end up coming into the professional ranks and just balling out. Even becoming Hall of Famers. So that's why, like, even if they come in as an undrafted free agent, right? If they stood out at the smaller schools, you definitely want to give them the opportunity to be able to make a name for themselves. Because you just never know. Sometimes they just take a different stage. Somebody can elevate their game. And a lot of the HBCU guys already come in with a chip on their shoulder because, one, they're not being looked at like the bigger schools are, but they know they are a better talent than some of these guys, right? But they were never given the opportunity. So for them to come into the NFL, they're gonna put in that extra work to get to where they're supposed to be. Hence Jerry Rice.
And that's a good time to not, well, you know, we try not to be too self-indulgent on this channel, but we've got to pat ourselves on the back because we've got the brothers here. So obviously this is the ethos between what Des and I are wanting to focus on with SF Sports, and obviously what Emmanuel and I, along with Mad Mike, are going to be looking at doing with the MWM Sports Fix. As I say, it's hopefully the first of many with yourself, Ryan. So if you want to come and help us out with that, we want to go all the way back to grassroots, high school ball, HBCU, Div 2, Div 3. Have a look at some of these prospects and really talk about ball. From my side, I can also shout out some of the standout prospects from Britball as well, because we got some ballers too. As I say, maybe not on the same level, but I love to show love back home, and it will give you guys a little bit of perspective on how the game's played as well, over on our side of the pond as well. So there's a lot of running because we have inclement weather, so we're not throwing 40-yard bombs very often. But if you like a good run game, then be sure to check out some Britball sometime.
And
Yeah,
I like it. I definitely will. Definitely will, man. And again, like I said, you look at the NFL Hall of Fame and whatnot. You got a ton of HBCU players that are in it. That were some of the best to ever do it.
Yeah, exactly.
And what I would say is, see, coming from this side of the pond, that's probably part of the college scene that we struggle to see. We don't get I don't think we get a chance really to see the historic black colleges. It's I think Jackson State, when Deion Saunders went there, you started to see some games coming into focus over here, but that's probably something that has to change over here, that we actually get to see more of the games from the historic black colleges.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, because I feel like we get just a taste, just a little fix with the MEAC SWAC game during college football playoff season, but it's not enough, because that's usually an absolutely fire game, and you go, I need to go back and look at some of these schools for sure.
So Will, just to make sure you say it correctly, because I don't want nobody to mess with you. It's called MEAC. Make sure you Middle Eastern Atlantic Conference. That's what it's.
Thank you for that, sir. Well, every day's a school day.
I just wanted to make sure you said that, because I know it's some people that probably tune into your show that are alumni of some of those schools that are in the MEAC conference, and they're like, no, it's called the MEAC. So I'm
in that case, if you are listening and you did attend a school in the MEAC, I apologise for the mispronunciation, but to my defence, I've not dropped any Scots Gaelic on you yet, so let's not go down that road. So I apologise, but it's definitely something I need to get into. You're right, brother.
No, you're good. No, it's just that I just know that people take a lot of folks that take a lot of pride in those schools. You get what I'm saying? Because at the time, before we could go to the Power 5 institutions, we weren't wanted at those schools. You get what I'm saying? And so those were the schools that we opened up our own schools. We were independent, and that was how we were able to get higher level education for years. And then, when you talk about athletics or whatnot, the way that you look at the SEC and the Big Ten, that was what the HBCUs were. Right. Before desegregation happened. That is exactly what it was. And you look at it, when they started coming into the league or whatnot, it was a game changer, because the greatest pass rusher in Atlanta Falcons history is not John Abraham. We had him on the show, and he actually talked about it too. And I actually my grandmother was neighbors with him, and I met him, Mr. Claude Humphrey, Tennessee State University. He still has the most sacks in franchise history. Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of people don't know about him, but he's our first Hall of Famer, and he was one of the best to ever do it. Unfortunately,
for the young fans, go back and pull up that film. I can guarantee you won't be disappointed.
And here's the thing, I love me some John Abraham, but when you sit back and you look at it, Mr. Claude Humphrey, that he was a man amongst boys, and Fandemic can tell you that, because Fandemic got to watch him in his prime. I didn't. Yeah. I wasn't born until 87.
Yeah. I mean, let the people know.
Meet him, though.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I literally just put his I haven't put it in there yet. Bought a frame. He signed my barbecue apron. So I gotta put. I'm gonna
Nice.
put it in the frame.
I mean, how more south can you get?
Man,
Exactly.
Did he
I
sign a
didn't
game
have the
ball?
jersey on at the
No,
time.
he signed my barbecue apron.
Yeah.
I mean,
That was not a line I came in expecting tonight. That is brilliant.
He said he didn't know if he was gonna see him again, so he made sure
Yeah.
he signed it. Like,
Yeah, because at the time I was barbecuing. I didn't have my jersey on at the time because I didn't want to get the barbecue smoke in there, and I didn't think about it because I have the chef Atlanta Falcons hat. I do have that, and I didn't think about that, but I could have had him sign that. But the first instinct was my apron, so I got him to sign that thing.
Yeah, I got you with that. Like when I met Jeff Loomis, the guitarist from Nevermore, I went to one of his clinics and all that, and I didn't have anything handy for him to like sign and all that. And I'm like, you know what? I was wearing a denim cut off over leather. I went, you know what? Grab a piece of denim and go.
Yeah, exactly.
I think my famous part was when I went to see the Falcons play the New York Jets. That was at the time when Cordarrelle Patterson was throwing the ball into the crowd.
yeah,
And obviously I got there early and I had the Falcons top on and it was an empty part and he spotted me and he threw it to me. And I went to catch it and it went through my arms and it went down the seat to a guy in front of me. And I was mortified, but luckily he handed me the ball back and I threw it back to Cordarrelle Patterson. So I'm 1 for 1 as a quarterback. so that's my claim to fame, throwing the ball back to Patterson when he used to do that.
that's awesome.
Yeah, so I would say as well, I remember that New York's Jet game and it was quite strange. First time I'd ever seen the Falcons live, and I was standing right at the front. And I could see Matt Ryan getting ready and warming up, and I just my brain just kept on saying that there's Matt Ryan, that's Matt Ryan. I'm looking straight at Matt Ryan. It was just phenomenal. That's other reason, historian, why we started the channel, because we wanted to. The one thing I would say about the fan base, some in the fan base can be a bit down on the Falcons. That can be quite hard on the Falcons, and I mean, I literally, I mean, I bleed red and black. I love the Braves, but my passion is the Falcons, and me and Will wanted to put it out there that what you think of your own team is not necessarily the way some of the fans internationally think about your team. We love your team. We're passionate about team. We would die for a Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
Like, I'll put it this way, Des. I've bumped into 4 fellow NFL fans. I've said in 3 instances to a Bill, a Raider, a Bill, a Steeler, and a Bear. It's always good to see a fellow NFL fan, but it's the wrong team. And I walked by with my gear on today past a Packers fan. I caught him eyeing up the bird, to which I just smiled and said, "Oh yeah, we're coming."
But again, another thing in the UK as well is, see the amount of times that you see somebody with an NFL hat or an NFL jersey on or some sort of NFL merch, and you go up and you say to them, "Oh, are you a Packers fan?" And they'll go, "No. My granny bought me it for my birthday." And it's like, oh, you just want, it doesn't matter who the team is, you just want to have somebody that you can talk NFL about.
Yeah, you're almost apprehensive to fly into X's and O's in case it's someone who is a bit of a layman, like you say, and you're going like, "Oh, Bijan's going to run you guys over," and he's just like, "Who's Bijan?" It's like, okay.
I got a question for you guys. It's he could come in on the international pathway too, I think, and it won't cost us nothing against the roster. You are Bernard. You know the freak, freakishly built athletes with all the muscles.
Was that the rugby player?
Yeah. Yeah. What do y'all think? You think we ought to be able to pull the plug on him and undrafted free agents just to see? And if we do, what position?
Just to
The
see.
guy is he's now look, the guy don't have any NFL experience, organized American football experience, but he has played rugby. And I think rugby is one of those sports like you're made to play football. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
Would you? I mean,
I feel like given how a scrum works, I feel like when you talk about how a rugby scrum works, it's not the same as a line of scrimmage. Right. It's down, pause, set, touch, and then engage. As you see, 7-on-7, bang, and then the ball gets fed in. So a lot of the guys that are in the middle of that line, your hooks, your props, your strong side forwards, those guys, I would think they'd be suited to either nose or guard. They're big thick boys, and they will run your ass over. And no doubt about it.
Yeah, I don't think Ian would entertain it, but I just think that I think he does deserve a shot. I really do.
Certainly a fun thought experiment for sure.
What I would say is that I think that if you watch the way they tackle in rugby, and sometimes how tough it is, there is a potential for the coaching staff to bring in like maybe somebody in America. I'm pretty sure rugby gets played in America. Bring in a rugby coach and see what part of that game that effectively could help you as an NFL franchise, because it's a tough game. It's all about it's all about getting the guy down, tackle. And that's where I think with Matt Ryan coming in and a lot of like new coaching staff, I think they will try and look outside the box, and I don't think there would be an issue with bringing in I'm not talking about effectively bringing him in to coach, but I think there would be a good scenario where you bring in a rugby coach and effectively, if he's American, he'll know American football, and ask his perspective of tackling and what he thinks within the rules you could do to effectively increase tackles or effectively have more efficient tackles. I think that's where you could look at.
It would also help grow worldwide sports solidarity, because you could go further afield for some of these coaching references and clinics. You could bring in some Scots, you could bring in some Irishmen, you could bring in some Aussies or Kiwis or South Africans who are more familiar with playing high level rugby, and they can show you exactly how the game works and what skills could be transferable to the NFL. So it's definitely fun to think about.
What I would do, see if I was a scout, the first thing I think the Atlanta Falcons need to do is they need to create an international scout. And then once they create an international scout, send them to Scandinavia. Because I'll tell you what, the boys in Scandinavia are built just a wee bit different. There's a lot of big boys over there. I mean, they come from the Vikings, so there's a lot of big boys over there. And again, that's where effectively, if you spot a young guy that's maybe in rugby or maybe a similar sport, and you see size, you can then, if you get him early enough, you can then teach him in a way that by the time he gets to an age that there'll be a college waiting there for you, and then you can then bring him in as an international player.
Well, as you say, Northern Europe's a hotbed, not just Scandinavia, but even like talk about your powerlifters. 3 of the most famous powerlifters in the world are Northern Europeans. You've got Thor Bjornsson up in Iceland, and then you've got the Stoltman brothers, Tom and Luke from Scotland. So, I mean, if you're looking for some big, powerful boys, Northern Europe would be a pretty good place to start.
Yeah.
For sure. And just to jump in and swing back a little bit towards this draft, Joe Royer, this sounds like the perfect fit for him. The tight end out of Cincinnati is now a Cleveland Brown.
And he was one of the ones that I was really high on, mate. So
for sure.
he was the guy for Cincy that broke Travis Kelce's reception record. So
Yeah.
to get him at what pick 170 was it?
170.
I mean that is a steal. I think that guy is going to be. I think you're going to hear his name quite a bit, Joe Royer.
I think so too.
I'm going to ask: Is our D tackle still available?
Let me just swing over real quick. He is indeed 6'8", 330.
Yeah, it's plenty of them still available. I was just looking at, and that's why I brought up Bernard, because I just happened to run across his name. I don't think he has a chance. But one guy who I did like was Jordan Vandenberg from Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
6'3", 300 pounds.
I grabbed him in one of my mocks. I think he looks real nice down the board for sure. And I think like I'm going to be a little bit petty here and play some hate ball, and you can take it how you will. But why don't we stick it back to the Aints and get Harold Perkins Jr. out of LSU? If we can. Harold Perkins Jr., the linebacker out of LSU. It's like if you want to start taking Georgia boys, we can play that too.
Okay.
Like call me petty, but
yeah, that's a good pick too. 6'1", 223.
Yeah.
And I get trying to get back to the draft. So the Hatriots, it was on the screen, but it's now disappeared.
Pardon my French here, boys, before you continue, Des, but you must be shitting me. We are in round 5. Dion Burks out of Oklahoma, and where is he? Kevin Coleman Jr. out of Mizzou. The 2 wide receivers are still on the board.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Again, is there so the Aints now? So we've went for the Hatriots to the Aints. So the Hatriots have just drafted Karen Prunty, a defensive back from Wake Forest, and the Aints, I'm just waiting on that coming up. are just about to just once that comes in. And again, it's not congratulations, it's commiserations to whoever it is.
That's okay.
You know,
I feel like Des, you were on point on night 1. I know you like to kind of throw shade at the Aints, but when Jordan Tyson was taken, Des pipes up, "Oh, don't worry, son, I'd 40 manies," and start crying as well.
Aye, because he was on his knees, and I did say commiserations to Tyson for going to the Aints. I will tell you. I mean, I'm not a nasty person. I don't hate people, but the New Orleans Aints, it literally goes back to Sean Hayden.
Yeah,
I hated that man so much. I still hate that man. Honestly, see if Denver Broncos never win another game in my lifetime, I will not be happy. It still won't be enough. I hate that. See the choke, and everything that he done in his Aints career. It should never be forgotten. So just to give you an idea, the Aints have just took Lorenzo Styles Jr., safety out of Ohio State. So again, commiserations, Lorenzo Styles Jr. You're going to the swamp. So
another Ohio State player.
Yeah, exactly. Ohio State, like people are going, the Jets are like A+ for players in. I think Ohio State has to get an A+ for players out. They're going to have to recruit like mad for this coming season because they have lost a lot of bodies.
Yeah,
and again, fair play to the college coaching staff. I mean, it must be a nightmare being a head coach at any college that effectively you're developing these players to walk out the door. I mean, and that's just the way it works. But effectively, it just seems to be every year you're just back to square one again. You know what I mean? And they start afresh and back again. They're at it at the end of at the start of the next season. So
especially when you losing like 11 to 12 players you know, especially if they were 11 and 12 players that were starters. You know, that's definitely like Georgia. Georgia losing a lot of players. Miami losing a lot of players. Indiana, and that's the drawback to winning. You know, to winning the national championship, or either going to the national championship. You know, once you get there, your seniors and probably a few of your juniors are probably gone to the draft. So
I mean, thank you for reminding me, brother, because I know college-wise you rep the Miami Hurricanes. So how do you feel about Ruben Bain to the Bucks?
Oh man, I hated that. I mean, I'm glad he got drafted. I just hated that he went to a division rival. And what I hate even more is he plays on the side that Jake Matthews is on. So Jake Matthews is gonna have his hands. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not saying Jake Matthews can't handle it. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be, you know, he's a veteran.
He's got that old man strength now.
Yeah.
If he gets his hands on you, it's a different ball game.
Yeah,
the Baltimore Ravens have went down to 14, 13 seconds on the pick. 11 seconds, 10 seconds. Have they got the pick in? I think
they've got back to back.
They haven't got it in yet.
They've literally.
It's in. It's in.
They got it in just in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they went to 10 seconds and they put the pick in.
Shame on them.
So I think they forgot they had back to back. They're like, right, we've got the next pick coming. Wait.
So if they're struggling with the first pick, what are they going to be like with the next pick?
Yeah,
may as well get comfy then, boys.
That's probably what took them so long. They were talking about both picks, so hopefully that's what it is. So hopefully the pick 174, they go right through that one.
Yeah, but Pandemic, you get your first pick in, you don't leave it to 10 seconds. You
know?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Do you think there's still wiggle room here in round 6, or do you think we wait until the tail end of the round? Because I mean, we've got 208 and 215 guys, so.
So we're currently at 173, so there's still a lot to do before we get there. But again, the benefit is we went from 5 picks, we've took 3 picks, and we've still got 3 picks. And to be honest, there's still a lot of good players in this draft. So if I'm Ian Cunningham, when it gets to 208, I'm going to see if I can get another maybe 5th or 6th round pick. You know what I mean? And then moving back, you're only moving back a couple of 5 or 6 places anyway. So your next pick after that.
Welcome back, Don, with your amazing blue ass.
Man, look, the internet tripping today.
Oh, you don't have to tell me about it, mate. The first half hour of the show was a comedy of errors for me, but we grinded it out and we got there.
I think you need to understand that StreamYard are probably dealing with a lot of gigabytes just now because everyone in their granny will be on a draft day show. So effectively, I think we're getting a lot of the issues coming from StreamYard because of the amount of traffic that they're probably seeing. So anybody watching, apologies, but again, it's just the nature of the beast that everybody is effectively doing a draft day. Show at the moment, so
but you know what a beast it's been, Des, because as I say, throw it back out to the fans that are watching and listening, and everyone whom I've shared the panels over the last 3 days. We're gonna probably do a big post show tomorrow of some description as well. So as I say, just show all love and support to everyone that you've seen and heard talking over the last few days. As I say, we'll let everyone get the chance to drop their socials so that you can follow them, continue the conversations, all that good stuff. But yeah, just as I say, this is our first year hosting now. Des and I this was obviously going into our second season now after the first season of the show, and we wanted to kind of push out, expand, all that good stuff as well. So we tried to kind of throw open the floor and do something nice to kind of close it out in style, have a bit of a party, and obviously, as we said in the description down below, just kind of offer it out to some of the ATL sports royalty, if you will. So appreciate y'all boys for joining us as always.
And again, the Baltimore Ravens selected Josh Cuevas, tight end from Alabama. they're now on the clock again, and they're down to 1 minute 20 seconds. So I
I'm
think
gonna-
they're having some issues about what way they want to go with this team, to be honest.
Yeah, possibly so. I'm gonna be right back, guys. Just give me 2 minutes. I should be back for just after the picks announced. Bear with me.
Okay, you good, man. Yeah. That's it, man. We got
And again, before that was the Aints taking Lorenzo Styles Jr. safety from Ohio State. So, and again, before that, New England Patriots, Can Prunty, defensive back, Wake Forest. And before that was it was a tight end that I had high hopes for that we could maybe get was Joe Royer from Cincinnati. Now he broke Travis Kelce's reception record for a tight end in a season. So I think at 170, I think the Cleveland. I mean, he's going to the Cleveland Browns, which isn't the best, but I think that's a great pick. And again, the Baltimore Ravens were just waiting their other pick coming in. I think I'm just checking. I think there'll be 208. Our next pick's 208. Just checking on the Falcons picks. So let me just see. Well, I don't think so. We're in the 5th round, so I don't think we'll get anything in the 5th round. If I can just see.
No fifths. We have 208, 215, and I think 231 in round 7.
There we go. Thanks, Will. Appreciate that, bro.
Very welcome, brother.
And again, what does everybody think? So where do you think we're going to go with the 208 pick? I'm hoping for a nose. But what does everybody else think?
I think you're right.
We need a
It's got to be
nose.
nose.
You said we need a nose.
Yeah.
What else? We got 3 6-round draft picks. One of those picks got to be a nose tackle.
Yeah.
You got to get somebody, and I'm not saying just get anybody, but we need somebody that's gonna fit this team. So I say nose tackle, like nose, swing tackle, and I'm gonna say go at a corner, another corner, and hopefully this corner can also play special teams, return kicks.
Right. I'm just going to check. So obviously, I've been keeping an eye on Xavier Harris out of Mississippi, the defensive D tackle. I've just put into AI why Xavier Harris is falling.
Mm-hmm.
And it's come up with some info. So it says the fall of Ole Miss defensive lineman Xavier Harris during the 2026 NFL draft cycle is primarily attributed to the combination of medical concerns, significant off-field red flags, and technical boom or bust traits. While his physical tools are elite, several factors have caused teams to pause. So post-combine surgery, Harris underwent foot surgery shortly after the NFL scouting combine. For a 330-pound interior lineman, foot injuries are a major red flag for scouts as they can linger and affect the get-off explosiveness that is central to his game. This prevented him from completing full athletic testing, leaving teams with incomplete data on his recovery and long-term mobility. So effectively, we're starting to see why he's fallen. But what I would say is that if he's that size, you don't really need him to be that explosive. You just need him to stand in the middle of the field and stop the run.
I guess so. If you are off him, though, Des, as I say, shout out to the 3 guys I mentioned earlier. But can you check your output, guys, just for the feedback? I go back to the guys I mentioned earlier. Then you'd be looking at Rayshon Benny from Michigan, Bryson Easton, Tennessee, Dante Corleone from Cincy. as Manuel said earlier, on Jordan Vanderberg out of Tech. He's a good prospect as well. After that, you start to get into guys where I don't feel like there's a lot of upside. Probably the last guy I would shout out by name would be Skylar Gilhoward out of Texas Tech. But again, he's on the smaller side, so he's probably going to be more of a 3 than a true 1. So yeah, if you're talking about ones, it would be the guys I mentioned earlier for me.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
But one thing I would say is that I am not against going back in at wide receiver. I'm telling you now, if Kevin Coleman Jr. falls to 208 and we don't take him, that would be madness.
Yeah.
And again, go back to the draft.
Take a
So
look at this.
Baltimore's second pick at 174 was Adam Randall, running back out of Clemson. The Raiders have just picked as well at 175, and they've picked Hezekiah Masses, a cornerback out of California.
I feel like he was an under the radar guy. Not a lot of people were singing his praises very highly, but I feel like upside wise, he's definitely one to watch as well. That's a decent pick for where he's at. That's a great pick.
What I would say is that if we're thinking the possibility that Ian Cunningham could draft back, so effectively the last 1, 2, 3, 4 picks have been drafts at some point. Not tonight, but they've been historic drafts. So they've been historic picks. The Chiefs are now on the clock, so we're just waiting their pick coming in.
Yep.
Again, what I would say is that if you go into the seventh round and Xavier Harris is sitting there when he was a potential second or third round pick, are you taking the gamble on him?
I probably would. We've got enough bodies around about him with the Jalen Walkers, the James Pierce Juniors when he returns, the Aziz Ojalaris, the Laqueo Londons of the world, where I feel like, not to mention Cam Thomas as well. So, yeah, at this point, I probably would. I don't see a lot of other names in that defensive tackle list that are giving me huge pause for thought against Xavier Harris. But yeah, as I say, it's risk reward. But for that 7, I'm considering it if he's still there, because I feel like if the guys I've got my eye on specifically right now, Kevin Coleman Jr., I want to see where he ends up, and also there was a linebacker I've got of course, Harold Perkins Jr. Shout out to Don's Michigan Wolverines. I'm intrigued by Rayshon Benny. I like him a lot. So yeah, what I might do is pass that down to you, Don. What can you tell us about Rayshon Benny if we were to take him? What kind of upside are we getting with a player of his caliber, of his ilk?
I'm not a big fan of Benny.
Okay.
The guy, to me, man, our front 7 has always been good, man.
Yeah, you're one of those schools like we saw the emergence of Texas A&M and Texas Tech in terms of front 7s, but Michigan's always really been one of those schools, I feel.
Yeah, you got some. We already got Rashad Benny already on the team, and Dorless.
That's fair.
Like he's Benny. I would play him at 3 tech.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, like he is just we had talent all around him at Michigan, so I wouldn't necessarily, I wouldn't necessarily say I'll be mad at getting him, because whoever gets him at this point, he's just going to be a rotational guy anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm like I said, he's a great guy, very physical. Somebody who you really need in run stopping situations. He can get to the quarterback, but to me, he's better off at run defense.
Yeah.
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 That's fair
But for me, he's just a little bit undersized for that middle. I know he's that's where he's been playing, but at 298, I mean, I like my guy that big nasty in the middle. I think he needs to be about 315 or bigger. I mean,
Yeah,
and
even
if
if
you any smaller than that, you got to have like, I mean, tremendous ability of shedding blocks, and handling that nose guard. I mean, offensive guard and center. But
Yeah. And
I
that's what
like
puts me
him to be
off
bigger.
Zane Durant as well. If you've looked into him, the kid out of Penn State, I feel like he's far too undersized. His length is average at best. There's not a lot more room on his frame to add more mass either. And that's why I don't mention Zane. I'm sure he's going to be a decent sort of rotational pick for someone, but I don't think it's going to be in Atlanta. As you say, we need someone with a bit more mass than that.
Yeah. Like on a college level, that's fine. I mean, because a lot of those centers are sitting right around his weight anyway.
Yeah.
But once you get on this side of the playing field, man, them guys get up. Those centers get up the size, and they are a smaller side. They are tremendously strong, and you either got to come with the weight or come with the strength.
Yeah, for sure.
Kansas City's just put in their draft pick 176. Actually, a player that we looked at, Cyrus Allen, wide receiver out of Cincinnati. I think that's
a good pick.
That's a good pick for them.
Yeah.
Good pick. So, it's Miami's currently on the clock at the moment. So, but again, there's still. I'm having a look at some of the draft prospects that are still available. There's still some decent players available.
Just to go back to Cyrus Allen, though, I feel like KC is going to use him to his fullest. He's very fluid. His route running is so crisp. Again, I feel like one of the major points is that his height starts 5. He's only 5'11", but you know how I feel about that one. He's one of these guys that uses tempo to set his routes. He's a natural separation creator as well. So a lot of good things there. So shout out to the Chiefs. You got yourselves a good one there at 176. There we go. I spoke too soon. Kevin Coleman Jr. is a Miami Dolphin.
There you go. Well done, mate.
I knew it was coming soon.
To be honest, I don't think we were going to double dip at wide receiver anyway, mate. I mean, just look at some of the players you've got. Obviously, Xavier Harris, D tackle, Mississippi. You've got Brian Parker II, which is a centre out of Duke. Again, who's saying that Ryan Nuzzel's going to be effectively our centre long term? You've got Anise Cooper, guard out of Miami.
Great shout, Des. Actually, if we're talking IOL, I wonder if this kid I liked out of BC's still there. Offensive guard, Boston College, Logan Taylor. There he is. 6'7", 319 pounds. He's primarily a right guard, but he's also taken 211 snaps as a left tackle, so he's flexible. And although he doesn't have the biggest punch and not a huge amount of core strength either for that size, he's got fantastic hand placement. So if he can get that leverage as a guard, he's got good guys sort of either side to kind of bounce off of as well. So I think for the position that we're in, Logan Taylor's one that's worth a look as well, if you're talking about guard. And you've also got DJ Campbell out of Texas, and then Micah Morris as well out of UGA. A little bit bigger if you're wanting one of those kind of oversized guards. He's walking around at maybe 335, 6'5" or so. So there's a few options at IOL as well, mate.
You can also look at Demetrius Crossnover, offensive tackle out of Texas A&M. He's effectively classed as the highest graded offensive tackle at the moment in the draft. So again, there's still plenty. I think there's still plenty of trench guys. Again, you've got Alex Harvey, guard out of Oregon. Diego Pounds, offensive tackle out of Mississippi. Enrique Cruz, offensive tackle out of Kansas. A name that I'm pretty sure I looked at, Brandon Cleveland, defensive tackle out of NC State. Then if we're going to go running back, you've got Demond. I think he's missed the S on that. That should be Desmond.
Yeah.
Demond Claiborne, running back out of Wake Forest. One, I'm just trying to think what I would say is Malik Benson, wide receiver out of Oregon. Again, he's a decent player as well. So again, there's plenty of Deion Burks, a wide receiver, Oklahoma. So again, there's still plenty of talent in this draft.
And I know Don's not a big fan of he's got no love for those Iowa Hawkeyes, but if you want to double down and bring in another corner as well for competition, you've also got TJ Hall as well out of Iowa.
Yeah, I like TJ. Look, I don't have any issues with other teams like in that big. I'm not, I just don't like Ohio State.
That's fair. Like that's I feel that's kind of universal. If you're not a fan, you're a hater.
And most of the players from Ohio State, they normally don't pan out in the NFL to begin with.
Yeah, that's fair. This year could be different. I mean, just by sake of getting so many in, surely some of them will pan out. You would think. you would hope.
Yeah. I like that kid, Dante Corleone. I like him too. Defensive tackle.
The kid from Cincy, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I like him too.
Yeah. This is still the fun. Here we are, day 3. We've been doing shows now for what? I think we're like 8 hours or so deep, maybe 9 hours deep into the draft content, and here we are still having fun. We still don't know what's going to happen. I love the draft. I really do.
And again, there's another name that was touted as going a wee bit earlier, which was Garrett Nussmeier, quarterback out of LSU. So again, just to let you know, Philadelphia Eagles have just put their pick in, and they have took quarterback Cole Payton out of North Dakota State. So the Philadelphia Eagles have took a quarterback at 178.
Wait a minute, over Nussmeier?
I thought they'd take
over Nussmeier.
Over Nussmeier?
So I was literally looking at Garrett Nussmeier still available, and Philadelphia Eagles have took Cole Payton out in North Dakota State. So that is a bit
and Cole Payton was way down. He was way down on the list.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if I completely agreed, but I mean, you guys seen it too. I mean, a lot of, or at least some media outlets were saying that Nussmeier was QB3.
Yeah. That means the next quarterback off the list could be either Taylor Green or Haynes King.
Yeah, the two of them are still available. So maybe just click on the quarterbacks and see exactly what is there.
You still got Pavia as well from Vandy. He's still in the mix. Joey Aguilar from Tennessee.
Diego Pavia, Joey Aguilar, Sawyer Robertson from Baylor. So probably, I mean, Haynes King was one of the players that we brought in one of our top 30 visits. And effectively, he's classed as a possible undrafted free agent,
right?
So there's but for some reason we brought him in. I don't know whether it was just because it was a Georgia Tech connection, but again, he's sitting there as well. So it's a.
And one guy you didn't mention, who I feel like we could. He's maybe not got ideal NFL size. He's a little undersized. But he finished the 2025 season with over 3,000 yards, 67.4% completion percentage, which is good enough for 30th in the FBS, and that was Luke Altmaier out of Illinois. So I mean, that's an option too.
Right?
Yeah,
for sure.
Again, I'm just going to click on the. I think we'll probably go for. I think we're going to try and get an edge, not an edge, a nose tackle. So let me click on the tackles just now. So D tackles, you've got Xavier Harris, Brandon Cleveland out in NC State, Zane Duran, Penn State, Rashawn Benny, Michigan, Demonic, that's his name, Demonic Williams.
Yeah.
Demonic Williams out of Oklahoma, Jordan Vandenberg out of Georgia Tech, Tim Keenan III out of Alabama.
You know what? Maybe we should take Demonic and then we can have Diablo and Demonic on the same defense.
Yeah, so it comes across as quite an unusual name, that one. So again, and again, see, to be honest, when you're looking at the grades, Xavier Harris is 6.25, then you get Brandon Cleveland 6.1, and then from there on it's 598, 596, 595. So it's a muchness. From there down, there's not really much difference. So we'll see, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of undrafted free agents at D tackle that the Falcons might bring in.
Yeah.
What's another position we think needs filled?
I'm just looking across the board here, seeing. I'm going to try and click on the Falcons profile here and see what kind of they're saying our positions in need are. See if there's anything not covered, because I feel like a lot of them are kind of self-evident, but we've addressed obviously wide receiver, linebacker, cornerback. So yeah, D tackle, IOL, offensive tackle. We could get another corner, but I don't feel like it's a necessity per se. So yeah, I feel like the next tackle, next pick would have to be one of those D tackles for me, I think.
Well, NFL has got our needs as wide receiver. We felt that offensive O-line, D-line, cornerback. We felt that in linebacker. So effectively, these next three picks we're looking at D-line and O-line and to possibly fill the trenches, which is what we said. You know what I mean? So,
you know what, guys? All praises to ESPN here. It's probably the one site that I've found that's got both the live tracker and best available and team needs all on one site.
Yeah. That's where I'm at now.
Yeah, well, I'm going to jump.
Shout out to Maggie T. Was it one of those naps where I warned you what happens? Sometimes you go for an hour and you wake up and it done nothing about nothing. But no, shout out to the first lady there. We hope you have a great watch party. Go Braves, go Hawks.
And again, ESPN have got best available as Xavier Harris. So he appeared in 52 games for the Rebels, lining up at multiple spots across the defensive front. So again, it's just the injury concerns. They've then got Dion Burks, Oklahoma wide receiver, as the second best player available.
I'd also be intrigued to see what their notion of off-the-field concerns would be. Is it character? Is it? So that's something I might want to kind of look into. I've not.
Listen, I'm going to see if he walked down the street. See if he walked down my street. See the size of him. I'd be phoning the police. I mean,
that's your character concern. Is he going to eat me?
Well, that's literally, that could be the concerns. The fact that, I mean, he's a big boy. You know what I mean? You see him walking in a dark alley at night, you're going to think, oh my God, what's going to happen here? He's a big boy. But again, effectively, the way I look at it is that in the 7th round, you're not expecting to draft a starter. So if this guy has got injury concerns, take a punt on him. You know what I mean? He's effectively classed as so let me see. So 63 overall rank. So I'm going to see I'm going to check and see where effectively he ranked in Daniel Jeremiah's. I
know we signed.
Sorry, Emmanuel.
Oh no, you're good. I know we signed Trevor Siemian, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Would y'all be opposed to Garrett Nussmeier?
No, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I wouldn't. Certainly competition for that QB3 spot. As I say, I don't know yet. Definitively, none of us do what's going to happen with the whole QB contract situation as it pertains to how Tua plays.
Yeah.
So to have another guy in the mix is certainly a sound option. And the draft's reporting that there's some guys there's some reaches going on. I see that the offensive tackle out of Kansas, we were talking about a little earlier, Enrique Cruz, has went to the San Fran 49ers. A great athlete, but I don't feel like that's going to translate maybe on the field. But that could be a coaching issue as well. So, but yeah, that's another OT off the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that.
I'm just wondering why he is falling so much. Now I know like a lot of time he take risks with the ball. I know that. But why he's falling and allow somebody like Peyton to get drafted ahead of him.
Yeah, that's what's shocking me. I feel like, he's a little bit of he's playing a little bit too much cavalier ball, but I don't feel like it's enough to push him this far down the board.
Yeah. I was just wondering.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I mean, we just don't know what the coaches see, you know what I mean? So that's the difference, you know what I mean? They spend obviously at the combine there's a 30-minute interview, so there's a possibility they spoke to him about certain routes, tactics, etc. You know what I mean? And he just didn't pick it up.
Right.
You just don't know. You just don't know.
It's tough because we did say Des, and I feel like it's something that has been fairly prevalent in a lot of the sports media, is that this is not the strongest nor the most pro-ready classic quarterbacks that we've got this year. I mean, and even number one overall, your Fernando Mendoza, he's not by any means the finished article. I'm sure you boys will agree on that.
And again, that's why you can't really give Terry Fontenot too much grief about what he done with Michael Penix Jr. Because if you look at this draft class and last year's quarterback draft class, it's very, very mediocre. You know what I mean? You've got one up two QBs at the top, and then after that, it's literally blah. It's all blah. You know what I mean? So effectively,
like I feel like there's a lot of grief we can give Terry Fontenot, but not for that one.
I mean, you understand the reasons behind it. Obviously, I think maybe the fact that they had brought in Kirk Cousins, that was the biggest issue. You know what I mean? And again, that didn't age well. I mean, looking back on that was not the correct decision. You know what I mean? So, to be honest, you would probably have been better just sticking with. I mean, it sounds bad, but sticking with Desmond Ridder and just effectively taking another season with him and taking the hit and then having Penix ready this season. You know what I mean? So or last season. So, it didn't age well. That was probably the biggest issue, and that wasn't on Michael Penix Jr. But when you remember what Terry Fontenot said and Raheem Morris said was, we don't expect to be at this position again. Well, they were, but that's another thing. And we don't expect that. We don't think there's going to be somebody like Michael Penix Jr. available where we're going to pick. And to be honest, when you look at last year and this year, it's really true. So effectively, you can't question the reason behind it. You can question overall the Kirk Cousins trade, but you can't question why they took Michael Penix where they did. You know what I mean?
And one other thing I did see, shout out to Falcons Drip on X, because they make the point that wide receiver Zachariah Branch is built different. Obviously, he's undersized, being 5'10", there or thereabouts. But to put that into perspective, strength to size ratio is a big thing. And when he done the bench press, remember that weighs 225 pounds on that bar, 20 reps. Now, for reference, Zachariah Branch himself weighs 177 pounds.
Right.
I'll just leave that there for y'all.
Well, I'm going to take the benefit of the glory for this one, mate, because I actually put out a tweet today earlier on, and my tweet was, why did the Falcons draft Zachariah Branch? And I've put 435 40-yard dash, 81 catches in 2025, set the UGA single season record. 78% of career receiving yards came after the catch, which is what we want. And then I put in 20 bench reps at 177 pounds. And then obviously and again, this was where the mental and physical toughness for Kirby Smart came into it. And then when Zachariah Branch was interviewed, he spoke about how he went from USC and he was doing some training, and he got the ball and stepped out off the field. And Kirby Smart pulled him aside and says, "We don't do that. We do not step out of bounds." He was like, "We get physical and we go straight on." And he said, "That's when I learned exactly what it's like to be at Georgia and to work with Kirby Smart." So again,
I love that. It's an ethos that you've got to instill in your players. Like, I feel like it was something, a mindset that I put myself into because I started as a linebacker and then changed to receiver as a wideout. I expected the minute my fingertips connected with the ball that someone was going to connect with me. So I was always waiting for that contact, but at the same time, there's two ways you can play it. You can hit or be hit. You know what I'm saying? So it's on Zachariah Branch, and I feel like he has no problem initiating. So that's another thing to his credit as well. I feel like he's going to be a real dog, and not just in the Georgia standpoint.
Yeah.
And again, looking at Kendall Daniels, I'm looking at some videos of him, and my God, it's given me Keanu Neal vibes. The guy doesn't worry about his safety. Oh my God, look at that!
Yeah.
He absolutely destroys that boy.
I'm seeing likenings on some media here as well to Devondre Campbell, who played for the Falcons in years past. If I can throw y'all back a ways, I can see that comp too. I'm extremely happy with this class so far. I feel like there's not enough good things we can say.
You can see what they're drafting. They're drafting power, strength, and violence.
Yeah,
that's what they're drafting. You know what I mean? I mean, honestly, I'm watching it. It's the first I've watched them, but again, my God, he doesn't care about the other guy. That's for sure. No. That is just pure. I mean, it's just pure violence.
It's looking more and more like a Jeff Ulbrich defense. I think you boys will agree.
I'm putting that out there now. That is a Jeff Ulbrich pick. That's he's been climbing the wall for that guy, because I mean, it's great tackling. He's just vicious. His movement when he's trying to get in and out the O-lines, he's moving. He's got his eye on the ball. He's watching the player. He knows exactly what's happening on the field. Everything else, all the weaknesses, is coachable. You know what I mean? But he looks at a good tackle. He looks as if he's really competent at tackle. If he's got a man in front of him, he's physical and he can push the man out the road. I mean, I'm looking at the film. I'm happy. I'm happy with what I see. Now, obviously, I've said before, you've got to remember this is highlights. So there's going to be other times that you're not seeing in highlights where he's missed a tackle or he's made a mistake. But again, that's all coachable. But that viciousness, that dedication to the game, that's what they're looking for. You know what I mean?
What I think we should do as well, guys, across the channels, just going forward, is once we know exactly who our class is, we can start getting out of highlights and getting into some real film. Let's really break down who we've got here. I mean, we know in a lot of ways who we've got, but just to kind of look at it from all from all angles, so to speak. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So that's definitely something we can look at if y'all want to see that. But as I say, it's been an all-star panel, and we're only halfway or towards the end of round 5 now, so we're only essentially halfway through.
So I'm going to jump in because the story has got even stranger because the Cleveland Browns have quit. I kid you not, the Cleveland Browns have drafted at 182 Taylor Green, quarterback out of Arkansas.
What is going on?
The Cleveland Browns have took another quarterback.
Wow.
And it's not Nussmeier, it's Taylor Green.
That does not look good for Shedeur Sanders or his prognosis.
I mean, but remember, well, it was all Kevin Stefanski's fault. Remember?
Oh, of course. How could I forget?
It was all Kevin's fault. So, but
who was it that Taylor Green went to?
What's that?
Who was it that Taylor Green, the quarterback? Who did he go to?
Cleveland Browns. The Cleveland Browns.
Oh wow! Oh wow! I saw it flash up on the screen. I'm looking off to the side here, and I'm like, wait a minute, what?
Man. Cleveland. Oh, no, this draft, like we said it on night 1, you can tear up your mocks. There's no point this year. There really isn't.
And again, not only that, but Nussmeier has not been picked again. So for whatever the issue is, the NFL do not like Nussmeier. They just don't. You know what I mean?
Look, I would not. Look, I wouldn't put it past that Nussmeier is coming to us, man. I would not be surprised.
I'm not using a pick on a quarterback. I don't think.
No,
it won't. It won't be a pick.
Yeah, UDFA. I'm fine with UDFA.
So we're at pick one. What?
208, 215.
We're at 208.
We're at 184 just now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, guys.
Oh, who can say it's getting dicey again?
Yeah.
I mean,
wow.
So again, still best player available is Xavier Harris, and I'm sorry guys, but if we get to 208 and he's still sitting there, I'd go for it. I really. Yeah. I mean, you're literally getting a second third round player for in the 7th round. I mean, a 7th round is it's literally a toss of a coin whether they're successful or not. But
I'm just looking back at these edges again. A couple of names here that still surprise me. You've still got Caden Curry up there, another Ohio State Buckeye, and then you've got Logan Fano out of Utah as well. So Tyreek Sapp out of Florida as well. So there's some decent edges still there for those that still want to show up on the outside and look at moving someone in. I prefer going nose to go on edge, but there's no reason why we couldn't do both depending on how the board falls. But yeah, there's a couple of nice edges still sitting out there.
And again, you've
got Fano's still here?
Fano's
not on the board, is he?
Caden Curry, Logan Fano, Tyreek Sapp, Vincent Anthony Jr., Anthony Lucas. Yeah, some real good guys. Edgewise. Quintarius Hutchins, Boston College as well. Mason Riger out of Wisconsin.
Just to let you know, Tampa Bay have drafted up to 185. So the 6th round, 185. So
I don't trust them at all.
I'll be honest with you. If they're moving up for. I mean, this could be Xavier Harris. I mean, you just don't know. You know what I mean?
Tampa would do that just to spite us, man. It's been one of those drafts.
Yeah. Remember what's his name did that to us? Shanahan, when he went to San Francisco, he did that to us. When his first year. He kept moving up. He kept moving up in picks above us. and
Maybe
was
they're
drafted
looking.
like
Maybe they're looking to add to the wide receiver room. So Dion
Yeah.
Burks at Oklahoma's still there as well.
Yep.
Oh, so pick is in. So it's tight end Bauer Sharp from LSU that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have moved up for.
Okay. I don't think he was worth moving up for.
Yeah, they already had their pick on in mind.
Just to give you an idea, 252 yards and 2 touchdowns in 2025, 24 receptions. So
You all moved up for what? In my humble opinion, you all moved up for what?
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of upside there, mate.
No, not to give away a draft pick, mate. No, not to give away a draft pick.
Nah.
And again, that's the difference now from what it used to be like with Terry Fontenot. With Terry Fontenot, we were getting to the end of the 6th round and 7th round, and we didn't have a pick because he gave them all away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we're now at a point where we're at round 6, 186, and we've got 3 picks left. You know what I mean? And sometimes these are the ones that effectively, these are the guys that maybe have get. I spoke in the last show about effectively when we were looking at, we didn't have a 1st round pick, it was 2nd and 3rd round, and how there was a potential that they would look at players with injury concerns that potentially could be like 1st round, that because of some concerns dropped and we could get them. So although we weren't effectively in the 1st round, we would still get a 1st round player, and we did with Avian Terrell. We're now at a point where if you can get like an injury, some player that has got an injury concern, that you know he's going to sit out for the next year because he's a 7th round pick anyway. He's not going to see much of the field anyway. So it's a case of bringing a player who you could develop, give him time to heal and give him time to effectively recuperate for the injury concerns that he's got, and then from 2027 start developing them. But if if he's not a success and he doesn't work, he's a 7th round pick anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's low risk, low reward, or potentially higher in some cases. But yeah, I see completely what you're saying. We're getting to the point where there's not a lot that can really hurt you in terms of some of these guys you're talking about as well. But yeah.
We're at the point, Will, where there's nothing that can hurt you, but if you make the right decisions, it could improve you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. And as we said many times, Des, we're a team who are just at the right level of depth and rotation away from a deep playoff run. I feel like we're on that cusp. If the QB plays consistent, then there's no reason why we can't set playoffs. I'm not going to go out there and say, oh yeah, start etching Atlanta onto the Lombardi now. I'm not that naive, but there's no reason why we can't win the NFC South this year. No reason at all.
And again, the elephant in the room, the big concern is the amount of 1-year contracts that we've handed out. So effectively, that's a lot of them are going to be prove-it deals, but a lot of them, if they walk in the door and they do prove it, then they might not be here in Atlanta. They might be going where the money is, whoever's going to pay it. So effectively, we need to get to a point where we're bringing in these players, as Ian Cunningham says, draft, develop, and retain. You know what I mean? So that's why somebody like Xavier Harris is just it's a no-brainer. If he falls to us, it's a no-brainer. He's got injury concerns, understandably. He's got the red flags and the whatever other concerns. There's no general manager in the NFL is going to get fired because a 7th round pick didn't work.
No, not at all.
You know what I mean? So, but if it does work, they're getting the plaudits because they've took effectively a 7th round pick, which is a no pick, and they're making a difference. There's another pick in, so Washington Commanders have just drafted running back Katron Allen from Penn State.
That's a decent pick. I
Yeah.
like him. I like him a lot.
Yeah, he's really good. So you can't go wrong. You can't really go wrong with any running back in the Big Ten, and that's just my opinion.
Nah, you're right. It's definitely a sound conference when it comes to the running back position.
And just one that I've missed, New York Giants drafted at 186, Bobby Jamison Travis, a D tackle out of Auburn.
Okay. Just looking at him, because he's not a name that I was familiar with. Good quick hands for slipping blocks, decent penetration, light on his feet for being 6'3" and 148 kilos. So you're talking 324 pounds or so. So yeah, a decent sized guy. Not one I knew masses about, but decent in run pursuit as well. So yeah, for all that being said, that's another couple of decent players off to the NFC East now.
Now I'm just looking. Have the Jets drafted a QB?
Not to my knowledge. Let me just double check.
I'm just looking. Because again, this is maybe where Nussmeier could come in.
Yeah,
they have
that, and I feel like the Jets have drafted just about everything else over the last 2 days.
So the Jets took Cade Klubnik at 110.
You are okay, right?
So they took Cade Klubnik at 110 QB. So effectively, that's going to rule out Nussmeier to the Jets because they are a QB needy team at the moment. So it's just what I would say is that if we could have picked any draft to effectively do most of the draft, well, this was going to be it because the first round was wacky and to say the least. You know what I mean? We're looking at the Rams just now, in the war room. I mean, that Ty Simpson storyline is just...
it's ludicrous. It's ludicrous, isn't it?
It's taking on a life of its own. I mean, when you see the press conference, Sean McVay looks as if somebody's just handed him sour sweeties and he's got them in his mouth. It does not look a happy man. And again, the questions that are getting asked about San Francisco 49ers drafting that running back who effectively was considered a 4th or a 5th round pick, and they took him in the 2nd round. So,
I must say about that interview though, it's been a minute since I've watched a man's head implode, but I feel like that's how he felt to a certain degree about the Ty Simpson pick. So it has been a really fun draft. As I say, we've had a lot of fun kind of doing it over the last 3 days. As I say, just kind of showing love back to all the communities involved as well. So as I say, there's a lot more coming up. We wanted to obviously get tonight on to wind it down and wrap it in a proper way. But now, if you don't know already, we're going to be exclusively doing the shows now. All of our sports shows off of the same basis. So we're going to be on Atlanta Falcons Nation International channel. So if you're subscribed to AFN, then just add international into the search bar. You'll find us. And then also you'll want to subscribe to Des and I's new home hub, the SF Sports. So if you just search that, you'll see the Falcon people that you've come to know and love so well. And as I say, just get to Des and I too, because that's going to be us going into a lot more of the wider world of sport. And now that the draft's sort of coming to close, we'll let the smoke clear from this first, and then we'll get in deep. And I know obviously we've got support from the Unholy Alliance, the Fandemic, and as I say, a lot more besides.
and I would say as well as most people are watching the stream on my X through Scottish Falcon. So I would say if you're not following me, I would appreciate a follow. And Will, you can Don Falcon Pandemic, and Will
Yes,
you,
yes.
you effectively let everybody know your X handle.
Yeah, of course.
And get everybody to follow you as well, guys.
I'm on
Hey,
X
Will.
at Will Waddle.
Hey.
So you'll be able to get me on there. Sorry, Don, what you were going to say, bro?
I'm sorry, Will. I was just letting you know, man. And I'm about to step out for a second because the Falcons ain't picking for a little minute. So I'm gonna run up the street and get some stuff that I need to cook for dinner tonight. And then
You're great, brother. On you go. As I say,
I'm
floors
gonna be
there.
right
You have
back.
the link.
I'm just letting you know. Just like I'm gonna come back and just let me back in.
Yeah, you got it, brother.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah.
Here we go. And then there were 3. No, as I say, like I wasn't. I'm glad we managed to get things sorted out reception wise, and we're flying now. Because as I say, there's like almost 60 people watching right now, so much appreciation to all of you, particularly the guys on X. So yeah, as I was saying, you'll get me at Will Waddle. We're probably going to start maybe a next page just for sharing out some more of the wider worlds of sports content. So I'll speak to Des about that as well. And as I say, Mad Mike, Cowboy Emmanuel, and myself have a little bit of that coming for you guys as well. We want to get into the Angel Reese situation and the run of wins for both the Hawks and Braves, and I know I'm hella excited. So I hope you are too for that, brother.
Well, I'm going to say we're going to have to get this Braves show up and running, mate. It's a joy to watch. I mean, I'm going to come off this stream and I'm going to jump on at 12:15 in the morning, my time, and I'm going to watch the Braves, which at this time of the year, they're my favourite team. The Braves are my passion at this time. And to be honest, I mean, I literally sent a message to my son saying you'll need to get into the Braves. They are the best team in baseball just now. And he said, are you just saying that? And I went, no. They statistically are the best team in baseball. And he's like, all right, okay. So if there's ever a time you want to start watching the Braves, now's the time, because now this could be this. And bearing in mind that Ronald Acuna Jr., who's classed as our best player, has literally, he's not even got to a point where he's warmed up. And Matt Olson, Baldwin, Drake Baldwin is effectively knocking out the park. I mean, it's a joy to watch. It really is. And when you look at the injury, Spencer Strider, and I'm trying to remember the other one that was injured. When you see the injuries as well, and the players that have taken back, I honestly think this could be the special season. Walt Weiss has just got this team just purring. It's wonderful to watch. So
it's a thrilling time, and at least we can cover our backs, Des, because at least if anyone goes, you're a glory hunter picking the Braves, mate, I've been a Falcons fan far too long for you to accuse me of hunting for any kind of glory.
Yeah.
So, and we throw things back just for a little second to the draft. We've got a name that we mentioned, Brian Parker II, the guard out of Duke, is going to the Cincinnati Bengals at 189 overall. And the New Orleans Saints, the Swamp Dwellers themselves, have taken an LSU body, this time in the form of wide receiver Barrion Brown.
Oh my goodness.
I think that's
hold up.
He's average size.
He's quick. He's quick, but he's not a game changer in any way, shape, or form for me.
Yeah.
Oh, that was quick. The Jaguars got in their pick. They took Josh Cameron out of Baylor, so back-to-back receivers are gone.
Yeah. See, when you get into these late rounds right here, you're trying to find the diamond in the rough, that one that slip away. And a lot of times, a lot of these players get found and become those type of players like, oh man, we missed out on that one. Like when we found Grady Jarrett, a lot of teams were like, man, we passed up on Grady and didn't give him a second look.
That was
But look
because
how
of
that
the
turned out. Yeah.
I feel like that had a big hand in it. But just like, I'm not concerned by Barry and Brown being in the division. For the receivers that have come off the board and into the south, he's not the one I'm worried about. Yeah. So we're almost into the 200s now, guys. So not a huge ways to go. I'm just counting down now. So the Giants 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We are 15 picks away. 14 more than enough.
I'm just waiting for the ATL to come up on the ticker at the bottom. It's not just there yet, but it should be soon. So the New York Jets took J.C. Davis, tackle out of Illinois.
That's a good pick at this point in the draft. I like that a lot.
I love how they put the 40-yard dash. 40-yard dash, 5.16.
That's still a lot faster than he should be, given the fact that he's 146 kilo. But it's like, I feel like too much is put into these guys trying to get sub 5 past a certain size, and if they fit into a certain mold, if you will. I feel like you know how it goes. The 40-yard dash doesn't tell you everything. I mean, that's straight line vertical speed. Don't feel it's as important in some positions, and I feel like tackle's one of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just power. It's just pure power. It's more the power lifting. Would you call it the squats? Yeah,
squats,
so
deadlifts,
yeah,
things like that. Yeah, you can tell he's done his work. He's a big, strong boy, but he ain't got the fastest speed either. North, south, or east, west, for that matter. And I feel like that's why he's fell.
So I can confirm the ATL have now appeared in the ticket, the tracker at the bottom, in the NFL Network. So it's official. We're nearly there.
Yep.
And then effectively it's going to be like, I think it's 3 picks in like 15.
Let me think here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've got 2 and 8. 2 within 8 to finish out round 6. Then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 3 and 17.
Yeah. So not bad. So
yeah, a good way to close out the night, thick and fast, assuming there's no more shenanigans, which, looking at the board, I don't think we really have to do too much more. I feel like we made the trade we wanted as well. So yeah. Ian's cooked. Ian's cooked again, tonight. This cycle, I should say.
It'll be interesting to see what player he takes with the trade that he got. What trade was it we got? Was it 2?
That was, we were 215, so we got 208 from Vegas. I think it was Vegas.
Yeah. Let me just see 208. Let me just see 208. It'll tell us now. So it's not showing you. Let me just see in the NFL tracker. 208 was so 208 was the Buffalo Bills to the Jets to the Raiders to the Falcons.
Right.
So
because with that, the Raiders came up to 1-2-2. And obviously, we went down to 1-3-4, where we took that LB out of Oklahoma there. So
yeah,
I feel like it's, for what we gave up, I feel like that's a fantastic trade. Potential, like, depending on who we use it on, of course. Sure.
Yeah. So again, New York Giants is on the board again. So they're just putting a pick in again. So we'll wait and see what they're going to take. But again, looking at the best available, now that we're getting a wee bit closer, Again, we've still got Xavier Harris, and again, I'm going to say it: if we get to 208 and he's still there, let's just. I mean, we literally traded for 208. We got it. It's a freebie.
Yeah. Do you know what I feel like, lads? I feel like I need another defensive tackle to throw my eggs into the basket of. Lee Hunter done me dirty. So with that being, or Carolina done me dirty on Lee Hunter. So with that being said, I need another guy to rep. Oh, there you go, Giants. Jack Kelly, linebacker, BYU.
Yeah,
that's good.
linebacker out of BYU. So
Stud.
again,
That was another guy I had my eye on. If we hadn't have went linebacker earlier, he was definitely in the mix for me. As a true Mike.
They need a lot of work anyway.
Yeah.
They need a lot of work. I thought we were in bad position. No, they are worse than we are. So
yeah,
but
for
the
sure.
Giants.
Yeah.
Just looking at best available. So
I'll be right back, yo boys. 2 seconds.
So
Yeah.
Xavier Harris is number 1. Dion Burks, Oklahoma wide receivers, number 2. Demetrius Crossnover, Texas A&M offensive tackle. Would you be up for us taking him? Pandemic. Oh, he's gone. Just go back to that. So you've got Demetrius Crossnover as offensive tackle, Texas A&M. You've got Garrett Nussmeier, who's still on the board, the LSU quarterback. Deontay Lawson, Alabama linebacker.
Yeah.
Harold Perkins Jr., LSU linebacker.
Yeah.
Jack Hendries, Texas tight end.
Yeah.
VJ Payne, Kansas City safety. Rashawn Benny, Michigan defensive tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Damon Claiborne, Wake Forest running back. Jamar Taylor, Virginia running back. Le'Veon Moss, Texas A&M running back. Jeff Caldwell, Cincinnati wide receiver. Michael Trigg, Baylor tight end. And this is number 15. Matt Gulbin, Michigan State center. Yeah. So there's still a lot of trench guys there. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Still a lot to choose from.
Yeah. I'm still wondering on Xavier Harris, what's the deal? I mean, because I was actually expecting him to go up in the late round 4, or mid to late round 4. But he's all the way down here, 6th round, man. And I'm trying to figure out why.
Again, I'm just going to go and see what was discussed.
Yeah.
Find that.
Matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and see. Let's see.
Yeah, so the significant off-field concerns, the most critical factor in his sliding draft stock is a history of legal issues during his time at Ole Miss.
Okay.
Multiple arrests. He has documented arrests in back-to-back years, 2023 and 2024, including charges related to domestic violence, DUI, and felony fleeing.
Well, there it is.
Yeah, so there it is. So, and to be honest, now that I'm reading this, I don't think the Falcons are going to look at him. Not in the least. Not after the James Pierce Jr. Debacle. So, character evaluation. NFL front offices often remove players with domestic violence histories from their boards entirely. For teams that kept him on the board, these character flags push him from a potential day 1 or early day 2 pick into the mid to late rounds, which is where he is now at the moment.
Yeah.
So that's your issues there.
He messed himself up because he actually has pretty good stats. But the fact that he got into those character issues is that's killing him.
Yeah.
I mean, ever since 2022, his stats rose significantly. They increased real good. But it has to be those character flaws. It has to be.
Yeah. And again, looking at the best available, there's a possibility we could go offensive tackle, and that's best available is Demetrius Crossnova at Texas A&M. So I always struggle with the meters. I'm a foot and inches guy, but he's two meters one. He's 144 kilograms.
Mm-hmm.
Again, Crossnover has good bend and flexibility for a player with his height, though can get caught playing high at times. Again, all coachable. He can have late hands and poor hand placement. Again, coachable, allowing defenders to get into his chest and put him on skates. He needs to develop a stronger punch. Crossnover's length works to his advantage, as it can be difficult for rushers to get around him, and he is able to wash defenders past the quarterback in the pocket. He's generally more effective when blocking on an angle and can be an effective run blocker. Overall, Crossnover is fluid with outstanding length, but he will need to continue to develop to be successful at the next level. There's a good chance that could be our pick if he's still there.
What up, y'all? I'm back for a couple of minutes before I head up out of here. But just wanted to, I know we got some picks coming up soon. What's going on, y'all?
I seen the nap field, not able to nap.
No, so I'm gonna go get me an energy drink on the way out.
Yeah.
I couldn't sleep. I was just like, I'm too excited about this draft. I'm excited about this party tonight. It's getting major right now. I don't just went. It's called who is it? Hold on, I'm gonna tell you. It's a radio channel that's gonna be taking pictures and everything else, and it's gonna be a big night tonight. So, like I said, y'all come out.
Good. You'll pep up as soon as you get there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, especially if the Hawks doing they.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm all geared up. Got my Dominique Wilkins shirt on. I'm ready.
Oh, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But the thing about Davian Harris just last year, right? 58 tackles, 3 sacks, 1 interception, 3 passes defended. So he had a great year last year. So the fact that he's available in the 6th round, I was wondering, and you brought it out, man. That was a good point there. I didn't know he was facing all those character issues off the field.
Yeah. I mean, as you say, as soon as domestic violence is in your report, that's when it doesn't matter how good you are, you're off people's boards. So, but again, I've got a feeling it's going to be O-line. I just either a center or a guard. I just got a feeling that that's the way we're going to go. Again, if the character concerns were potential character concerns, like maybe getting arrested here or there, then be like a DUI, you can maybe look past that. But domestic violence, that's and again with the old James Pierce Jr. thing, they're just I can say for definite they're definitely not going to go for that. Again, that's the kind of situation that if you can get him in an undrafted free agent, you're going to question whether you do it or not.
Yeah, well, even if you get him for a steal like that, I mean, his contract is going to be filled with, conduct detrimental clauses. He wouldn't be able to get in no trouble whatsoever. I don't think nobody's going to take a chance on him like that to come in and be a disruptor to the program. But I think he's a phenomenal player, man. I mean, when he tackles with viciousness. Pursuit. He's a little slow, but at the same time, once he gets his hands on you, you're not going anywhere. You're going to the ground. But man, I like him, but it's just those off-field issues.
And again, I'm unsure why Dion Burks, wide receiver, still falling as well.
Yeah.
Oklahoma. So fluid route runner.
apologies for that. It was time for your boy to get recaffeinated before the picks.
We were just looking at Xavier Harris again, mate. And just reading out why he's fell. So there's domestic violence is involved.
Okay.
So
I don't think we necessarily want to get any more
No.
of that talk
No.
going on.
And just to let you know, so one of the guys I was looking at, so the New England Patriots have drafted at 196 tackle Demetrius Crossnover, Texas A&M.
Okay, got it here. Who did I miss? Pat Coogan at the Titans. Malik Ben. Oh, nice. Las Vegas Raiders, Malik Benson, Oregon wide receiver. That's not too bad.
That's
a nice fit.
Yeah. And again, Pat Coogan from Indiana Center to Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
So
shout out to Smooth C. He's dropping down some suggestions. I think we're all of a similar mind, looking at the defensive tackle position as well.
Again, I said earlier, I get a feeling it might be a like centre or a guard, mate.
Maybe so.
When you look at our O-line is starting to age now, mate.
Yeah.
So you're at a point where at some point you need to deal with it. Jack Nelson's not sorting that out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true, and that's why, as I said, I know I try I try to stay professional and not get attached to these guys, but that's why I wanted a Travis Burke coming into today. I thought he was in the mix for a round 4 pick, for obvious reasons, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, I guess. But yeah, you know how it is. It's tough not to get attached to some of these guys when you see them and envisions them playing in your scheme. You know what I'm saying? So there's that whole thing as well.
I mean, what I would say is that when you start watching these players and another one we've mentioned, mate. LA Rams have just selected it. Pick number 197, 6th round pick 197. CJ Daniels, wide receiver out of Miami.
Another decent receiver for the value. I mean, that's a couple back to back now, and it's something that I've tried to plug home since the start of the cycle. It's not a deep draft. What position are you talking about? Because there are receivers for days.
And again, Minnesota Vikings have just traded up to round 6, pick 198. So
Minnesota low key having a nice draft.
I'm just going to say something. Is this Nussmeier? Do you think they're moving up for Nussmeier? Do you think they're taking a quarterback?
Not with JJ and Kyler, I wouldn't think. But then again, stranger things have happened. So I don't know, man. Maybe. But I maybe before they got Kyler Murray. Now I wouldn't be. Now I'm not so sure.
Mate, I get lost. So they've again another one I mentioned, Demond Claiborne, a running back out of Wake Forest. That's who they've took. So they've drafted up to pick him. So again, there doesn't seem to be a run on D-tackle or offensive tackles at the moment. So we're
is that a guy that either of you guys, Manuel, have you heard much about this kid? Because I for one haven't done diligence on Wake Forest.
I'm sorry, what player is this again?
The tailback from Wake Forest. What was his name again, Des?
So Ramon, I'm just going to tell you now.
Oh yeah, Desmond with no S. Demond Claiborne.
Yeah, I was reading up on Xavier Harris, trying to figure out what's the deal with him, man.
Yeah, so Seattle Seahawks at 199 have went for Emmanuel Henderson Jr., Kansas wide receiver.
Another good value pick.
Again, Yeah, it just seems to be currently it seems to be offense that's starting to kick in just now. So next up,
Your Claiborne does. You're talking about second team All ACC. Compactly built frame. He's explosive in short areas, but has 4.37 speed. So yeah, he's a hit the hole and go guy.
yeah. I'm just going to. So we are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're 8 picks away. So I'm going to look at best available now, and I'm going to ignore Xavier Harris because there's not a chance.
And you know what? Just for fun, I might say to the guys, if you fancy firing the cameras back on and you can catch the live reactions in full when we do make these last 3 picks.
Yeah,
might be fun to do.
Yeah.
Because this was the funny thing. Des and I weren't on together last night, so we were talking in the back on Facebook, and I was a little bit ahead. So when we took Zachariah Branch, I knew before Des did, and he went, "Oh, we're just going up to make the pick." I went, "Wait for it. I've seen it. Wait for it." And then he went, "Yes," and I was just like, "There it is."
Yeah.
Oh, it was been a fun draft.
There we go. Cameras on.
Yeah,
show this beautiful top.
Let me just say, show that beautiful bean footage. I'm still wondering about Nussmeier too, man. I didn't see anything negative about him in the markup there, in the profile. There are some polls out there that had him being a better quarterback than
Carson Beck.
No, not Carson Beck. Fernando Mendoza. There was a couple of polls out there that had him better than Mendoza. So I'm trying to figure out why even at round 6, why he's down this far. And how many? We have 4 quarterbacks that's been taken before him already.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, like,
and again, one of the guards are away. So Miami pick 200. DJ Campbell, guard out of Texas.
Congratulations, DJ.
So Green Bay Packers are on the clock, and the pick is in. I've got to admit, I just think that the draft time-wise is backwards. Because it should be less time in the first round because it should be easier to pick because it's better players.
Yeah.
But
I feel like you could flip the timescales and have a 6-hour big party on night 1 because these are the premier picks. And then you would assume that it would kind of fly through towards round 7, and it's the opposite.
Right,
so
right.
You get to the point that literally these picks are coming in 30 seconds. It's literally instant. You see it. There's maybe a possibility that TV's behind and they're rattling in, and we're just getting caught up with it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know earlier on that we were still waiting in a Jacksonville Jaguar pick, and the 2 teams after that had already made their picks, and it was on to the 3rd team. So
and that's a sweet pick again for the Green Bay Packers. So Manny Jackson, DB out
Alabama. Again, I've said before, well, see when you get down to these picks, you can't lose by going SEC, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, Texas. You know what I mean? Ohio State. Effectively, if these guys have got to the teams, they're good. They don't get anywhere near a sniff of the teams if they're not good. And what you tend to find is they've probably been behind an elite player and they've not got a lot of time. You know what I mean? So, but I'm just trying to think. One that I remember. So DeMarco Helms, you know what I mean? He was a 7th round pick, and he looks a decent 7th round pick, and that was because he didn't get a lot of playing time at Alabama because of other players around him. You know what I mean? So
what saved his career is his intensity at hitting. You know, when you have a guy that hits like Hitman, I mean, it's hard to pass on him regardless of his size, you know. And he brings the wood. I mean, he makes people second guess coming across that middle trying to catch a pass. So DeMarco, I mean, he earned that name Hitman.
Yeah. And with that being said as well, guys, I mean, we've been talking so much about the pass defense, the secondary, more specifically, obviously because of the Avion Terrell pick, and I feel like he's the guy that flies under the radar. I feel like everyone says Terrell brothers, Bates, Watts, Bowman. You've got Helms right in there too, and I feel like he's criminally underappreciated at times.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, if you like to see intensity and hits, have a look at Kendo Daniels' videos. That literally, there's a few tackles where you go, oh, I felt that. I felt that from here. You know what I mean?
That's what you want. Because you remember, I don't know if you guys might not be old enough when we had when the Grits Blitz was here, right? None of those guys was
I went back and seen the footage.
Yeah, that whole defense got put together literally overnight, and the only household name that was on that defense was Claude Humphrey, and those guys got put together by defensive coordinator Jerry Glanville. He was the ex head coach, and he literally put that team together overnight. And them guys came about, and every last one of them, if you caught that ball, ran the ball, put your hands on that ball, it was just like what you said, Des. When they hit, it was like, oh, you know, and that's what we want to get now. I think that's where we are in the trenches with all these run stoppers that we have now. You know, I mean, that's what's been killing us literally over for the last 5-6 years. You know, people running the ball on us. So hopefully, with these free agents that Ian Cunningham have in here now, these run stoppers, because they're more run stoppers than pass rush guys. That would end. You know.
Well, your guards away, mate. So look,
that's what I'm saying. And they're the same Chargers team that took my tackle, no less. So the Chargers select Logan Taylor, offensive guard out of BC.
At Boston College, So Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks away. And again, there's plenty available, guys. So I mean, what I would say is that is there a potential chance that we take Dion Burks, wide receiver, Oklahoma?
That could be an option. That could be an option. Let me take a look at this best available again. But you know what though? To have two wide receivers under 6 foot, to draft 2 wide receivers under 6 foot, because both these guys are him and Zachariah Branch about the same. I'm gonna say about the same size. Both of them are under 6 foot. So I'm wondering if would we go that route again? You know, because Zachariah Branch, they got him listed at 5'11", but he's literally 5'10". And these guys probably about the same size.
Maybe so, maybe not. But I mean, that's what I done in the last sort of take-home show before we started the draft. Des, remember I tried one with a double-dipped corner, one with a double-dipped receiver, just to kind of show you the level of value that was there. Because I mean, even down into round 7, you've still got guys like J. Michael Sturdivant out of Florida. Florida. And guys like that. So there's value possibly even down into the 7th as well. So that's why I like, as I say, we're quite early in round 7. And then, as I say, I think I'm having too much fun. So if you guys want to go, you can. But I think I'm going to take it home and see out Mr. Irrelevant before I shut it down for the night.
Just looking at best available. So again, where I think we possibly could go, you've got Alex Harkey, a guard out of Oregon. You've got Brandon Cleveland, defensive tackle out of NC State. You've got Jack Endries, tight end out of Texas. Le'Veon Moss, running back, Texas A&M. If you want to dip again on the edge, you've got Mason Riger, edge out of Wisconsin. You've got a couple of linebackers, Nambi Obiel Zor, and Harold Perkins Jr. Jeff Caldwell, wide receiver. I'm just looking safety. Bishop Fitzgerald, safety out of USC. I'm just Matt Gulbin, center out of Michigan State, possibility. And again, it's all much for the muches. So that again, there's still some trench guys there. So it's whether we go that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Again, I wouldn't be opposed to Jordan Vandenberg staying right at home and bringing in another homeboy native out of Georgia Tech. That guy has a big motor. I mean, he's not the he warrants the double team. Let's put it like that. He's the guy that will draw double team because he can take advantage if you try to play him one-on-one with the center. But he does warrant that double team because otherwise, and he fights off double team pretty doggone good too. So he finds the ball. He definitely finds the ball. Always, he's that guy that when there's a tackle being made close anywhere around the line of scrimmage, he is in on that tackle somewhere in the vicinity. So, like I said, he finds the ball pretty good. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to going with him. He doesn't look like a typical big nasty either, though. He got that not the pretty boy, that choir boy look. So. He doesn't have that typical big nasty look on his face.
Again, Houston's just selected at pick 204 and took Lewis Bond, wide receiver out of Boston College. So a few of the Boston College players are starting to fall now.
Yeah. I'm just having a little browse here into the tackles as well here, gentlemen. You've got Isaiah World out of Oregon, 6'8" of him. He's still there. You've also got Alan Heron from Maryland, Diego Pounds out of Ole Miss as well. So for those that want a tackle, there is still options as well.
Yeah. Isaiah World's pretty good. Whether he's pretty proficient in the run game and the passing game, so he's a good look to see.
Yeah. Plays surprisingly light for a guy of his size too. I was surprised when I seen Oregon how light on his feet he is.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at some of the X. So Josh Kendo at the Athletic has come out saying that Zachariah Branch will have a locker room next to Drake London. He was told Saturday. That was pretty cool too. Like, I'm really here, he said. So effectively, they're putting him right next to the right guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I just hope the young man ready to ball out. I mean, all seems to be trending in that direction. So I just hope he comes ready to play. I'm sure he will. Another defensive tackle off the board to the Detroit Lions at pick 205. Skylar Gill-Howard out of Texas Tech, settling in Detroit.
That's another guy that was he was down on the boards that has went.
Yeah, I think I've seen some mocks having him as high as around 5.
Wow, look at that. So 2-time state runner-up in wrestling. So that's what you want in a DT, you know what I mean?
Yeah. 6'1", 280. Nice size.
Yeah. He got that Brock Lesnar. He wants to come in and just power mauler. Do you remember that, Des? When Brock Lesnar had the run at the Vikings one-off season?
Yes, I do, mate. I do.
That was crazy, but like, all play to Brock, the guy's a freak athlete. He made it to the last week of cuts before the season. Like, Brock Lesnar is an absolute specimen of an athlete.
Yeah.
But I think even he knew he was in over his head, mate.
Yeah, like there's levels to this. There is levels, it's true.
Yeah.
It's not all about just brutality. You need to have some sort of talent, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, he can ask his friend Goldberg about that, because there's a man who wrestled but knows a thing or two about playing high-level football.
Yeah. Another one was Andre the Giant. Remember, he tried to play football. I don't know if you guys remember that though. But
yeah,
he tried to
Redskins wanted him as basically a field goal like nose protector to basically just stand up and put his arms in the air or something crazy like that. I think it was that not back in like 77 or something like that?
Yeah, and believe it or not, as big as Andre the Giant was, of course he wasn't as big when he was trying to play, but he was actually pretty good at soccer.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Like a lot of people don't know this about Andre, but before the condition really started to take over, he was throwing drop kicks. At 7'2", 380, he was throwing drop kicks. It's like that's a terrifying concept.
And he wasn't he didn't start getting stiffened up until he started growing. He started growing out as opposed to growing up. But once he started picking up all that weight is when he started having the issues with his back and his legs and and
I feel like that's where Big Show Paul White had the good sense because he got the surgery early. I think it was after junior college. He got the surgery, but now his knees and back are just starting to degenerate a little bit more now. As you see him in AEW, it's starting to get tough.
That's
for
what
him.
concerns me about somebody being 6'8" playing nose guard. The constant up and down. I don't see them being like a 3-down back. Tackle. It's more like maybe only on run situations, and then you have to scheme around them and bring somebody in to play, or reverse pass situation, playing on passing downs as opposed to running downs.
Yeah, that's true too, because I do worry about at that size, he's liable to be cut blocked a lot. Chop blocked, I should say. Coming in. So obviously that makes you concerned about things like his quads, his knees, and things of that nature. So there's always a caveat to bringing in a body that big. From the Chargers. The Chargers are going to protect Justin Herbert. Yeah, they've gone Alex Harkey now, so they are all O-line.
So the one that I was interested in has gone. So
now you've got
one I thought was a potential to go to Atlanta. So
that is crazy work. Tonight alone, the Chargers have come in and taken 2 guards with Alex Harkey, Oregon, Logan Taylor out of Boston College, and to throw you back to the start of the night, they also took Travis Burke at tackle. They are bringing in protection for Justin Herbert next season. That's a fantastic haul, considering that's just day 3.
Yeah. Now, we haven't heard from the chat on this one. Who you guys think that we are? What position we think we ought to go with this next pick, guys? We're on the clock.
I think OT. I'm putting out there. I'm going Diego Pounds.
Yeah.
Mississippi OT. That's where I'm going.
Okay. I like that. I like that decision going OT.
I'm gonna go back to the guys we've been shouting out all night. I'm going to say that if we can get Pounds at 208, let's chance Harris at 215.
Okay. What you think, Chad? What you think, Chad? Let us know.
Yeah. Let us know.
Because as I say, none of this goes without you guys. So to show the love back, who do y'all want? I feel like a lot of us can agree that the class so far has been pretty stellar, fitting a lot of positions of need. So do we continue on that one, or do you want to see? Have you got a star in mind for us? A steal at this point in the draft that we've maybe not spoken about even.
From my point of view, the offensive line is getting older, and at some point, as I say, Jack Nelson's is not going to solve all that. So the Philadelphia Eagles pick is in. We're just waiting for it to be announced, and then it's Atlanta. Well, Atlanta's now on the clock because the pick is in. So I've got to admit, I can never remember having this much interest in 6th and 7th round picks when Terry was doing it, because effectively it gave them away. We never had. We used to get to the 5th round, middle of the 5th round, and then we had no other picks. So
7:30 our time on day 3. It's like, we done already.
It was as if Terry Fontenot said, you know what, stuff this. I'm not staying. I'm not waiting.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So just waiting on Philadelphia Eagles pick to come in. And I'll let you know as soon as that comes in. Come on.
I just won't be surprised if Nussmeier end up in the Falcons uniform. I just would not be surprised.
I'm
open to anything at this point. Oh, nice. Another Georgia boy. Philadelphia Eagles go with Micah Morris, offensive guard.
Wow. Another one.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to UGA. I mean, I know we've said a lot of good things about Ohio State, but those dogs have got a lot of bodies leaving too.
So if I'm Atlanta, I'm definitely going to O-line here, mate. So
I think so. All the good ones are starting to fly, mate.
Yeah, for me, it's the Diego Pounds. I'm going for. I wouldn't be surprised if it's this, but again, I didn't see a linebacker in the last pick, so
no, that's true.
It could be anybody, mate. The one thing we're only now starting to see Ian Cunningham's draft, what he's looking for. So pick is in, guys. Pick is in for the Falcons. So
let's do it. Let's do it.
Here we go. Who want to announce it? We've got 3 picks, so you want to take one each?
Whatever, mate. Whoever gets it first. You know what I mean? If you just wait till I see it, mate, if you don't mind, because I'm kind of like, I think a couple of seconds behind you.
You've got it. I'll make sure you've got it. I'll take this one. We'll throw it down to the brother at the bottom. Cowboy, you've got 215, and Des, you can take us home with 231.
Absolutely, mate. He'll probably end up trading that for a pick next year. So,
well, you can get the paying as international sign off then if we don't have a last pick.
That's fine.
Falcon. Let's get a good one here.
Well, you just tell me when you see it, and then I'll tell you when I see mine, and then you can read it out.
I'm just refreshing this now. Here we go. Still not announced on mine. Just waiting on it coming up, guys.
Yeah, it hasn't dropped yet though.
No. We're gonna hold you in suspense just a little longer, guys.
Let's get a good one. Let's get a good one, Falcons. Let's get a good one.
Again, I'll say again, it's not all about the player we pick. It's about the development and the coaching.
Right.
You know, 100%.
Yeah. Got to go trench.
Mm-hmm.
They're taking the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, the pick is in, so it's not on the Falcons.
Yep.
They probably trying to stretch this thing out. What is it? It's what, 5 o'clock our time.
Yeah, we got what?
Oh,
we'll say 50 more picks.
Right, I've not seen it yet, so
yeah, Ontario Thompson of Washington.
No, it's not good.
Ontario Thompson.
Ontario Thompson.
With position?
D tackle out of Washington.
Yeah, it's true now. And so at pick 208, Falcons select Ontario Thompson, Washington defensive tackle.
Yeah.
6'2", 308 pounds, and 4.73 40-yard dash. So
yeah.
he's 30 tackles, 1.5. So he's a. I'm just going to get some more information on him. So he's not a nose. He's not a nose.
Rotational 3 tech. Rotational 3.
Yeah. Which is a good pick.
Yeah.
His defense, something we needed. So,
I like it.
Like I said, good pick.
So he's an interior.
It's not necessarily a sexy pick, but it's definitely an effective one.
So he's an interior defensive lineman from the University of Washington who has emerged as one of the most talked about athletic sleepers in the 2026 NFL draft. As a conclusion of the draft, he is widely considered a high priority undrafted free agent, where he's gone now. Despite not receiving an invitation to the NFL Combine, Thompson turned heads at the Washington Pro Day. in March 2026 with numbers that would have topped the charts in Indianapolis. So they've got his stats on NFL Network wrong. So he's 6'4", 310 pounds.
See, that's more. Yeah, I can see that a little more.
That's more I know. Yeah, so 30 reps at 225 pounds bench press, and short shuttle 435. So Thompson's path to the NFL was nomadic, playing for 4 different schools in 4 years. So that's going to get you a drop. This lack of a home base is often cited by scouts as a reason his technical game is still catching up to his athleticism. So again, Washington 2025 played in all 13 games, 3 starts for the Huskies. He recorded 32 tackles, 1.5 sacks, and 2 pass breakups. In 2024, Western Michigan started 12 games and recorded 34 tackles. Iowa 2023 used primarily as a specials team specialist. He notably tied for 3rd in the nation with 2 blocked punts, which is good. And before that, 2022, Iowa Western CC helped lead the Reavers to an NJCAA national championship with 6 sacks. Heading into the final rounds of the draft, Thompson was ranked as a top 300 prospect by major outlets like NBC Sport. He was a popular top 30 visit candidate. I can't remember seeing him on our top 30. Most notably,
visit candidate though, so maybe he was speculated for, but it wasn't one of the guys we went for. I feel like you said maybe why we took him at this point is the fact that he was effective as a blocker on punt, and we had struggles last year, as we've said before, in special teams.
Yeah, so he's specifically a specials team player, probably. So I've just finished this, mate. So most notably spending time with Chicago Bears and Green Bay Packers. Scouting reports, scouts love his explosive get-off and lateral agility. However, he is viewed as a development project. He's 6th round, so you would expect that, because he is still learning to play with consistent leverage and hand placement. Roll. So again, so this is the information before he was drafted. So listen to this. Projects as a 3-technique tackle and a 1-gap penetrating scheme. And then in brackets, it's got like the Bears or Falcons system, where he can use his speed to disrupt backfields rather than absorbing double teams. So AI is effectively popped him into the Falcon system, and he's been drafted by the Falcons. So
it's intriguing to think about that, obviously, with that level of penetration, given that we need to go back to, I put it as fundamental football. You need to run the ball, and you need to be able to stop the defense, the opponent doing the same to you. So I feel like that and just special teams efficacy or potential is a great value pick. I mean, here we are at 208. So I'm definitely down for that.
I would say these are the kind of picks that we need to work. They need to make work, because historically the last 3 or 4 years it's no worked. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm just going to look at the rest of the picks.
Yeah, because we are back up now in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more than then us, as Washington Commanders take Matt Gulbin, enter from the Michigan State Spartans there at 209.
Yeah. So it's the Steelers, the Ravens, the Patriots, the Buffalo Bills, the Colts, and then us again. And again, best available is still Xavier Harris. So effectively, we're now at a point where Xavier Harris is going to be an undrafted free agent.
Yeah, more
I
than
think
likely.
so.
More than likely.
And there's a possibility that Garrett Nussmeier becomes an undrafted free agent, which is not something I've seen happen.
Woo. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I mean, why is he fail? That is a shocker.
Yeah.
Another interior defensive lineman, another front seven guy off the board. The Steelers select Gabriel Rubio, defensive tackle for Notre Dame, 210th overall.
I mean, Diego Pavia, I mean, you know why he's not going to be drafted, because his size and everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Nussmeier possibly not getting drafted. That's a big. And where do you pick? Where do you go? If you're Nussmeier and you get the chance to pick wherever you want to go, what team are you taking?
Right.
A lot of the teams that I thought maybe could have been in the mix for Nussmeier have either taken another quarterback or just kind of steered clear of that whole side of the conversation. So it's at this point I don't know if it's UDFA or what the route's going to be. If it is UDFA, as me and Emmanuel have been talking about, I think like coming in to compete with Trevor Simeon for QB3, I wouldn't be too mad at that.
No, I wouldn't have an issue with that. I would think his guaranteed money would be quite high, because I think there'll be a lot of teams in for him.
Yeah, that's fair. Because I feel like he would be, assuming this does fall the way we think it's going to, I feel like he would be the number one. He would head that UDFA class, and many teams.
Is he gone? He's
here.
Oh, you're there. You froze for a second, mate. Oh, congratulations! So congratulations to the I've just lost it. So we've had our first punter.
We have, it is indeed Ryan Eckley, another Michigan State Spartan, to the Baltimore Ravens, 211th overall. So we were just talking about special teams, and now the punters start to go. Very, very strong leg. I caught a couple of times, and he was one of the more promising punters in this class for sure.
Well, maybe a chance just to put your screen off, mate, and it'll maybe stop buffering a wee bit.
Right.
You know you've had plenty of picks in the draft when you get to round 6, pick 211, and you take a punter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And a nice pick as well from the New England Patriots. Linebacker out of TCU, Nnamdi Obiazor. That's a nasty pick at this point in the draft. He can do a lot for you.
That's decent.
He can do a lot for you.
So again, we've got Chicago, Indianapolis, and then it's back to us. I'm just going to see if there's N on X on Ontario Thompson, see if there's more information.
Mm-hmm. I'm just having another quick look at who's still on the board as best available here. Given that we've gone defensive tackle, I feel like this one's going to be on the O-line. Diego Pounds is still there, guys.
Yeah.
As is Alan Herron, as I said earlier. Nolan Ritchie from Penn State as well. Let's have a look at IOL as well.
I think if he's there, I think it's definitely. I mean, I wanted Diego Pounds earlier.
Yeah, okay. Can see that. I'm really not against Isaiah World here, guys. If he's still there.
Let me just have a look at OT. Yeah, Isaiah World is class as the best available offensive tackle.
Yeah, I think he could be nice at this point in the draft. We're only a couple. Huge guy, as we said earlier, but he moves surprisingly well for that frame of his. 16th overall tackle. This point in the draft, great value. I feel fantastic upside potentially. So I'm probably going OT at this point. But as I say, keep the chats coming if you think you've got another position to throw in there. But I'm thinking OT.
I would agree, mate. I think they went a DT, now they're going OT. A guard, centre, whatever. I think whatever's. Just looking to see the news.
So some of these guys that don't seem like scheme fits, I'm not convinced by Fatamo from Wake Forest. He's not the best run blocker, so that ain't what we need, I think, either. It's going to be down to scheme fit, I feel, as well at this point in the draft. Massively. Can we keep that ethos going forward?
I wouldn't be surprised if they'll pick up, maybe they'll go for some guys that are possibly get a wee bit of special teams experience as well, mate. So Chicago's pick is in, so we're just waiting on their pick coming in. Just wondering who's the quickest. Oh, there we go.
Jordan Van den Berg.
Jordan Van den Berg.
Tackle, Georgia Tech.
Tackle, Georgia Tech. There we go. So Indianapolis is now on the clock, and
that is a good pick.
That is a solid pick.
That's a decent pick.
Like, I'm sure it was the very last mock I did, where I gave him a look, and I was like, for a round 6, yeah. Sign me up.
Yeah.
Here we go then. So just Indianapolis and then us, I think. Yeah.
Indy and us. I'll tell you what, I am stiff as a board with sitting here for so long. Honestly, it's unbelievable. I need to learn.
Cam off, stand up, have a stretch, mate. Cam off, mic off. That's what you do. Take a second and come
it's
back.
Fine, mate. It's fine. I can't stop looking at myself in the camera with this with the Braves, the new Braves.
Oh man,
jersey.
It is a sick jersey.
I just honestly, mate, I just see when it get released. And Ronald Acuna Jr. was wearing that. I was like, that I am having that. The only issue is that in the UK, I wasn't allowed to put my name or anything, but it's not got a number or a name on it. There was no option for that.
Okay.
So you just picked the jersey. So it looks a bit daft because it's a jersey with nothing on the back.
Right.
But that's Fanatics for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
sometimes in the UK you make do with what you can get, I suppose. There's a lot of good sides to being an international fan, but there's one or two major drawbacks, I would say. Not least ways the timing and the merch.
So Indy's pick is in. So if this isn't Diego Pounds, then I'm or what was the one you mentioned, mate?
That would be. Let me double check again. Tackles.
The Oregon guy.
Yeah. I think that would be my choice. The kid from Oregon. Get his name again for you. Isaiah World.
So we're expecting a DT here. Absolutely, mate. We're expecting a DT.
Yeah, I've opened up these top two guys again. Can't go wrong with either of them. There's 6-7 pounds of a difference, 1.5 inches, 2 inches in height. So I'm really not fussed. Either of these tackles would be just fine.
Yeah.
The fact that a D tackles just went Indy could go D tackle, and we might go D tackle. So this could be Diego Pound and the Oregon boy.
Maybe so. Let's get back
So,
to that.
so there we go. So Indianapolis have just drafted Caden Curry, edge out of Ohio State. So Atlanta Falcons on the clock, and as you say, well, I'm expecting. Let me just put in OT. I'm expecting either Isaiah World or not. Yeah, so yeah, Isaiah World or Diego Pounds.
That's what I'm saying. It's going to be one of those two. One of those two tackles. I think. I don't think there's a lot of value left in the IOL. So that's why I think it's going to be tackle. Because I mean, we're still back up in 16 more picks time, so we can shore up one more position as well, guys. So
just waiting to see it. So pick is in, guys. So we're not trading it. So this is effectively the three pick we got from the trade earlier on. So this is where Ian Cunningham's making his wages, mate. This is where he's making his money.
Yeah, for sure.
So
a bit like ourselves. Day 3, we knew it would be business time.
Right. So this is on you, Emmanuel. So this is your call, mate. So this is yours to call it.
This one's mine.
Announce it, it's
Let's
all yours,
go.
brother.
Falcons got the pick. Is in. Let's see where we going. That's where we going.
As I say, I'll be surprised if it's no OT or maybe another DT. Who knows?
Maybe.
Oh, it could be. It could be another corner.
Right, I've seen it. Oh well, that's unusual. It's a good player, but
how'd you like that, Saints?
Now Perkins. Now we said that.
Mm-hmm.
So with the 215th pick, the Atlanta Falcons select Harold Perkins Jr., linebacker out of LSU. So we've double dipped at linebacker. No, we've not. We have,
because we got the kid from Oklahoma.
Yeah, we've double dipped at linebacker. So effectively, that I think what's possibly happening is they're hoping that because there's a few D tackles, a few OTs there, they're hoping they might get them one later on. So again, they'll look around with the teams that are still to pick, and they've probably worked out that there's a possibility that if they're in an OT, that these teams in front of them would take them.
Now Perkins, it says that Perkins was once received as one of the most dynamic defenders in college football early into his first career before the knee injury in 2024. That injury did slow him down. And they did say despite his setback, he remains an elite athlete. LSU's fastest linebacker, clocking at 4.3 in the 40, which is wow. I didn't know he did that. He has the versatility to rush the passer, play off-ball linebacker, or operate as a hybrid star defender. So we're seeing a trend here with Atlanta going with a lot of hybrid guys, that ones that can play different positions too. Not necessarily playing in their position, but playing other positions as well. In 4 seasons at LSU, he produced 220 tackles, 35 plus tackles for loss, 17 sacks. I didn't know that.
There's your Caden Ellis replacement.
Yeah,
I mean, we were talking about the Anthony Hill Juniors and guys of that ilk, but that is your Caden Ellis replacement, guys.
Now, again, guys, I'll go back to what I said when I was talking last night and earlier on today, that the Falcons are looking at players with potential injury issues that are going to fall in the draft, and that shows you Harold Perkins Jr. He's there because of the injury, the history of the injuries. So effectively, this is if we look into him, we'll probably find out without injuries, it would have been a 3rd or a 4th round pick.
And they said his upside is he can contribute immediately on special teams. So
There you
we
go.
saying,
And again, I said about 5 minutes ago, there's a possibility we bring in players that are going to be worth that's standard anyway at this time.
I'm really happy with that pick. To be honest, because we've been Falcon centric and being so concerned with our picks, I assumed that Harold Perkins was gone by now. So for pick 215, that's some good work.
Yeah,
I'm really happy with that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
And again, out of a good college as well at LSU, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It ain't Ohio State.
Nah. I won't say much to the pro team down in Louisiana, but their college ain't bad.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just going to read this out. So Harold Perkins Jr. was selected by the Atlanta Falcons, 250th overall pick in the 7th round. Once projected as a potential top 10 pick earlier in his career, Perkins experienced a significant slide in draft stock due to a combination of injury concerns and positional projection issues. So again, I'm just going to see. So a linebacker hybrid defender, pro comparison, Deion Jones. So there's your comparison. The slide in draft stock. Perkins' fall into the 7th round was one of the major stories of the 2026 draft cycle. No AI, you've just been a moron. You've just been dramatic. Analysis pointed to several key factors. 2024 ACL tear, missing the majority of the 2024 season with a right knee injury, raising long-term durability questions. While he returned in 2025, scouts noted he lacked the same elite twitch and explosive closing speed. Well, he's just coming off an ACL tear. Of course he's not. He displayed during his legendary freshman year. At 220 pounds, he is considered undersized for a traditional NFL linebacker and lacks the length to be a full-time edge rusher. NFL teams struggled to find a clean fit for him in standard defensive schemes. After moving from edge to off-ball linebacker, his instincts in coverage and run fit processing remained inconsistent. Well, he's just new to the system. Outlook in Atlanta, Perkins joins a linebacker room that the Falcons heavily addressed on day 3 alongside Kendall Daniels. He is expected to begin his career as a specials team's demon, while defensive coordinator Jimmy Lake, well, that's wrong, attempts to carve out a harmonized role for him as a situation blitzer and sub-package defender. So AI is never perfect, but it gives you some sort of information on him, mate.
Makes a lot of sense. As I say, for 215, they're really thinking about cost and effect at this point. And I know that he's had a fall off from the glory of past years, and as I say, but this is what I said to you guys, I think, on the last show before we went day one. The Falcons had to hit where other teams missed. If guys were falling and we could see their benefit to us systematically and in terms of scheme, and we were able to get that, I feel like the same was true of Zachariah Branch, Avion Terrell even. I feel like it's been a bit of a tag point, if you will, for our whole class. So I feel like, shout out to this backroom staff. We've cooked. We've really done a good job.
When you talk about 215, mate, the wee fat guy that you bumped into at McDonald's that looked kind of athletic, if you're drafting him at 215, it doesn't really matter anyway either, mate. It's 215. What I would say is that there is some general managers in the NFL that can turn these picks into, I mean, even if these are just rotational guys, that's a win for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but again, I will say again, I will put it out there again. I don't think we have ever had as good a coaching staff as we have now in Atlanta. And again, that's where the issues, the questions, the weaknesses, that's where they come in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'd agree with you completely. And now, just obviously going back to this breakdown, we've got the Aints next, but ain't nobody care about them. But counting down, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 picks to go before we get up to 2, 3, 1 for the Falcons next seventh rounder. I don't think, as I said, there's any reason or any reason to think that we would trade at this point or try to look to do anything more than just see who's left on the board. Xavier Harris is still there as well. TJ Hall's off the board.
As I said, mate, he's an undrafted free agent, mate. Xavier Harris, and to be honest, I don't think there might not be anybody that takes a chance on him. If the reports are as bad as with domestic,
I would need to look into the reports and see kind of how bad they are. But I understand now the length of the slide off the back of that. But I mean, if you wanted to double dip it, you tackle. Sorry,
it wasn't just domestic violence. There was a DUI as well in there. So
okay. Well, with that being said, let's take another look at D tackle then, assuming we did want to double dip there. As I say, you've still got Benny, Bryson Eason, Dante Corleone. A couple of the guys that we shouted out earlier are all still in play. So we could still double dip at that position if we wanted to, but I feel like it's still quite open as to what we do here.
I mean, there's a chance we double dip and go wide receiver, mate, and go for a big-bodied wide receiver.
Yeah, maybe so. If we were to do that, what are we looking at here, wide receiver wise?
Jeff Caldwell, Cincinnati. 4.31 40-yard dash. So again, quick.
Okay.
You've got what else? Dion Bucks. Again, he is a wee bit smaller. But
J. Michael Sturdivant, 6'3", and he's a productive producer, if not an elite one. But at this point, you're talking about things as important as consistency. So yeah, I mean, I think Sturdivant's still in play if you want to go receiver. A little bit bigger.
Jeff Caldwell, I think 6'4", mate.
There's some big body. Yeah, it's definitely in play. I wouldn't mind another trench guy either. I really wouldn't.
Mate, there's a chance we go running back as well. Although I would be surprised, but
yeah, I would be surprised. But it could happen, man.
Again, this is probably at this point. This is probably the point where you just go best player available, apart from obviously a guy with major concerns. You know what I mean? So, let me see.
I would be really concerned, not really concerned, but surprised if we went running back, because we got what, 4? 1, 2, 3. We got 4 running backs in camp. 4 running backs on board right now.
I know there's more. So you've got Bijan, Ryan Robinson, you've got Nathan Carter, you've got Carlos Washington.
Yeah.
Tyler Goodson.
Who's that?
Tyler Goodson.
Yeah, so you've got more. Yeah. You've got 5.
So that's 5.
Yeah.
Nah, I think running backs off the board pretty much then, guys. Nice pick for the Bills there. Toriano Pride Jr., cornerback out of Mizzou. That is decent. Decent prospect.
Maybe we can go safety again, mate, but I doubt it. VJ Payne, Kansas State.
Could be.
Maybe.
Mason Riger, edge, Wisconsin.
Yep. I wouldn't be too mad at an edge.
Emmanuel, I'm going to pass out if it was Grant Nussmeier at this next pick. That would be.
That's what Smooth's asking as well. Do you think we need any more edges or maybe another corner? I think anything's in play at this point. I think either would do us some good. There's still some value there at either position, guys. I don't know which I would prefer. I mean, Des, Emmanuel, if you two have a thought, let me know.
Yeah, if we decide to go defense again, I will actually go corner. Yeah, I would actually go corner because the way we went through free agency, we got a boatload of guys that can play corner and or D tackle. But I will go for another corner.
Again, it comes down to what they're considering to do with Mike Hughes. You know what I mean?
And
the fact that there's, I think it's $4.5 million cap saving if we let him go.
Well, guys, if you want to talk about taking advantage of guys that have fallen due to injury, I think I may have your corner, Thaddeus Dixon, UNC. He only played in 7 games last year, but he had a very productive 2024 at Washington. 60 tackles, 16 pass breakups, 2 picks, and 12 starts.
Yeah.
So, assuming he doesn't go, Thaddeus Dixon's a great option to have in there if you're talking about defensive back.
Now, there were a few guys that are, let's see, I'm trying to figure out somebody who got a third meeting, who had a third meeting with the Falcons that played for Amari Harvey. Amari Harvey.
Okay. Here we are, Georgia Tech,
Yeah. He had several meetings with the Falcons, so he wouldn't be a bad pickup.
No, and I can see what you're saying here too. He's embodying a lot of what we were looking for: physicality, short area quickness. Yeah, he reads nice too. That's a good option. Yeah. Could be corner. You're right. I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Who did you say, Emmanuel?
Amari Harvey out of Georgia Tech.
Right. Okay. Cornerback.
Corner 5 as you see it, Des. Corner 5.
Cornerback best available is Thaddeus Dixon out in North Carolina.
Yeah, that's the guy I was shouting out there as well. And Emmanuel's guy's there at 5 as well. I don't know a lot about Colin Wright, Josh Moten, some of these guys, as I say, but as you say, I did read that we'd brought Amari Harvey back. I didn't realise it was a third visit. I thought second. But even at that, I thought, again, we're talking about 231 here. So,
what's his name? Avery Smith from Toledo. He actually had a private workout for the Falcons. So he's another corner that deserves the look. See.
Yeah.
If you look maybe potential centre, you get James Brockermeyer out in Miami. 28 starts over the course of his career, so again, experience. But again, we just need to wait and see.
Yeah.
Again, I wasn't expecting a linebacker, so I think probably at that point, Ian Cunningham's went best player, effectively best player available.
And Cash Jones, he's gone, right?
I think so.
He got drafted.
I don't see him.
Cash Jones from Georgia.
Yeah.
He got picked up.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't see him around.
Yeah, but Amari Harvey, it's a good chance that he may be picked up. Let's see. Daquan Wright, I think he's gone too. I think.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Best player available, number 15. So a risk, but you're talking about Logan Fano out of Utah at edge. If you want to throw him into the mix as well, so
he's interesting cat. Yeah,
for sure.
Oh, bravo, Atlanta Falcons media.
What happened?
What's that?
So I was wondering why I couldn't see the post that they had commented on.
Aye.
At X. So it's a New Orleans Aints post from March 23rd. and it's showing you. So the New Orleans Aints have actually posted this, and it's linebacker Harold Perkins Jr. at LSU Pro Day, and they're talking about his 4.38 in the 40-yard dash.
Mhm.
And the Atlanta Falcons have found that post and just tagged Falcon.
You know
Let
what?
him
You
know
want to
he's
play
here.
petty with us? We can play
He
petty
is
with
here.
you.
Oh, shout
He
out
is
to
here.
Oh, don't
shout
start
out
with
to
you
the
ain't prepared to
Atlanta
finish, boys.
media guys and gals.
We said we
I-
talking trash before we even started talking trash.
So I didn't see the post because I block anything from the Aints. So
Mhm.
I'm not interested. I don't want to see any of your pish.
Yeah.
So effectively, that is, oh my God.
That is amazing.
So Washington have just picked a quarterback, Ethan Manis from Rutgers.
What?
So
A quarterback?
they've
That's
picked a
weird.
They've picked a quarterback, and it's not Nussmeier. What is happening
Wow.
with Nussmeier?
Whose toes did he step on?
To be honest, I had never heard of that Rutgers QB.
Yeah,
No,
me either.
not at all. That's pretty crazy. Like, wow.
What is
My
happening?
goodness. My goodness.
Like
That's
Roger
interesting.
did. I feel like he like maybe bullied Roger Goodell's son at college or something like that. There's something happening.
Man,
The entire
that is
NFL is against
interesting.
this kid. It seems.
And we missed Tyreen West went before that at 222. Tennessee Edge. And before that, Jack Endries, tight end from Texas.
Congratulations, Jack. I think like that's a good offense to be joining. To be fair, Cincinnati.
Absolutely.
I think you'll have some fun up there.
And then
Yeah,
before that,
absolutely.
at 220, the Buffalo Bills select Toriano Pride Jr., cornerback, Missouri.
Yeah.
That's a good Missouri class as well. Missouri's had quite a few boys out.
Yeah, but I think at the end of all this, I think the question's going to be asked about Nussmeier, why he's fell in the draft.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's crazy.
of course.
Oh,
Of course.
listen, guys. So, the Steelers took a quarterback, didn't they? They did.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, so this isn't going to be Nussmeier. I mean, I am shocked if Nussmeier becomes a undrafted free agent.
This here is crazy. I mean, I hate it for the kid because a lot of people had high hopes for him.
I feel for the kid. I feel for him absolutely.
But hey, that is the nature of the business.
That's it. I feel like for this pick, I'm definitely heading more towards the side of getting one of those tackles because I feel like there's going to be guys we can bring in UDFA-wise as wide receiver competition. I think I'm finding it hard to go against tackle here.
So the Pittsburgh Steelers have just selected at 224, and they've took safety Robert Spears Jenkins out of Oklahoma.
Okay. So that's not too bad. There's still those two guys in play.
What, Diego Pounds and Isaiah World?
Yep, they're both still here. That's what I'm saying. Alan Heron too. I think it's gun to head. I'm thinking tackle. I feel like these guys have got most upside without like just out and out UDFA in them.
So Tennessee Titans pick is in.
Or there's someone that we hadn't mentioned, guys. Armaj Reed Adams, 6'6" offensive guard from Texas A&M. He might be fun to take a punt on. Good anchor guard.
Let me see. So Tennessee Titans pick is in, and they have taken. Just waiting for it to come up. I'm saying it again. I do not like the new Tennessee Titans logo.
Oh, vanilla, isn't it?
I'm not a fan. So they're doing some Pittsburgh Steelers thing now. So, but the benefit is that when it comes to the later rounds, they don't stop for anything. They just keep batting them in.
Yeah. Like the Steelers already had a full-on dance party at some point during day 2, so I really don't want to hear any more from them.
Just waiting on this pick coming in. We're hoping it's not an OT.
Well, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more picks to go, and then we're up.
Yeah, but you know what happens? You get a run on one position, and then all of a sudden there's a run on it. So
don't jinx it now, Des.
to be honest, mate, see if we get one of the players, I think this has been an A+ draft, mate. Absolutely A+.
For sure. Draft. I'm looking forward to getting into this. I'm going to get in deep and really grade up everything. Probably individual pick grades and then class grades as well. So you're more than welcome to join me to get into some of that. Probably maybe next week. Give us time to kind of think about it, break it all down, give it time to kind of digest, so to speak, as well. But as I say, your brothers are more than welcome to jump back on with me again when we present that side of things as well.
I don't know what's taking the pick so long for Tennessee. It's taking forever. I mean, I would say that it was great that the first round went quicker, but see, every round they could speed it up so much quicker, to be honest, because literally the pick's in and then you're waiting like 3 minutes. I mean, in the world of digital and AI, I mean, literally you should be able to just click it. So the Tennessee Titans pick is in, so it picked 225. Tennessee Titans select Jaren Kanak, tight end at Oklahoma. So it's not offensive tackle.
Good to know. I'm going to play devil's advocate here. I'm going back into best available. If those 2 tackles, Pounds and World, do go, who would be tackle 3? In that world, Alan Herron, Maryland, Nolan Ritchie, Penn State, Tristan Lee out of Clemson. So yeah, there's probably 4 or 5 guys we could go with, but it's ideally it'd be 1 or 2.
Yeah.
And again, what we should expect is the undrafted free agents should be heavily trench guys.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what you'll see. There'll be heavy trench guys.
Yeah.
And again, it'll be Georgia boys, Georgia Tech. It'll be all the guys that have come in.
Yeah.
That have not been
as we say, like when it gets to this point in the draft, you see teams just out and out going, if it says Michigan, Texas, Georgia, Alabama, Florida, Oregon, just go for it.
DeMarco
Hey, you guys ought to see
exactly.
They posted a reaction photo of Nesmeyer and his family and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody got this look of wow on their face.
Like I'm gonna get that article read that you shared after we get done here, because I need to know what and get some context as to what's happening here, because this for someone who came in as a QB3, I mean, you consider some of the guys, the quality of some of the guys as pros who came into their class as probably the 3rd best QB.
Right.
They didn't end up as UDFAs. So something's gone severely wrong here somewhere.
Yeah.
But as I say,
That
we
much
hit
is
where
true.
other teams miss. So if we can bring him in for competition as a UDFA, I'm all about that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find out.
You could put it out to Grok and see what the machine's thinking as to why he's not been taken yet, Des.
It's Gemini, so I'll put it on there now.
Gemini, I should say.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get MDSS.
But you'll need to bear with us and remember that we're OGs. For all you young ones that understand this technology, we're still sitting up here calling X Twitter. Like we can't. We're not always so down with the kids, so you'll have to forgive us for that.
I mean, this just shows it also. Garrett Nussmeier's fall in the 2026 NFL draft from a projected top 5 pick to a mid-round selection was the result of a perfect storm of medical setbacks and a significant regression in his final season at LSU. Here is a breakdown of why he slid to draft boards, but bear in mind this is AI, so it's not always right. But while many knew Nussmeier was playing through pain in 2025, the extent wasn't clear until the NFL scouting combine. Medical discovery: doctors found a cyst pressing on a nerve, which caused significant oblique and torso discomfort throughout his senior season.
Oh, wow.
Impact on tape. The injury led to a noticeable loss of zip on his throws and a drop in precision. Because he didn't disclose the severity during the season, scouts originally attributed his poor play to declining skill rather than physical limitations.
But that's something that that's something that's not nothing that's detrimental though.
Yeah, I feel like surely if he had announced it, like he could have just got it lanced essentially, as we would call it.
Yeah, because I've had 2 cysts removed, one from my shoulder and then one out of my lower back. So it's not nothing that's detrimental. You can go back to being have full mobility. That's nothing that's not serious.
Or is that a magic mirror? Is there something deeper at play, and that's what they're throwing out there? Because you do get that sometimes.
I mean, it's really just a lump, really. I mean, sometimes they give you like a medication and that'll get rid of it. But like in my case, I had to get both of them like surgically removed. So, but you go back to full mobility though.
Yeah,
it didn't affect me at all. Of course, I was young. Well, he's young too. So
yeah.
But
guys, you would think that would push him up a wee bit. The fact that the poor play there was an issue, there was a reason behind it.
Yeah,
but
or at least level out any potential fall. If not push him up, he'd at least level out to be taken roughly in the mix of where we would have originally expected. Maybe not top 5, but maybe second round, mid-second round, or something like that. But no, this makes me believe that there's something deeper at play here than just assist.
And the fact that the last 2 quarterbacks taken before him, he's clearly better than them. I mean. Because like I said before, there have been polls that said that Nussmeier was better than Mendoza. So I mean, I don't know.
And maybe to my detriment, but I'm going to obviously hold my hands up. I've never once heard of an Athan Calicmanis from Rutgers. He's a non-entity for me. So it's even more surprising.
So the Bengals have selected at 226. They took defensive tackle Landon Robinson from the Navy.
Okay.
Oh, he was. Oh man, they going deep into the what's left because he's not one of the top best available.
Yeah,
he did play extremely well in the Navy Army Classic. He was a standout in that game, but that was really the only footage that I saw of him. He was all over that Army IOL. But yeah, that's, as I say, my film of him is extremely limited.
Yeah, he was. Matter of fact, this guy here was dead last because UR Bernard was even, they had him ranked above this guy.
Yeah, I see it here, 38th of 38 at
Yeah.
IDL.
Again, the Carolina Panthers pick is in, and they have selected linebacker. Just tell you just now.
Jackson Kawach.
Yep, that's it. From Miami of Ohio.
That's a nice size. 6'4", 235. That's a nice size.
Yeah.
Look tall, but that's a nice size.
They're too quick on the TV. They're literally showing it and it's gone.
Yeah. Yeah,
Green,
I mean, that's a nice size for him.
Yeah, man.
So Isaiah World is still in the picture, mate.
Both tackles are that we previously mentioned, brother, and there's only 1, 2, 3, three more picks. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this is maybe Ian Cunningham taking a chance, taking the linebacker with the knowledge that because again, they'll do their checks. They'll have looked at they'll have looked at all these players and thought, you know what, these teams looked at all these teams and thought, you know what, they're not going. None of them are taking OTs.
Right.
They've already drafted them, or they've not got a need for them. So
yeah. Well, who are we looking at here? The Jets, the Raiders, and the Steelers. Well, now just the Raiders and Steelers, because the New York Jets have selected at 228 overall VJ Payne, safety out of Kansas State.
Yeah.
Which he was one of the best available, mate.
Yeah, I feel like he's a high upside player. New York has had a fantastic class this year. Like all credit to the Jets for that.
Yeah.
But again, what I would say is having a lot of draft picks and having a lot of new players isn't always a good thing, mate.
Yeah. No, as I said earlier on, Des, I mean, some of them are bound to hit, but I do feel like there is that argument that you're overloading with too much freshness, and then when you're trying to find your direction, it can be harder to do so.
Yeah.
And it is New York, so another D tackle to the Raiders.
Brilliant.
Brandon Cleveland out of NC State. So one more pick. Steelers are on the board.
So effectively, we're getting one of the OTs. If it's the OT, we're going for either Isaiah World or Diego Pounds.
Yep. Yeah. If Pittsburgh take one, we snatch the other.
Yeah. Yeah.
And to be honest, Isaiah World is dropped quite a bit, so effectively that's a steal for us if we get him, mate.
Yeah. And this is an interesting question here from 348 Iceberg. Guys, I'll let you tackle this too. This is an honest question. Who was the last successful 7th round picks that the Falcons had?
Hey, that's a good question.
DeMarco Hellams has been all right.
Was it DeMarco?
Yeah. After that, you'd have to go back some. I mean, Tyler Algier was a 5th. So, I mean, if you're talking about day 3 value, more specifically the 7th, though, you would have to push it back a ways. But yeah, there is some recency to show that you can hit in the later rounds for sure as well.
I would say for funniness, Frank Darby. Frank Darby, wide receiver. That man was so funny.
Oh, man.
That man was hysterical. That was one of the guys that I loved his personality so much. I wanted him to succeed.
Yeah.
I'm just putting up 7th round. 7th round.
Let's see.
Like, they were fun times. Like,
wait a minute.
I used to kid on that. I was a hype guy, not a hands guy.
It's been 2 of them. Zacchaeus? I didn't know he was the 7th round.
Who's that?
Zacchaeus.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you can throw him in the mix then.
I take that back. He was he went undrafted. Yeah, he went undrafted. Wow. He wasn't. But Akeem Dent. No, he was a 3rd rounder. No, so yeah, it was Hitman. He got to be Hitman.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah,
So
I would agree.
So it's a running back for The Pittsburgh Steelers have selected Eli Hendricks, running back from the Navy. So if we're wanting offensive tackle, we've got the choice of Diego Pounds and Isaiah World.
Falcons on the clock. 3.5 minutes to go, guys.
Right, so I'm saying this one, mate.
Yep. All yours, brother.
It's nice to see the running back from the Navy. He's actually in the building. And he's actually coming up. He's in tears.
He seems like a Steeler, a Navy running back. I like that. But
he's from Pittsburgh as well, and he's been selected by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I love that pick. That's a great fit.
That's a lovely story.
Nice.
Yeah.
So how are you boys feeling? You want to wrap it after 2:31 because there was 26 picks left, or do you want to finish out the night? It's completely your call.
Yeah,
I'm thinking I might go.
I'm getting off. I'll go off after this and get. I mean, I don't.
2:31.
He's not going to draft up, man. He's not going to trade up.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't think so either. So I'll probably just start that after that. Here we go.
Pick is in, guys. So I'll read it out as soon as I see it.
Yeah. So do we go O-line? Do we go corner? Do we go
quarterback? Only a little bit of time to go.
It could be anything.
It's wide open at this point.
Mm-hmm. Finish it as we started, not having a clue what we're going to do.
Yeah. Yeah, you listening in the chat, roll the dice. Who you think we ought to go? What position you think we ought to grab on this last pick? Oh, he's getting the crowd riled up.
Guy's getting major plaudits, which is nice.
Yeah.
And while he's getting all the plaudits, we're just interested in who the Falcons are going to draft.
Yeah. I mean, but why not? Why not?
Yeah, we got one more. It's been so fun. It's been a great class, story, and I just hope we can put the icing on the cake. As Iceberg says, I'd agree with that completely. Get in, finish it out nicely, and we'll see where the UDFAs fall tomorrow.
Yeah. Iceberg says we need an old lineman. He said we should go old lineman.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely old lineman.
Did y'all see the
producer in those tackles again?
They trying to extend the show. I saw the producer running back because remember he was leaving the stage, and the producer came out of the back, told him to go back up on the stage. But they're trying to extend the show.
Oh dear! Don't do this to us. Just let the cat out the bag.
They're taking their time, so I'll read it out and I'll let you know as soon as I see it.
Yeah, no problem, brother. Never know, Smooth. He could be a completely unknown quantity that we've not mentioned in the last 5 hours. They are down there. You just never ever know.
You never know. We've 7th round. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I think there's some quality players there that we could grab that would make a difference.
Yeah. Special teams. You never know. You might find another Tom Brady in there somewhere.
You never ever know.
God, they're taking their time. What the hell, man?
And they say this is the no fun league. Whoever calls this the no fun league never watched a draft.
Oh, he gets a bodyguard and an escort out of this.
Yeah.
Wow. Cameras following him.
Forgot D. Alford was gone.
I've got the pick, so it should be coming up
I've
there.
got it. Yeah. So with the seventh round pick 231, the Atlanta Falcons select Ethan Onienwa, tackle, Ohio State.
Yeah. Good pick. Good pick. Good pick. I don't like
That
the
is a
fact that
good
it's
pick.
Ohio State, but good pick.
So again, we were spot on. We knew they were going to go the O-line.
Yeah.
So Onianwa. So Ethan Onianwa. So
I'm happy with that. As I say, maybe not either of the two guys that we had, but yeah.
Yeah. 6'7", 331.
Happy with that.
Just going to get the information. So Ethan Onianwa is an offensive lineman for Ohio State by way of Rice University. As a conclusion of the draft, he largely predicted as a late day free pick or a high priority undrafted free agent. So here's his stats. So Onianwa stock is driven by his massive frame, though his athletic testing was a mixed bag for NFL scouts. Height and weight, he's 6'6", 333 pounds.
Yeah.
40-yard
big
dash,
boy.
521. Bench press, 24 to 25 reps at 225 pounds. And he's got 334 and a 1/8 inch arm length, elite length for the position.
And add into that the fact that he's from another hotbed of Southern football, birthplace Katy, Texas. So, as I say, you want to talk about your football states in the South. He's come from a Texas high school, likely to the Ohio State University. You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
So Onianwa's draft narrative was complicated by a frustrating final season after a highly successful stint at Rice, 34 starts. He transferred to Ohio State for the 2025 season with the expectation of starting at left tackle. A significant injury suffered during fall camp sidelined him for the majority of the season. So again, what I said earlier about getting players that would be higher without injury and getting them lower, they've done that again. So again, we're starting to see exactly what Ian Cunningham's had to do in this draft because he's got so little draft picks. He was only able to play 96 offensive snaps in 2025, while he allowed 0 sacks or pressures in that limited window. Scouts were left with a very little Big Ten tape to evaluate his jump and competitiveness. He has a franchise tackle build. His massive wingspan and natural anchor make him very difficult to move in pass protection when his technique is sound. The bad is often criticised for a high pad level, which allows smaller, powerful defenders to get under his chest. He also possesses below-average lateral agility, leading many NFL teams to project him as a guard rather than a tackle at a professional level.
Right.
That's an interesting take, though, because we were talking about what happens if we can't get that guard, Des?
Yeah.
So, interesting flexibility again, which seems to be another thing that we've done a lot this class.
Movement. At his pro day in March 2026, he showed better fluidness and directional changes that he had on his 2024 Rice tape, which helped stabilise his stock after the injury-riddled 2025 season. Because of his rare size and length, Onianwa is a classic development prospect. Again, Bill Callahan, that's where you've got that guy. Teams with established offensive line coaches like the Steelers, Browns, or Packers were linked to him late in the draft as a player who could spend a year on the practice squad or as a deep reserve while refining his footwork and pad level.
Yeah.
So there you go, guys.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
He's
there you
he's
have it, as you
definitely
say, value,
a
value, value, and picks.
Absolutely.
And as Smooth C says, looking forward to kind of seeing what they do with the undrafted free agents as well.
right.
What we're going to do is we're going to start kind of closing it down, but if anything should occur in the next sort of 20 picks or so, we'll do that as a short towards the end of the night just to let you all know. But failing that, we'll be back tomorrow to talk UDFAs and the class in full. So what I'll do is I'll pass it around the panel first off, down to our brother, the cowboy, who's been hanging in tight there, tight to the stirrup with us this whole time. So shout out to you, Emmanuel. As I say, looking forward to getting to work with you on some different sport for a change real soon.
Yes, sir.
So let the people know where to find you.
Yeah, once again, man, I appreciate you guys having me on. It's always a pleasure to share the stage with you guys, man. But yeah, you can find me on YouTube, all the channel, all the platforms. Looking forward, like I said, we got this channel that's about to pop off with you, Will, and it's gonna be fun because like now, Georgia is I'm thinking, in my opinion, has become that sports hub. You know, that sports mecca. You know, I think we're going to claim that name. Remember how back in the day when Los Angeles was that town where you wanted to see the Lakers play, you wanted to, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think we're going to own that title now, and I'm looking forward to doing it. We'll have a lot to talk about with the Hawks, the Dream, you know, even the volleyball team. I watched them play the other day, and them ladies are fantastic, man. I didn't even know we had a professional volleyball team, but they were a load of fun to watch, and like I said, man, it's gonna be glad to share the stage with you, man, and get this channel jumped off. Appreciate it once again, guys.
And well, can I just finish it off by actually getting over the full draft? Is he there?
Say again?
I'm saying, am I okay going over the full draft and just going over the draft that we've just finished?
Are you okay with going over it?
Yeah, just going through the Falcons picks that we've already done.
I mean, this draft is just we can do that. We can do that. But this draft is one that you know, I actually like it. I actually would hope that we have gotten more receivers because we're so thin. But I'm going to trust that Ian Cunningham has a plan into this second wave of free agency that we haven't yet to go into. And hopefully we can find some receivers that can come in on a friendly deal and actually, you know, make our receiving core very competitive. Now, what I want to put in everybody's mind is just like this draft, 2027 has even more prospects for us. Like this, it's going to be deep, just like this. And I am so hoping that we have an opportunity, at least have a chance to go get Jeremiah Smith, and I have given him the name Baby Julio because that's who he reminds me of. And Jeremiah Smith is he's ready for the big time. But the next year's draft, man, is going to be something to look forward to. So we're going to have the same opportunity with even more picks. We're not going to be scraping the barrel with picks like we did this year. So I'm anxious.
Shout out to the guys who knew that. Shout out to the guys that knew that and came here anyway. But I mean, if you think the panel was all-star this year, you wait for that 2027 draft watch party. That's going to be chaos.
Exactly.
And again, shout out to Falcon Cheeser. He's put on a few messages. So
that be Raymondo, the Dr. Dirty Bird himself. So shout out to Lubbock, Texas there on that one. Much love to you all, family, for keeping it here, keeping it Celtic. As I say, Raymond, we're looking forward to having you on as well to talk shop real soon. But as I say, we managed to split the last three picks quite nicely. So I'll just leave you with these closing thoughts as we always do.
Well, can I just go over the actual full draft? It just takes to go
of
through the
course.
names.
Sure.
Makes sense at the end. So
I've brought up that image by mistake. Sorry about that, guys.
Oh, that's fine. So the draft for the Atlanta Falcons looks as if it's finished. So overall, we went from 5 picks to 6 picks. So the official players that we signed. Round 2, pick 16, Avian Terrell, Clemson cornerback. In round 3, pick 15, Zachariah Branch, Georgia, wide receiver. In round 4, pick 34, Kendo Daniels, Oklahoma, linebacker. At pick number 6, round number 6, pick 27, Ontario Thomas, defensive tackle, Washington. Round 6, pick 34, Harold Perkins Jr., linebacker, LSU. And finally, round number 7, pick 15, Ethan Onyenanwa, Ohio State, offensive tackle. So that's
There you go.
the 2026 draft.
Nice.
So we will break
Nice.
that down in more minutiae in the coming days. As Brother Nathan says, now we're on to round 8,
Round 8,
UDFAs, but at least give us a chance to breathe and reset a little bit before that, my boy. So as I say, all love and appreciation to you guys, Clydeside, Stateside, or worldwide. And as I say, in closing, as always, you know how we do. Guys, pain is international, passion is international, and as I say, the love for this team is also international. It is a labour of love, truly, to put these things together. Even if it's just a little impromptu sort of all family party, you're going to get a lot more of that. So as I say, if you're all about brotherhood, keep it here.
I would say I don't think there's any pain in the night, mate, because that's a cracking draft.
Maybe my lower back. That's it.
Yeah.
But on that one, ladies and gentlemen, a tip of the cap to y'all. Much love, and we will see you tomorrow to talk UDFAs.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate
Appreciate it, guys.
Guys, thank you.
Peace, guys.
Out.